Coming up on the LCS Preview Show, we make your fantasies come true, break down the best start in European history, and Loco Doco gets his bowl cut live. Don't touch that browser. The LCS Preview Show starts right now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the LCS Preview Show. I am Rivington Bism III, and after seeing what we have in store for Loco Doco today, I'm glad I never made a bet with Skara.
Yeah, those are some wise words, Riv. I'm Joshua Jatt Leisman, actually, and I predicted Altec and Silver to start in your fantasy leagues last week, and it worked out. Today, I'll have a couple more sleepers that'll help you win your matchup.
All right, let's get this hype train rolling down the tracks with some exciting news. Yesterday, Riot announced more details about the 2014 World Championship. This year, there will be 16 teams competing as both Korea and China get a third entry in the tournament, with the wild card expanding as well.
Yeah, those 16 teams will then be divided into 4 groups, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the quarterfinals.
And yesterday, we also learned that the group stages will take place in Taipei and Singapore, with the quarterfinals kicking off in Busan, Korea.
Yeah, and after the quarterfinals, the World Championship will head to Seoul for the semis, with the 2014 champions being crowned on Sunday, October 19th in the Sangam Stadium, home of the 2002 World Cup and soon to be the 2014 League of Legends Championship Finals.
That is true. And for the LCS teams that hope to compete in the 2014 World Championship, they now have a goal, is to finish in the top 3 of the regional playoffs. But first, they have to qualify. And last week, Alliance took another big step towards securing their spot in the European regionals. But first up, the 5-5 Super Hot crew took on the 2-8 Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and this was a very close game. It was also Mimer's chance to really shine in this game. Copenhagen Wolves always put up a good fight despite being at the bottom of the standings.
And they put up a pretty good fight here as they catch out Impaler. Super Hot crew lose this one a 3-for-2 as Copenhagen Wolves just started off pretty early in this one. 16 minutes, a nice place to grab a triple.
Yeah, and this was some more big-time fighting. Now, these fights went on for quite some time because these teams were very close. You can see 7 kills to 7. Copenhagen Wolves actually up 3,000 gold before this fight, but they did not account for Mimer's late-game Kale.
No, Kale has been on the ban list quite a bit lately, and there's a reason. The double kill and just waiting to secure the final and last triple kill just made him that much bigger throughout the game, and they were able to carry this one on to the win. Next game, we're going to be looking at Millennium battling it out versus Rockhat, going 6-4 versus a 3-7 here.
Yeah, what a strange season Rockhat has been having. They were in the bottom of the standings, and now they're kind of starting to look better. However, they get first blood in this game. Yeah,
and giving overpower first blood is not the way to go. However, 21 minutes in, Millennium gets caught out again. They take down Lucian. Cretan not having a good day.
Getting a little bit kicked around. A big fight at Dragon here. Rockhat up 3,000 gold and just trying to make something big happen.
And a great teleport in from Zazis on this one to really throw the Dragon fight in favor of Rockhat. This really helped them secure the victory over Millennium.
Yeah, Millennium got the Dragon, but then lost pretty much everything else. Cretan just continually getting stunned by that Braum passive. Gets a triple kill for Corky.
Gives Rockhat the win, and this time on our next highlight, Millennium are back at it against the struggling Fnatic. Fnatic 6-5, so is Millennium.
Yeah, what is going on with these two teams? Peke wants to pick the Syndra into the LeBlanc. Early on, it works out pretty well.
Yeah, they give Fnatic an early lead with this one. A little help from Yellow Star never hurts. Those supports getting a little bit of
auto
Roma.
Attacks for that kill, surprisingly. Peke just kind of loosen up for this mid-game.
Then at 16 minutes, Fnatic try the old Fnatic Bush play, but this one backfires on him a bit.
Yeah, Cottonex was invisible, and that in fact turned the tides here on Fnatic. The counter gank from Eve really got Creatine going, which turned the tides in this game. And the dives from Millennium. Their team had so much initiation.
Usually it's Fnatic going in for the dives, but Millennium was in the driver's seat this game. Those kills were just too much for Fnatic to handle.
Yeah, hugs all around right there. Kevin making the move to Millennium, but now finally getting some rewards.
And to close things out in London, the first place Alliance actually had a tough time against the last place Wolves here. We actually see Young Buck going early on Aurelia.
You would think that Alliance would know what to do against Aurelia, because it's all Wicked has pretty much ever played, but Young Buck was actually the one taking Alliance to school in this game.
Then at 32 minutes, the crazy fight leads to a Copenhagen Wolves ace. Now, it doesn't look like it at first.
Yeah, how did Young Buck stay alive?
Wait it
Flashing
out.
as the Morgana ult was about to hit him, barely missing the cocoon, and then it's like, all right, Alliance, they feel like they're safe. They forget about the teleports coming in from behind them. Airwalks and Unlimited are able to close in. This actually put Young Buck at 10 kills. 32 minutes into the game.
You could say he became a big buck by the end of this one. Definitely great play coming from him, but they could not keep Tabs down no matter how far ahead they were. 36 minutes, he started to pull Alliance back in the game.
Yeah, losing Twitch 1v1 for Lucian like that was not something the Wolves could recover from. And unfortunately for them, again, they have a close game. And again, they fall as the losers.
Yep, Alliance would outlast the Copenhagen Wolves and pick up that win, coming out huge. Tabs on the just up and up for that team.
Yeah.
But all of them coming out to play. Froggen when he needs to.
Tabs,
now the 80 carry as well.
Huge points in fantasy as well. And also hoping to pick up those wins.
That doesn't hurt. After 2 days in front of a raucous crowd at London's SSE Arena at Wembley, the European table sets up like this. Alliance continues to dominate the European League, and after their win over SK Gaming, they have a 2-game lead heading into today's matches. Now I'd like to welcome Trevor Quickshot Henry back to the show after his week in London. It looked like it was a great time in front of an amazing crowd, Trevor. They didn't let the fact that the United States has a better soccer team affect them at all.
Well, I think the people of Cologne might have something to say about your football team, Riv. Anyways, it was an amazing weekend in London. I think you're right. The atmosphere was incredible. The energy in the venue was immense. And I just hope you guys could feel it on stream wherever you're watching in the world.
It was absolutely it felt like you were there. And speaking of incredible, Alliance asserted their dominance of the European League once again with another perfect week, including their second win of the summer against SK Gaming.
Yeah, now Alliance have surpassed even my expectations, and they're pulling away from their only real competition this summer, which is SK Gaming. Their 10-2 start is the best in European LCS history ever, but it did take a full split of mediocrity before Alliance was able to adjust and reach their current dominant form. Now, Alliance, in my mind, they play a very patient play style. When they have a lead, they don't finish as quickly as SK Gaming do, but they also put themselves in less risky positions in most of their games. There are exceptions, of course, like last week against the Wolves, where Youngbuck almost single-handedly picked them apart. Alliance, though, they didn't get ruffled under the pressure. They were able to bounce back and send the Wolfpack back to their kennels. I just think Alliance are finally earning that super team badge that was sewn into their jumpers when the squad was put together at the beginning of the year by Froggen.
All right, Quickshot, good to have you back on the show. Have a great week 6. All right, now for a look at what the players are saying about the European League, I'd like to welcome Efia Shakster-Portra to the show. You have recovered from your road trip in London yet?
Well, I'm a bit tired, but I'm ready for the show.
All right, one team that's got to be feeling pretty good after this trip is Roccat. Their position in London was great, and just after a couple weeks ago, you were asking them whether they were going to make any roster changes after a rough start to the summer split. Now they're riding a 4-0 game win streak. First, what did you say to Roccat that has them playing so well?
Well, of course, I can't take any credit for their recent success, but I did talk to them. And when I spoke to Roccat after London, Overpow told me that after starting the season with a 1-7 record, they really needed to make sure to get wins to come back in the season. Now, as such, they played super safe and actually a bit scared, but they felt that that was the way they had to play to ensure victory. Selliver agreed with that and said that we were scared that we would screw up against like we did in our previous games in the season. But right now, the later it gets in the split and the more games we get in, and especially with Veggie, their coach, being back, we will only be improving. Now, when I spoke to some of the other teams about Rockat's recent success, I received mixed reviews. The Super Hot Crew's Mr. Riley told me that Roccat is a very weird team because last split they were bad at laning and won, but now they win the laning phase and lose the games. Now, Mr. Riley has also had quite a bit to say about Rockat's bottom lane, and I quote, "Vander has some of the best support mechanics in the EU LCS, but I think that Selliver is one of the weaker ADs." The Copenhagen Wolves' Youngbuck had some positive notes on Roccat. He says that they've showing great performances lately on many different champions and that they're becoming more diverse in their champion pool, which of course makes it harder for opponents to know what to expect. Finally, Millennium's top laner Kevin, who lost versus Roccat in London, says that he feels like the Polish squad has improved a lot recently, especially after week 3, coincidentally the week their coach Veggie moved into the house.
All right, Shocks, thank you very much again for getting the inside information from the players. Have a great week 6 over in Cologne. And now for the Super Hot Crew, they'll be heading into week 6 with a new full-time support. The crew announced yesterday that Yarrow will be taking over the support role for the remainder of the summer split. He has changed his name to Casing. The post went to say that it was a mutual breakup based on We Will Failer's inability to commit enough time to the LCS. And speaking of Week 6, the European LCS will kick off immediately following this show with 4 big games. Up first, the Wolves try to take a bite out of Fnatic, followed by Alliance versus Millennium. The Super Hot Crew versus Gambit, and SK Gaming taking on Roccat. Then Friday, Week 6 continues with 4 more matchups, kicking off with Roccat taking on Alliance and finishing up with Gambit battling the Copenhagen Wolves. And for all of those Week 6 games, as well as the 8 happening here in North America, the pros will be playing on the 4.10 patch. Let's send it over to Jat for a quick look at the changes that will have the biggest impact on the League Championship Series.
Yeah, and it's actually been a few patches since we've had one that will have as much impact on the league as this 4.10 patch. So let's actually take a look at what's changing. First off, obviously, is the Nidalee rework. She's not allowed in the LCS for quite a while until those changes take suit. So we're having no more nuclear-tipped spears in this week. Another thing that was actually changed, though, was Skarner. And this wasn't classified as a full rework, so he is operational. He's going to have a new passive, more move speed, skill cooldowns, and a more deadly ultimate. So if teams have practiced him, and if they're doing more of a standard lane setup, we might be seeing him. And as far as nerfs go in the patch, the champ that actually got hit the hardest was probably the most popular ratch since we've had Splinter. Twitch has been picked or banned in 81% of the LCS games. So the nerfs to his base damage, passive, and stealth aren't too surprising, but the big question will be, with the itemization changes, will those nerfs actually matter? And it's going to be on the LCS teams to try and test those theories. But let's take a more in-depth look at the AD carry builds. Now, the previous 4.9 patch, these were kind of the cost breakpoints of an unstacked Bloodthirster, a stacked Bloodthirster, and then the items you would generally build afterwards. Notice it was a very low price point for just the Zerker Greaves, the Bloodthirster, and the Doran's Blade to have 108 AD, a bunch of AS, some good lifesteal, and that was when AD carries kind of turned on and became powerful. Those breakpoints change in this patch, and it's going to depend on which build people decide to go with about when they become powerful. So the first build that we're going to look at is, what about the exact same build? What if you still wanted to do Bloodthirster? What would you have? When you buy it, it's more expensive now, 4,940 gold, but before you stack it up, it's actually a better item. So you have the shield, you have more lifesteal, you have more AD, but obviously a fully stacked Bloodthirster would have been better previously. When you start adding it to other items, the thing I want to highlight is actually the Trinity Force build, because the amount of survivability you now get out of this, when if you factor in a level 18 AD carry with a potential 440 health shield from the Bloodthirster, they're actually a really hard person to kill who's still putting out substantial damage. So while it's fairly nerf build early on, it's not completely dead. But what are the things that we're probably going to see a bit more of? I think the most common build is going to be people jumping back to the Blade of the Ruin King, and particularly with the buffs to Ghost Blade now lasting 6 seconds of move speed on ranged champions, we're going to see this build. It happens at 7,340 gold when they get really powerful, but the Blade of the Ruin King is the old price point for Bloodthirster becoming strong, which is what people are kind of attached to, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. So that could be a Twitch item, it could be a Lucian item even, this could be a Lucian build, or maybe even Vayne if people are picking it against more short-ranged compositions. And obviously Kog'Maw could still do his Blade of the Ruin King Triforce build. We could be seeing a lot of him. This is most likely the builds people go for in the next patch. But there's also the slow ramping build. What if you just want to abuse the fact that Doran's Blade now has lifesteal, try and stall in the lane, build an Infinity Edge, and initially transition into a Phantom Dancer? If you can make it to this 8,480 gold build, you are the strongest AD carry in the game at that point. But you're weaker up until the point you get that, so it's going to be a big risk if people decide to do that. This could be a Caitlyn build, it could be a really well-protected Kog'Maw, it could be a Tristana if we ever see it coming back. But those are some of the potential. So if we kind of look at this big picture, you can see the old 4.9 builds were cheaper than the newer Bloodthirster builds, but there's the alternate builds that we could potentially be seeing a lot more of on the 4.10 patch. And we're going to see different things that all these teams decide to do. We'll see a lot of different stuff, I think, in Europe and the North American LCS. But aside from all these AD carry items, the thing that probably impacts them more than anything else is actually this guy, the Randwin's Omen. The fact that it no longer has a passive movement speed reduction when they get auto-attacked, and the fact that the attack speed reduction is less, makes almost every carry better in the late game. They can kite better and they can deal more damage. There's not as many options to build to prevent AD carries from shredding you very, very well. But let's actually move on from the new reality of 4.10 patch to the LCS fantasy, and then actually take a look at the players who came up big last week, starting with our LCS sleepers for week 5. Altec and Celiver. Altec, 38.8 points. Another solid week. And if you're in an 8-team league looking for a reliable AD carry starter, it could definitely be Altec. Celiver also delivered on some favorable matchups. He scored 52 points, if you round up a little bit. Tabs as well had 61.7 points, which is the most of any player in the LCS last week. And I'm actually happy to say that we had our first correct fantasy pick here on the LCS preview show. Congratulations to @RichDite on your proper prediction. I'm pretty impressed. Tabs is not an easy guy to predict as the highest score. Now, if you think you can match Rich Dite's prediction skills, hit us up at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS preview. Let us know who you think will be the studliest pro for Week 6 of the LCS. I'm talking about fantasy points. Sadly, it's time to check out the dudliest pros from Week 5. And once again, it was Crumbs. He makes the list of duds fairly often, and he said he plays like a support in the jungle, and after 2 straight weeks of dramatically underperforming, looks like he might be scoring like a support in the jungle too, which isn't any good. Our second dud is Shifter. Not only is he no longer carrying Dig, he's no longer carrying fantasy teams either. And another guy whose numbers have been consistently lower than expected is Bjergsen. He was started in 93% of leagues last week, the 4th highest for any player. I think it's fair to say 92% or so of the fantasy owners wish they would have started someone else. But let's put the past behind us, because now it's time for this week's sleepers. And with all of the 4.10 patch changes we talked about, here are a few 80 carries that you might want to swap into the flex position. First, it's Genja. I know, I didn't think I'd recommend someone from Gambit either, but the last time Gambit faced the Wolves, Genja went 11-1-5. And he out-farmed Mr. Rouse by 30 CS in that game as well. Robert X. Lee is another guy you actually got to look at. They've actually already beaten Curse and Cloud9 this summer, and Robert X. Lee was the reason why. He went a combined 15-2-10 the first time those teams met, and you're hoping for a repeat performance. Our final sleeper, of course, is Cop. Even though Curse lost to Complexity in their first meeting, Cop still had good numbers. He went 3-0-7, and then he did even better when they last played EG, Curse's other opponent this week. In their first meeting, he went 6-0-8. But I also want to highlight a few of the players you might want to think twice about starting, maybe put on your bench. Crumbs, we said it again, and we have to say it again. His numbers have been crumbling, and this week Dignitas plays LMQ and CLG, so it's not going to get any easier. Then there's the Week 5 MVP of Overpow. Roccat is on a 4-game winning streak, and Overpow looked great last week, but this week he's playing SK and Alliance, and those teams just don't die. The last time Overpow faced these two teams, he went a combined 1-3-3, under Pow. Finally, a heads up for those of you that missed the beginning of the show, Casing, formerly Yarrow, full-time starter now for Super Hawk Crew. So if you have We Will Failure, it is time to drop him right away, because he will be giving you 0 points. But now that the Fantasy Leagues has given us plenty to talk about here in the previous show, the real players don't seem to need an excuse to talk, yell, and sing. A lot. Once again, we've captured the best for this week's edition of Ball Chat.
Shug, if you win, we get 2 stakes.
I'm pretty sure I can buy 2 stakes anyway.
Wanna play some ARAMs?
Do it. But. Go now!
Yeah, keep going. Good job!
Morgana, first pick. It worked out.
There is more Alliance fans here than there is SK fans.
Throw again.
I might as well be in a boy band.
Who's gonna tank? I don't know. No, we can't.
No, and then there's a trap.
Oh. You can't roll and trap.
I fucking got it, what the fuck? We can nest with this, we can nest.
LCS small players.
They have no Jinx ult too, it's pretty big. Yep.
Just give it up then.
I got it.
Oh my god. Okay, you're a fucking god. Is anyone super low? No. I have ultis though. Lucian flash, so time that flash. Nice. Holy shit.
They've stopped bullying us.
Yeah. Bullying.
Yeah. Stop making us think we're weird, Niv.
Prima donna girl.
Yeah.
All I ever wanted was the world.
On 3, we're gonna sing happy birthday to Helios.
Okay.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Ice ball.
I'm grabbing the
Ball
wave, shoving it top.
Give me kill.
Okay. You get. Nice.
Top tower.
Give me shifter.
No, stay on shifter,
I'm on the shifter.
I'm crouching. Comes next.
We
can
can
turn this, we can turn it.
Kill them all.
Nice. Go.
Oh.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job, man.
You know what, Kwa? Someone's always gonna be ahead.
Someone's
And it
always
just
gonna have
happens-
your number
It just
in
so
life.
happens that it's your enemy every time.
Oh my god. I want to retire.
He's got a point. Someone's always going to be ahead.
Yeah, it's true. But is it your enemy? Cop's kind of a mean dude right there.
That was a mean dude. Yeah. All right, last week the North American LCS did something it hasn't done in a long time. They played a regular season game on Thursday. I was having flashbacks to 2013 all week long. But for those of you that missed Week 5 of the NALCS, here's your flashback Starting with Curse taking on Cloud9. 3-7 Curse, a 6-4 Cloud9 if you believe it.
Yeah, Cloud9 trying to come back this season. They do not want to give up another loss. Coming into this week, they had 4 losses, which was the most they've ever had in a split. Good team fighting in this game against Curse after a pretty shaky opening.
Yeah, up 5-3 at the start of this one, but they're able to come out with a few more kills. This 26-minute fight just showed that Curse wasn't that superior in the fight phase here.
Big thing about this is Quas got the Lulu ult. He was huge, but he went in all alone, and the gold cards plus the Renekton stuns and all the control of Cloud9 just shut him down and made him ineffective.
C9 taking the win on that one. Up next, we have Team Solo Mid battling it out with Dig in the battle for a bowl cut on the line.
Yeah, this is the bowl cut game that will live in infamy. And this time TSM thought maybe they were turning it around until the shockwave.
That shockwave turns everything around with the rocket coming in from QtPie. He had a few nice rockets last week.
Yeah, his Jinx play is pretty solid. Shifter looked great on Orianna there as well.
All these mix-ups and matchups coming in. LMQ versus CLG, 7-3s matchup head-to-head.
Yeah, first time these guys played, it was crazy with LMQ stopping of Baron. This game was pretty crazy as well. Great counter gank in the mid lane here from CLG. Double for Nafra coming out of nowhere.
A little misplay by LMQ as they go a little too hard on that, giving CLG enough to take the victory. That's usually all they need. Next up, the 2 last place teams faced off when EG took on Complexity.
Yeah, and honestly, this one was about Altec. They have this duel in the bottom lane where it seemed like Altec was completely cut out of position. He gets hit by the hook. Where'd he go? The over-aggression. Everyone just ignores the Morgana ult. The Altec stealths up, ambushes him, and they pick up that clean double kill.
And already from Hathel, taking out Robert X Lee on that. This really set EG up to take this game away for Complexity, and they were able to do it quickly.
Altec had double-digit kills in this game after that sweet opening.
But Complexity would not leave this week empty-handed. Dignitas versus Complexity, 8-3 versus 2-9. Seems a bit lopsided.
Yeah, day 2 of the NALCS is where things got a little bit weird, because this is the team that just got crushed by EG. And now they're crushing the #1 team in the LCS. What's actually happening?
You could call it parity jab, but look at the focus of Complexity coming in here. They made it look easy.
Really seemed like Dignitas was not prepared for this game. They got ran over by Complexity.
Next up, we're going to highlight the 6-5 TSM versus the 3-8 EG, and it was time to get kind of Wild Turtle back on the game.
Yeah, he picked the Corki super early, was 2-0-3 coming into this fight, and then just runs EG down. EG could never reach Wild Turtle. Notice how he's taking almost no damage, and then he uses his summoner spells and dashes aggressively to finish off kills. This is Wild Turtle back on his game.
Team Solo Mid all around really having great play, and it's allowing these types of situations to happen more and more for them.
Yeah, that was a fight where Bjergsen died before even using his ultimate.
Yep. Moving in, Dyrus wanted more, but TSM gets the win. Nice and easy. CLG versus Curse we're looking at next. 8-3 to 3-8. A little lopsided. We'll see what the deal is.
Yeah, surely we thought one of these NA teams was going to go 2-0 last week until Doublelift gets flayed into the Yasuo ult. What a turn by Curse.
A really super close game until 27 minutes. That hook from Xpecial, so nice on the Doublelift.
Yeah, Curse, really a landmark moment for them where they came back after making a mistake.
And as we looked at LMQ versus C9, 2 teams that are 7-4. Like we said, every team went 1-1 this week. It was crazy back and forth.
And this is the strangest game because Cloud9 just got a quadra kill on Kasten and Baron into this fight where they get completely wrecked because they ran in without their ultimates.
Despite having that Baron Jet, like you said, a 4-for-1 LMQ would march down the mid lane for the win, and they just seem to be able to pick themselves back up off of any type of loss, off of any type of trouble.
What a strange, strange week and season we've been having. LMQ moving back into a tie for first place after that win.
It's going to be really a headhunt at the top of those standings, and now that 5 weeks of the NALCS games are sitting in our match history, let's take a look at where the teams stand now. There's a 3-way tie in first place with Counter Logic Gaming, LMQ, and Team Dignitas, all winning 2/3 of their games so far this summer.
After that is a tie for 4th between Cloud9 and Team Soul Mid with Curse, Evil Geniuses, and Complexity rounding out these standings.
All right, and now we have the pleasure of welcoming Team Solo Mid's coach and Loco Doco back to the show, as well as Bjergsen, the TSM player that won the right to cut his coach's hair during last night's 1v1 tournament, if you were watching it, and Josie, who's here to help make Bjergsen's cut a little easier. How's it going,
Make it a little bit smoother.
Not good.
Not good?
How come I'm not doing so well? I think we have a little bit different agendas here today.
Did you actually have anybody at the house that you wanted to win for the situation for a safer cut, or is Bjergsen the one to go?
I knew if Turtle won, I might lose a few ear tips or maybe eyebrows, so I'm glad Bjergsen won.
All right, guys. And now for those of you wondering why Loco's wearing a smock. Last week he came on the LCS preview show and announced a bet that he made with Dignitas' coach Scara. Check it out.
All right, I heard you have a bet with Scara about this match as well.
Oh yeah, the loser gets the bowl cut.
Dignitas to take the match, and Loco Doco to take the bowl cut.
Full cut. I mean, you're all smiles back when you're making the bet.
That brings us to now. You've returned to the studio. I gotta say, we do commend you for coming back and actually holding your end of the bargain. We do know how much you love your hair, Loco Doco, but it's gonna be happening now.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any last words to your hairdo? I know you actually do keep very good care of your hair in most occasions.
I mean, I made a bet, I lost. What am I gonna do about it?
I think from now on, you can just ask Kiwi about some tips about his hair, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, bonding moment.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, Bjergsen, go ahead. Let's get cutting.
All right. You want to put it on? All right.
Got a nice Dignitas bowl.
Thank you, Josie.
All right.
Don't go too short.
A little more.
We can always.
Have you done this
hair
before?
grows.
Bjergsen?
Maybe like once or twice.
Oh man.
Straight across the front. Make it look good.
All right.
There you go. Get aggressive like level 1. Right inside. There it is. There's a flash ignite. That's what we're looking
It's actually
for.
a pretty good first cut. It's a
was.
little short, maybe.
It's nice. What do you think, Josie? I think you got a nod from the hairstylist.
He's looking pretty good.
Absolutely.
Looking pretty good.
All right. Beautiful job. Now, while Loco gets his locks cut, we've got to talk about something that happened for the first time in League Championship history. Every North American LCS team went 1-1. Last week, last place Complexity upset first place Dignitas. The Evil Geniuses took out Complexity, but got beat by Team Solo Mid, who then lost to Dignitas and earned Loco his new haircut. The same goes for the other 4 teams, with CLG beating LMQ, who beat Cloud9, who beat Curse, who beat Counter Logic Gaming. And while last week was a historical first, it does make the argument that there is more parity in the NALCS than ever before.
Yeah, last week didn't seem to make too much logical sense. There's a few reasons why we're seeing more parity in the NALCS and why we had our first 1-1 week in history. First, we're seeing a lot more inconsistency from the top teams, particularly Cloud9. Coming into the summer, they had dominated the first 2 splits. They'd only lost 7 LCS games over the last year, including the playoffs. They've already lost 5 this summer, Riv. You could say part of that is the improvement of top-tier teams like Dignitas, COG, TSM, and the emergence of LMQ. But those squads only equate for 3 of the 5 losses Cloud9 suffered. The other 2 are at the hands of Complexity and EG.
Go figure.
Yeah, another reason of the parity is the entry of the aforementioned LMQ. You know, even though they've had their share of ups and downs, LMQ's tied for first place. And when you add a team in first place in place of a team like Coast, who is consistently in the bottom 3 of the standings, the league just gets tougher overall. But it's not just the team and the talent that's improved, it's kind of the preparation as well. Last year, during the summer split, only 3 teams had an analyst. This year, all 8 teams have people helping them out as a coach or an analyst. And we've talked about it before. Game prep isn't just about picks and bans. It's more about coming up with level 1 strategies. It's about developing methods to squeeze out every extra bit of experience while simultaneously starving your opponent. And not only are the number of coaches increasing, the quality is as well.
Right.
You know, even the coaches that were coaching previously are better at it now, and they're more experienced. So the addition of analysts have allowed teams to take their games to the next level, and it's paying off with more competitive games, which is better for the league and the fans.
Absolutely. Now, coming up this weekend, we have 8 more highly competitive North American games, so don't worry. Up first, it's Team Solo Mid. They're taking on Counter Logic Gaming. Then Complexity looks to make it 2 in a row against the 2-time NA champs, Cloud9.
Yeah, then on Sunday, our coverage begins with Cloud9 taking on the Geniuses, with Curse and Complexity finishing out Week 6 and most likely scoring a lot of those fantasy points.
That's right. All right, it looks like the bowl cut is almost done, but first let's count down the biggest plays from Week 5 in the League Championship Series, or as Loco Doco's hairstylist calls them, the Penta. All right, coming in at number 5, Yarrow with a massive tidal wave to catch all 5 Copenhagen
going
Wolves.
more towards the front. He wants a cataclysm down. That's a good tidal wave coming in. And Mima absolutely clapping on them from the back. We'll see the Destiny use. Are they going to be able to finish off? Countdown dodges a bit of damage, but it's 2 coming out now. Make that 3 for Mima.
At number 4, The Great Escape starring LMQ's Vasily.
See if it happens right here. In and out, quick enough to get someone to die. Whoa! The Lantern on the other side.
Yeah, COG threw the kitchen sink at LMQ right there and still didn't come away with the kill. So Vasily somehow makes it out.
And at number 3, Double Lift zaps a dragon.
Rushing down this dragon. Heals from Quas, get Dominate back up to Half-Life, and Link not going to be there for this.
Oh my gosh! The zap from Double Lift as he fixes his glasses and goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, they don't have their jungler. Okay. Just give it up then.
I got it.
Oh my god.
Okay, you're a fucking god.
Coming in at number 2, Altec shows off some fancy footwork on Twitch.
Doing quite a good job on blue. They're hooked onto Altec, and he is so
grab.
low.
What a great soul shackle as well. Pulled in for the rest of the damage. Robert Exley throws down the relentless pursuit. He should have the finisher.
Wow.
They trade it back and forth. This may have been a mistake. Crepo's now ready to go on this one. Altec turns for the last shot. And your #1 play this week comes from Insect. I mean, Airwax.
Hold on to this one. Wow! Airwax going very deep, but it kicks in Froggen. He gets the kick. Intervention used, and Youngbuck now the focus of that one.
But check this fight out. You can see it all starts off. Airwax goes very deep on this one. Had that Lee syndrome deep in there. Flashes across, kicks Froggen straight back in there.
Now, if you missed any of today's LCS preview show or simply need to watch it again, then head over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, there to the right of the leagues and to the left of tickets, you'll find our digital home with VODs of our past episodes, and also this one.
And now it's time to reveal to the world Loco Doco's new haircut, Bjergsen. Ooh.
Wow. That looks pretty good.
I think it suits you.
Yeah.
It actually suits you. Yeah. You could rival the Kiwi.
Yeah, it is a little Kiwi Kid-esque.
Yeah.
At least you have the coloration in it as well, so you got like 2 tiers of hair color going.
Yeah. It brings out the bowl.
Absolutely.
Oh god.
So is the team going to embrace this now?
Maybe. Loco was trying to get more people to get the bowl, so he wouldn't feel as alone, but
The more I think about it, it's a little lopsided right now. So, I mean, we can always tidy that up in the future.
We can always go shorter.
Right? I can cut some more.
There you go. All right, everyone, that's all the time we have for today's show. Thanks for watching.
Previously on the European LCS.
Show me what you got.
Gary dives into the middle of them. Kevin will go in as well. That's a double kill for Creative, and this is going to be the game for Millennium.
Thunderbolt's not going to be focused. Overpower will. Wow! And camera shot. Oh my god!
Oh, he's going back to top. No, he's going to throw 1v1. They kill each other. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, and alongside Martin Fischer-Lunger, we're back from a fantastic event in London. We're here to bring you week 6 of the Summer Split.
And last week's London Roadshow was amazing. And we just want to say thank you again to all the fans who came out to support their favorite teams, and casters, of course. But it's good to be back here in Cologne, and we really have some exciting games ahead of us.
It certainly is. And before we get started, let's take a look at the standings here in Europe. Alliance are, of course, still riding high in first place now with 10 wins and 2 losses to their name. And the closest team behind them is 2 games back right now, and that's SK Gaming in second at 8 and 4.
Millennium is next in third place with 7 wins and 5 losses, and Fnatic and the Subaru crew are tied for 4th in the middle of the table with both 6 wins and 6 losses.
And here are the 4 matches coming your way today. We'll start things off with the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Fnatic, and then Alliance will face off Millennium.
In the second half, the Subaru crew will take on Gambit Gaming, and we'll end the day with SK Gaming against Rocket.
And as our matches play out this week, these will be the 5 players that we'll be keeping an eye on. First up, I chose Overpower because he was the Week 5 MVP and has been a crucial figure in guiding Rockout to their current 4-game winning streak. His return to that spring split form has seen him amass a 20 KDA last week, and teams are going to have to be working on closing him down here in Week 6. Next up is Youngbuck. He had the best performance in the LCS so far versus Alliance on Irelia, where he went 12-3-5. And it was really nice to see him rise to the occasion in London, but I'm just curious as to whether he can bring that form back to Cologne this week.
And my first player to watch was actually in the same game as Youngbuck, where he went on this amazing streak with Irelia. We have taps now. his play on Lucian against Copenhagen was absolutely fantastic. And overall taps, he's not the superstar when you think about Alliance, but yet every single time he does so well, and many people consider him to be the best AD carry in Europe at the moment. Kazing is the next player to watch, formerly known as Yero. With the departure now of We Will Failure, Kazing gets another week to prove that he's the support Subaru Collective wants to keep on the team, and if he plays like he did in London, I definitely think he's a good choice. Creaton, he's gonna be the last man to watch here. He didn't look too good on Lucian against Rocket, but then he really stepped it up on day 2 in London on Twitch, and it was a fantastic performance against Fnatic. And if he can keep his performance going, I definitely think he's one of the best AD carries in Europe.
And we'll have to find out how all those players do this week. Well, remember that you guys can find all the stats for the players as well as VODs of past games, stand-ins and much more at lolesports.com. And if you visit the schedule link at the top of the page, you can also vote on today's games.
Just click the thumbs up next to the teams you think will win, and we'll check your picks during the day. And if you've ever wanted to join us here in Cologne to watch the European LCS live and in person, just click at the tickets, or on the tickets link at the top of the page, of course, for all the details. We've only 5 weeks left in the split. You have to grab them while you can.
And now, of course, we'd like you to drop a little knowledge on us. Head to Twitter and let us know which European LCS player has had the biggest impact so far this split, and why.
So I actually have to say Kerb, both a good and a bad way, because he's really the person deciding if Millennium will do well in the game or if they're just going to fall flat and just lose straight up here. So Kerb for me, but of course we want to hear from you guys, so send your answers to us at LoLesports, and make sure to use the hashtag LCS, so we can highlight a few of your answers later in the show.
Well, before we head into our first match, let's take a look back at the European LCS trip to London last weekend and take you behind the scenes to see how it all came together.
This week is a special show because we've taken the circus on the road all the way to London, England.
We want to bring the LCS to as many fans as possible, and we have a ton of fans in the UK, and it's just a perfect opportunity for that.
I like actually traveling with the production. I like to travel with all the casters. Be here together, we hang out, we live together for a few days, and we just we have fun.
I didn't expect that we were going to sell this place out, so when we did it and did it quickly, I was very surprised.
The LCS is a very complicated show with a lot of moving parts. When you take all those moving parts and you bring them somewhere new, there's extra complications.
This control room is where the whole team comes together in the Los Angeles portion of the show. There's a control room that's down on site in London in a truck where they're controlling the other end. And so at all times we're communicating all across the globe to put together this one show.
For this London show, we have a very small amount of time, so we have to make sure we're really efficient and we get everything done. Every minute is just super, super important for us.
I always want to do another 2 hours of rehearsal. I want to have another hour with the script. I want to have another 2 hours with the casters. But it's that same time crunch that makes you excel and try new things.
A couple hours before rehearsal time, we walk the floor and we get all the caster stations and all the other elements behind the scenes ready to go.
We've just gone through rehearsals, so everything is set, ready to go. We hope everything is going to go off without hitch.
20 in a box, move, take.
I am Lee D-Man Smith. And I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry.
I like you, my friend.
It's good to be casting at home, that's for sure.
Even though I'm on the other side of the globe, looking at this, the adrenaline like rushes through you. As soon as I walked in this morning and the fans started getting in there, you just get this like...
It's so nice to be in a full arena and see all those people that are cheering for the same thing.
It's not slow because, as you can hear, the audience just brings a whole level of energy.
We have two fabulous British casters on our team. Joe and D-Man are fantastic, and they were so happy to be at home.
Best moment was hearing the entire crowd chant my name, and it literally brought a tear to my dad's eye.
We love you, Miller! We do! We love you, Miller! We do! Oh, Joey, we love you! Way!
Thanks, guys.
Great show, everyone. GG. Before you know it, the day's over. It's time to reset and write the next day.
For myself, Joe, Quickshot, Deficio Shocks, and the entire broadcast team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Really, really amazing event. I think Demon summed that one up perfectly for both of us. It was pretty special to be casting at home.
I have to agree. I mean, just being there with you guys as well, hearing the crowd go crazy, and the British crowd is a bit special as well, with some of the things they yell.
Special? Wow, that's an interesting word.
In a good way.
In a good way, of course. And guys, with that, let's kick off things here for our first LCS clash of Week 6 as the Copenhagen Wolves take on Fnatic. Last week in London was another bad week for the Copenhagen Wolves, at least results-wise, as they lost both games, but they seem to show a real marked improvement in how they actually played the games.
100% agree. I mean, the Super Hot Crew game, they lost in the very last team fight in the late game. Against Alliance, of course, it was this fantastic back and forth game. So overall, they actually looked a lot better, especially Youngbuck on Aurelia. You highlight him yourself as a player to watch here. Such a great performance. He was everywhere on the map. Wicked afterwards in the interview. He even said Youngbuck, he just played his heart out. It was beautiful to watch.
And the Wolves are all alone, though, still at the bottom of the table, and really, of course, need to get wins to move away from that. But my question is, how do they do that? Because despite playing well, they've still not been able to pick up the points.
So normally the issue for Copenhagen Wolves is they rely a lot on the AD carry to do all the work here. So I really feel the solo laners, Kautot and Youngbuck, they have to step up again. They have really they need to perform. I mean, Woolite, he has all the pressure on him pretty much every single game. They often build comms around him, where they just want him to get some farm, get some kills, and then he can try and carry the game. If the solo laners step up here, it opens up for him to make more plays, and therefore the entire Copenhagen Wolves team will do better.
And maybe with 4.10 coming in, the AD carry is going to play a bigger role. That may just work out in the Wolves' favour. And despite the fact that Fnatic had a 1-1 week, you could also argue that they actually look worse in-game than the Copenhagen Wolves did. They struggled against a Gambit team with 4 substitutes, and they were completely controlled by Millennium.
And the weird thing for me with Fnatic is they often tend to have a bit of a weird pick and ban phase. And we saw the same thing against Millennium. Just to highlight a few of their picks for them. They first picked Lee Sin for Cyanide when Evelyn and Elise was open, so they didn't actually take anything away from Millennium. At the same time, they gave them LeBlanc and Twitch, 2 picks which fits perfectly in a pick comp, which is the only comps Millennium actually win games with when they play pick comps, when Curb is playing Assassins. So it's very weird to see them, the pick and ban phase. We can say, though, they're the last team now to get a coach. Aaron Ayer was officially put up as a coach now last week. We need to see if he can sort out their pick and ban phase for them.
We'll move into a little bit more individual players here, and that man in the middle of your screen right now, Reckless, he's always been a big player for them, a superstar AD carry that can be a huge factor in their games.
Yeah, so just his numbers, I mean, they are perfect. He has the best KDA in the league. He has the least amount of deaths. Overall, though, you'd say when you look at his numbers, this guy is a superstar. I agree he is. But he plays too passive, in my opinion. He's not there when a team really needs him in the late-game team fights, and he needs to be more aggressive. He needs to help out once he gets the lead to really carry the team to victory. And we need to see how he can adapt to the new changes. Now in 4.10, I mean, Twitch and Lucian. Twitch got nerfed a little bit, and Lucian, he's going to build different item-wise. Can he adapt to it? And is he going to play the Vayne? I mean, he used to play it so often, and now it should be a viable pick again.
Or something like Tristan, I remember from his Wolves time in Fnatic before he actually turned 17, was able to play in the LCS, looked very strong with that. We're going to find out here shortly, but first we're going to check out the starting lineup, starting on the blue side with the Copenhagen Wolves. They are Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Kautot in the mid lane, and the duo of Woolite and Unlimited.
And on the red side, we do have Fnatic with Source in the top lane, Cyanide as the jungler, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar, of course, as the support.
So before we head into picks and bans, let's check out your predictions. According to LOLesports.com, you picked Fnatic by 88%. Copenhagen Wolves, they're bottom of the table. Fnatic didn't look so amazing last week, but just by table position alone right now, Fnatic on paper are the big favorites for this game.
100% agree. One thing I worry about, however, is actually how much these teams have practiced now on 4.10. Because we were in London, we came back here, instantly had to go home, scrim, prepare for 4.10. It's a big patch, there's a lot of changes here. We need to see which team actually adapts the best.
Well, we'll be finding out. We're going to get into picks and bans here in just a couple of moments, but now that we're on this patch, there's still quite a few unknowns for us. Let's just go through things. Nidalee not available to be picked here because of the rework. However, in the same note, Skarner, who's had quite a few changes, is available to be played. So there may be some slightly different picks coming out here in week 6 than what we saw in week 5.
So jungle-wise, I still think we have Lee Sin, Elise, and Evelyn as like the top picks. But right under, Skarner comes in here because he's a very, very strong pick. He provides a lot of CC. We might even see him in the top lane. I've heard a few teams like to play top lane here, and you can set up ganks very easily with this top lane champion. So there's a lot of options with Skarner, but in general, everything has changed here, especially for the AD carries.
Going to be very interesting to see how things are picked and, well, how they're built as well, especially down in that bottom lane. Let's find out here as we do go into bans and picks between the Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic. And the first ban out of the gate here is going to be Aatrox for the Copenhagen Wolves. Fnatic not really showing too much. Kassadin is still Kassadin, banned by the red side. Pretty much every time, unless it's Millennium on blue, then they'll ban him themselves.
Of course. Aatrox ban here, I actually feel like it's because of the patch where, in my opinion, top laners who has inbuilt sustain, I mean Aatrox sustain, Renekton has sustain, they are stronger because the lifesteal nerfs. We can talk more about it in the game once we actually see the picks here, but I feel like that's the reason Copenhagen was banned away, because lifesteal was nerfed on items, therefore it's so much stronger on champions.
Well, let's have a look at the others then. Morgana and Evelyn taken away by the Copenhagen Wolves. And on the other side, Twitch taken away by Fnatic along with Jax. That's left Kayle up. And we've seen how strong Kayle has been. The Wolves not hesitating here to pick that champion in as their first choice.
And I think they remember Mima playing Kayle against them and going completely crazy in the first day of week 5 in London. And obviously here you can both go to the mid lane, could also go to the top lane. Again, it's a champion, you have your own heal, you can sustain in lane, and you can bully out whoever you're playing against. Remember as well, teleport now, 40 seconds longer cooldown if you teleport to your tower. It means a lot for the top lane, because you won't be able to be in the lane, take a lot of damage, go back to base and teleport back as often. So again, sustain means a lot more, where Kayle really shines.
So for Fnatic then, locking in their bottom lane, we're going to see Thresh going into the hands of that man on your screen, Yellow Star, and also Lucian here for Reckless. So no real big changes on his front. We thought that we may be seeing, you know, hyper carries like Vayne coming back into this one, but Lucian gonna be a very big pick. I mean, 93, let's call it 94% of games so far picked up. A solid first pick in your first round.
Even though Bloodthirster was a big deal for Lucian, it meant you had your mid-game power spike where all your abilities did so much damage because of the Bloodthirster. Even though it's changed now to only give 80 attack damage and you can't stack it any longer, you have different item builds now, which really works on him. Blade of the Ruined King into Ghostblade is going to be the big deal here, and it simply means you focus more on your auto attacks, and the 6 seconds of Ghostblade, remember it's changed now, so ranged champions can use it for 6 seconds. It was 4 seconds before, but the fact you can now build Blade of the Ruined King into Ghostblade, he has so much early mid-game damage with this build and so much auto attack damage. It's still very, very strong, and it makes Lucian a good champion.
We saw in the preview show a few plays coming out of Airwax on that Lee Sin, and he will get his hands on that for another game here up against Fnatic, and also deciding to lock in Bromin as the support.
Should be Lee Sin for Sanad if he follows the normal flow of jungle picks here, of course. Lee Sin is a big pick for Airwax, and he's a very good jungler. He makes a lot of plays, and I actually believe he's the jungler in the European LCS who's part of the most kills. I mean, he has the highest kill participation of all the junglers here, so it's a big deal for him. He has something where he can set up plays, and especially early game, because Copenhagen Wolves, they need to get this Kayle going, and whatever they get in for either the top or mid lane, the different lane here, they also need to make sure it can get going, so we get these solo laners going for Copenhagen Wolves.
So what will Fnatic go with here? Really running that clock down and deciding in the end to go with the Elise that we expected, with Evelyn ban and Lee Sin already taken away, and also then picking up Lulu for the top lane for Soaz, I'm guessing here.
I would guess as well. One of the champions who don't necessarily need any lifesteal because she's so safe and you can poke from long range so you don't take too much damage. Therefore, again, very strong pick. You can run teleport as well. And the thing about Lulu and Kayle top lane is even though you die 4 times early game, you're still going to be relevant in the game because of your ultis and because of just the way you actually work as a champion. So it means both these champions here can get shut down early, but they're still going to be good. And therefore they're very safe top lane picks, and of course they work really well in the current meta.
So what will the Wolves be settling in with this time around? Looking for the AD carry, and thought maybe that would be a Kayle in the top lane. It's actually going to be Ash locked in, and they take Renekton as well. So Kayle going to be settled in with Counterhard in the mid lane, and Youngblood going to be taking his Renekton to top. But Ash coming up, first pick here in the European LCS.
First pick, and I mean, you can now build, of course, Infinity Edge into Phantom Dancer, and once you hit the, I believe Jab was talking about the 8,180 gold mark, you actually become really, really strong once you have Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, double Dorans, and your boots. You are very strong, so as long as Woolite can survive the early part, where Reckless is gonna build his Bladed Ruin King into Ghostblade, but as long as you can get past that point, get to the 8,000 gold mark, he's gonna be very, very strong, and of course it's a very good pick here. And we have to remember, Mikhail's Crucible was nerfed, so it's harder to get for supports, and it was one of the reasons people didn't play Ashe any longer, because once you landed a stun, Mikhail's would just cleanse the target, easy peasy, walk away, and the ulti did nothing from Ashe.
So final pick then for Fnatic will be Ziggs, settling into the mid lane for Xpeke, which means we'll be seeing that Lulu in the top lane for Soaz, he's had very much a mixed time when it comes to these top lane AP champions. We'll see how he does here against Young Bucks Renekton.
Overall, both teams here running some very strong laners. I mean, Kayle, Ziggs in the mid lane, very strong against each other. Slight edge to Ziggs, but we need to see how the Fiend changes is actually going to affect this one, because Kayle didn't build the Fiends normally. Ziggs did. It's now nerfed. I think he's still going to build it, but he's going to take more damage from Kayle and going to have less, of course, mana regen as well from the Fiends. Up in this top lane here, Renekton, I want to talk about him when we get in the game, because there's some new tricks you can do on him here in 4.10, which are very, very strong.
Tricks from Deficio. And we'll see if Youngblood, that was our question. Brilliant game on Irelia against Alliance last week. We'll see if he can do it here against Fnatic once again. So guys, with these champions, do you think Fnatic is still going to come out on top? Send us a tweet with the hashtag CWWin or hashtag FNCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check out the results in just a few moments. 88% though was a pretty huge and convincing vote.
Right.
It may shrink a little, but I still think Fnatic are going to be favored generally. What are your thoughts, though, after seeing the two teams?
Well, so overall, they have a very standard comp we've seen many times before here, where Copenhagen Wolves with a few new picks. I mean, Renekton been kind of out of favor for some time now. He's back in 4.10. Only Freddy, I believe, actually played him in Europe. Youngborg now picking up, of course, an old main character for him. I like both comps here, actually. I really like the early pressure they can use from Copenhagen Wolves with Renekton, and if they get a lead, they can start fights with the Ashe arrow every single time and set up kills.
Two very long surviving teams as well when you factor in the intervention, the wild growth on Fnatic's side out of Soaz's top lane Lulu. Either way, we're going to find out exactly how this one goes down as we get into game for our first match of week 6. So Copenhagen Wolves taking on Fnatic.
So, Renekton in the top lane here. The reason he's a very strong pick now in 4.10 is the teleport we talked about earlier. Simply means it's harder for you to sustain in the lane against a lane bully like Renekton. Dragon also has been changed a little bit. It gives more gold in the early game, which means lane swapping is a bit more risky unless you feel like you can stop the lane swap. Therefore, Renekton, once again, as a lane bully, comes into the whole flow. Also, he can build Blade of the Ruin King and use it with his W, where he gets multiple hits every time he hits with the W here, and it procs every single on-hit effect from the Blade of the Ruin King, which of course now has been changed. It gives less lifesteal. The active is a bit worse than before, but you now have 8% current health on every hit from your auto attacks with the blade. So it's very strong on champions who auto attacks a lot or can auto attack very, very fast, which Renekton can do. For now though, Fnatic might be face checking.
Oh, they are going to be face checking. This one, it's yellow, so that flashes instantly. Q from Airwax has landed on Reckless, but does he want to follow this one up? See a little bit of apprehension here from the Wolves. The hook sipped aside from Fnatic in the end. Blowing a couple of summoner spells in there. I say a couple, which is obviously 2, but they only use 1. That was on Yellow Star in the end. He got out there very quickly after the initial damage came down.
So some very good disengage, especially with Soaz on Lulu. Landing his little lands onto multiple members from Copenhagen was slowing them down here. But a very nice setup from the Wolves, especially because they have Ashe here with her crit early on, trying to see if they can get an early kill.
So, looks like we're going to get both teams headed off to a more standard start. Although I say that, Fnatic have all 5 men, or 4 men at least in the middle. We saw Lucian recalling And it seems like they may put some pressure down now over by the enemy blue buff, which will be hooked here by Yellow Star, and will follow through as well. And that will be the start. So Fnatic going to be sealing the enemy blue, Airwax and the rest of the Wolves going to do exactly the same on the other side of the map.
And it was actually a very smart ward from the Copenhagen Wolves on the blue buff. I believe it was Youngblood while he was running to the top lane, just put down the ward, went to the lane. So he saw now the lane swap, which means he can move away from the lane, join in with the rest of his own team down the bottom side of the map here, and just farm up a bit with Airwax, and maybe put some focus on the Dragon. So we need to see if Fnatic want to send Yellow Star down with Cyanide and with Soas to try and stop the Dragon with 3 members, or they feel like they're just going to give up the Dragon and farm away in this lane swap.
And in the middle, that's going to leave them a little bit quiet. Kayle versus Ziggs. As you mentioned before, the changes to that Athene's is going to make it interesting to see how Peke actually starts his build-off in this one up against a champion which doesn't usually factor in that Athene's.
So Athene's, the nerf to Athene's, especially the magic resist nerf, which went down by 25, I believe it was, or was it 15? I'm just going to double check in 2 seconds. Still, the fact that you now have less magic resist means champions who don't build Athenes can trade better with you, and therefore they become slightly stronger in lane. Still, it's still a good item. You can still build it, and I believe he's going to do it here, especially because he needs the mana regen from the Athenes.
So Yellow Star is going to start to move around the map a little bit, coming down from that top lane, leaving Reckless all to his own divide there because, well, there's no real pressure on him. The Copenhagen Wolves have 4 men on the bottom side of the map. Are they going to be going for an early Dragon? Here we see, miss there on towards Yellow Star. Let's not forget he doesn't have a flash. He's used the exhaust, but it looks like he's going to be finished off here, and the first blood goes over to Youngbuck and the Copenhagen Wolves, and he's just going to TP to that top lane to save it going down.
So the Copenhagen Wolves expected Fnatic to move multiple members down towards the Dragon to stop them in case they'd started it. Therefore, they were just waiting. They never started the Dragon, never took any damage for it, and Yellow Star just walked all the way from top lane down towards to the Dragon to try and stop them. Sadly enough, no flash, and very clever play by the Wolves gives them first blood.
Now we see Warlight as well using that Hulk shot nicely just to get vision of where Fnatic were actually moving. Was able to slow them down and get out of any danger on that bottom side of the map. Right now, Peke winning out on that middle lane CS. If you look at the AD carries, there's not too much difference between them, however. I'm not sure he wants that now. Didn't realize that Yellow Star was already coming back into lane. Airwax had just gone up there for a little visit, but they're going to leave Youngbuck to his own accord in that top lane. Sorry, not even at half HP just now.
And Renekton is one of the top laners who can really hold the tower, especially once he gets a few levels and he can start clearing the wave or at least apply some pressure by going in and stun you, and the jungler joins in. Kautard and Peke though, trading back and forth here, definitely in favor of Kautard.
Yeah, not sure that Peke particularly wanted to bounce him back in towards him and allow for a couple more auto attacks to actually come through in that one. In the end, Youngbuck here we can see trying his best to get that farm in and defend his tower as nicely as possible, but he needs to be a little careful on that one to not end up blowing an early flash. Airwax actually will be the one that comes across to give him a little bit of cover. Looks like he'll be wanting to recall here in just a moment.
Still a very good ward from Reckless. Once they actually pushed the wave down to the tower, he just put it over the wall into the bush here. So they saw Airwax. Now he's up in his top lane here, and Youngbuck of course just trying to wave there with him. Teleport is very far away, so he won't be able to go back and then rejoin fast to the lane.
Don't forget that teleport, 40 seconds added to it when you come to the tower, so it becomes a little bit more dangerous to use it willy-nilly, as we often see a lot of these top laners do to move quicker up into a farming position. And that seems to be the first recall from Peke, so we'll see exactly where he goes with this Ziggs build. A little bit scared there of Kautard coming through. Unlimited actually waiting off to the side as well. That's a good ward who would have spotted Unlimited coming through either way. Top lane is still pushing though in favor of Fnatic, and just a couple more auto attacks from Reckless will be able to finish that one off. I could imagine that the bottom lane's in a similar scenario because there's been pressure on that for a while, but look at this. Airwax now coming to the middle as well. They get the slow on Peke, but it's about getting him away from this mid lane turret. They're calling Soaz now to middle to make sure that they can defend that.
So because the top tower is already gone due to Youngbuck being back in base and no teleport ready for him, they just sent multiple members to this mid lane. Peke was out of mana, so he couldn't wave there fast enough, and therefore they got some damage on the tower. Still, because Sana was there, had to back away, couldn't actually take it down.
And Youngbuck now could be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see how this all works out. And there we see 80-20 in favor of Fnatic. So has changed slightly. There's a hook's going to land into Youngbuck. Don't think he's in danger there, though. We'll just slice his way out of it. Actually, we did get a quick glimpse on the bottom tower of Fnatic, which is actually not as low in HP. Of course, it's the top one because that is now down. So a little bit less pressure and damage done by the Copenhagen Wolves on that front. And no early Dragon attempt. 7 minutes in, we have been seeing last week in particular, at least here in Europe, that a lot of early Dragons were done. Not going for it this time around though, the Wolves.
So the reason the early Dragon wasn't done this time was because the Wolves were just baiting it out, waiting for Yellowstar to move down without the flash, killed him, and therefore just went back to the lanes. But it actually bought a lot of time also for Soaz to just farm in this bottom lane here. He's been one-on-one against Woolite for most of the time, while Unlimited's been trying to roam around a little bit. He went to the mid lane, had to back away here. So Soaz been able to pick up some good farm, some experience. He's level 6 now, slightly ahead of Youngbuck here, who's been 1v2ing the most of the time of this top lane.
So let's have a look down the items. Seen a couple of different things coming out. Actually, we did see that Fnatic stole the Copenhagen Wolves' blue buff. The Wolves reply instantly by taking Fnatic's, but give it over to the mid laner as well. So Kautar going to have that to work with. Peke not going to get a blue buff this round. We can also see that he picked up the Chalice, so is going to be going to the Athenes despite the changes.
So again, it's still a good item. It still gives you a lot of mana regeneration. It gives 60 AP as well. I mean, overall, you can still build it, and definitely on a champion like Ziggs, who really needs the mana here. So it's pretty smart. And we actually see a lot of focus on his mid lane. Sana's been around his mid lane quite a lot as well, moving in, clearing the wave out as soon as Kautar was gone, and he backed away. He's been around to defend as well. So overall, a lot of this game has been about lane swap and then focus on the mid lane.
Kautar, however, though, is already up at level 7, which means got his ultimate and makes him a lot harder to kill. And look at this, Cyanide. Is he going to go towards his top lane? Youngbuck also level 6, as is Soaz. So we'll see if they can actually lock Youngbuck up, but with the mobility on Renekton and a flash still available for him, don't particularly see the damage being there by Fnatic to actually end up killing him. Actually, it may just change that as Youngbuck coming out takes half the health away from Soaz. There is an early flashes down in this bottom lane. Everything's thrown at Yellowstar. The Yarrow is going to come out. There's a flash over to the kick, and Yellowstar now in all kinds of trouble, but Airwax taking a lot of damage as well. Yellowstar going to flash away, and they manage to get the kill. Reckless though, being locked up by the brown passive, and now it's all on Woolite. 2 versus 1. Colleen comes out. Yellowstar's going to keep going, but realizes it may be too low, so Ziggs bomb comes down. Doesn't actually land in the end, and that will be a 2-0 in favor of Fnatic, and they're going to keep going here possibly as well towards the Dragon top lane. Youngbuck did go down to that gank earlier on.
And we did talk about how Ashe needs time to build up. She needs around this 8,000 gold point before she really becomes strong. Therefore, Lucian is just so much stronger in this stage of the game, and the gank. Fnatic just turns it around. We're just gonna see it again here. Actually, we're gonna see the top lane. Soaz, first of all, he plays very stupid on purpose. He wants to bait out Youngbuck to go towards him, so he just walks in his face. Now Youngbuck, because the tower is gone, there's nowhere for him to run. Just gonna be chased down here, slowed every single time. Easy kill for Fnatic. And down his bottom lane at the same time, Reckless picking up the double kill. He already had the Cutlass here. There was a PF sword still on the side of Ashe. Sana, he's in trouble.
He's in a little bit of trouble, however, he does have Soaz coming in. Peke will move to the side. That's a good minefield. Will slow down both of them, and they're going to go for it here. Intervention used, but a good satchel charge brings them back. Hook comes out from Yellowstar, traps him against the wall. That's Soaz getting the kill, and there's a lantern to get him away. 1 for 1 in the end. Airwax gets off to a ward as well to keep himself alive. Soaz couldn't quite get around to chase that one. It's an exchange in the jungle.
Once again, Fnatic are there with multiple members trying to win the fights here. They didn't need him down the bottom lane before, but this time around they needed 4 members. Soaz though could just teleport to this top lane instantly. Youngbuck already used his teleport before, couldn't join in for the fight. Overall though, Fnatic winning out on the small fights.
Didn't expect Youngbuck to be killed in that top lane, and obviously I was proved wrong with that one. I actually got both of them pretty low and probably left guessing then if I'd have actually just stuck around and fought them straight up, maybe I could have taken one down with me. Meanwhile though, he's coming from that top lane down towards mid, already a pink ward in position though, will spot him out, and there's the second one for him if he actually spots it. There we go. So he's going to clear both of those out. A bit costly there for Fnatic.
Yeah, losing 2 pink wards. Never a nice thing, and Copenhagen was instantly moving towards the Dragon because Youngbuck moved from this top lane. Soaz is going to join him, however. We should see a 5 versus 5 if Pekka gets here in time.
So Look down the ultimates. We have intervention back up. The Ash Arrow is in there. The bomb already used by Peke to get some early damage in. And a couple of minion from the Copenhagen Wolves fairly low as he comes across the side. Dragon is low, but still not taken. There it is. Airwax will finish it up. Last second intervention onto Youngbuck, but he won't be able to escape. And now they're looking for more. Countdown in the back of the Dragon Pit, completely isolated. Cyanide flashes over, gets the cocoon, and that's 4 men down. I'm not sure if Woolite can get away from this one. It's all going to be about whether Cyanide can land the shot. No, not quite. Woolite got the speed on him, but 4 men taken down by Fnatic. That's a win-win scenario. The Wolves did get the Dragon, though, as a consolation in that fight, I guess you can say.
Well, I'm actually very surprised they decided to start the Dragon. We're just going to see the replay again. Fnatic, they come in from multiple sides. Unlimited, he was very low from the poke already. And yes, the Dragon went down in favor of Copenhagen Wolves, but everyone took so much damage. They were just standing in a group. Easy for Fnatic to win this fight here. Chase on, picks up 4 kills. And the thing is, Copenhagen Wolves, when you play Ashe, when you play Kayle, you need time to build up. You're against a Lucian, you're against a Ziggs, and a Lulu. All these champions are very, very strong at this point, especially now. Once the Blade of the Ruined King gets completed from Reckless, he's going to be very strong in this early mid-game. So I'm not sure why Copenhagen Wolves are forcing objectives and team fights, because it's definitely in favor of Fnatic.
And there is the Blade of the Ruined King done. Also got himself the Brutalizer, so working up towards that Youmuu's Ghost Blade as well, which Jack talked about extensively earlier on, and we're seeing a lot more AD carries picking that one up. Fantastic item for its price.
Yeah, it's gonna make you so strong. You need around 7,000 gold for the Ghost Blade and the Blade of the Ruined King. And the whole idea, especially on Lucian, is you now rely a lot on your passive. So you get this double auto attack where you do 8% of the current health of the target on every single hit you do. So your entire combo is not about your abilities any longer. It's just your passive auto attacks. And of course, with the 6 seconds on Ghost Blade for ranged champions, you're very fast. I mean, you get 20% movement speed and 40% attack speed. So you have this 6 second window where you just do so much damage. And you can also activate your calling. Here's an engage though, Arrow coming in.
Arrow coming in, lands on towards the other side. Great play though. Peke actually joining the party as well as the intervention goes to Unlimited. But Countdown's going to get finished off. Half Fnatic got the damage. The Copenhagen Wolves have turned around, but they're calling ripping through them. Reckless now on a rampage. Woolite goes down. That's a double for the support Yellow Star. And Soaz is still chasing. He fancies a go on Unlimited and he will get it as well. Will they dive Airwax? I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Airwax goes between the towers. Gives Soaz a chance to actually get on this one. And there is the double. Would have maybe been better off just standing under his turret. In the end, it doesn't matter. He's an ace for Fnatic.
So the idea for Copenhagen Wolves here was Cyanide is not there. It's only 4 members. Let's engage, get a kill or 2, and back away. But because they're so weak at this point, because I keep referring back to it, Ashe and Kayle, they need time to build up. They can't win these fights. Even 4 members from Fnatic destroyed them. And just pick up even more kills, even more gold for Fnatic. Overall, this game is really getting out of hand.
13-2 in kills, 4-0 in turrets in favor of Fnatic. The outer ring completely down, that middle inner turret. 4th of the game, and the Copenhagen Wolves need to stall this one out for a long time. Let's just say at this stage. That Kayle nowhere near being powerful enough to have the impact that, I mean, look at Reckless here, 4-0-6, you've got Cyanide on Lulu, not Cyanide on Lulu, that wouldn't make sense, Soaz on Lulu at 4-0-5, they're actually going for Airwax, going to kick him back, Repel will actually send him to the backside, and like that, 2 versus 3, they're able to keep them away from Cyanide, and now Woolite's in all kinds of trouble, Soaz on him, he's got a red buff as well, Arrow used though, Woolite turns that one around, and there is, he's ticking away, but it's not going to be enough. Really, really well done. Didn't use the ult on himself.
Yeah, Soaz, he didn't expect the arrow in the very end from Woolite, so he saved his ult for such a long time. Yellow Star in trouble.
He's in complete no man's land, going to get caught. Countdown actually flashing in. Has he got the damage to finish off? No, Yellow Star getting away from that. And now Peke throwing it all back at them. Cyanide is going to be chasing in there as well. Repel comes over the top. Who's he going to go for? I don't think he's got the damage for any. And the cocoon miss, but Fnatic there able to turn it around and keep Yellow Star alive.
But Copenhagen also trying to find fights now, just not team fights, but just 1 or 2 fights here and there. If they can find 1 or 2 members from Fnatic out of position, they want to go for it, want to try and pick up a kill, and then back away. So they're playing a bit of an aggressive style of defending here by constantly looking for fights. And then, of course, Soaz down this bottom lane shouldn't have died. He just didn't expect the arrow in the very end.
I just noticed actually that top lane CS, Youngbuck 105 to the 58 of Soaz. Soaz is pretty much farming champion at this stage rather than going for the minions. Mid lane CS is level. Reckless got an advantage, not just obviously in CS, but in kills as well. 406, and he's closing in on 2,000 gold lead as well over the opposite number, Woolite. So we'll see how that one all builds up for them. But Fnatic, as you mentioned, when it comes to team fights right now, have such an advantage that Wolves need to avoid them at all costs.
And Ghostblade should be ready very, very soon for Reckless as well. And once he picks it up, we're just gonna see the burst damage he can actually do for those 6 seconds here when he activates it, and how hard it's gonna be for Copenhagen Wolves to actually kill him. Source here, he's actually doing the same build he's done before on Lulu, where he goes loads of Thorns into a Morello Nomicon. And in this patch here, because Morello Nomicon gives slightly more AP than it did before, it's actually a very good route here, because you don't need the Athenes, especially not when you're laying against the likes of Renekton.
And this Yellow Star going to get a hook onto Youngblood. No follow-up just yet, but the Lantern goes down, and they're going to go for Youngblood. Airwax actually there. That's a good kick to slow them down. Kautar comes in from the side, but they've got Cyanide now joining the party. Peke can come in from the side as well.
Oh, nice
actually going to knock Kautar up in the air. He still has intervention, though, so Peke not throwing everything, including the ultimate at him, but good damage either way.
Getting some poke here, Fnatic are just pushing down multiple lanes. We see Source in this bottom lane, one-on-one against Woolite. Peck is staying in the mid lane alone because he's 6, he can just wave clear very, very fast. And then of course multiple members in this top lane here, looking for fights as well. If they just kill one member from Copenhagen Wolves, they should be able to take a tower in one of the lanes.
Dragon is actually live here as well. It was a bit of a bloodbath last time with the Copenhagen Wolves getting the kill on the Dragon itself as the arrow comes flying through. Unlimited is only in the only one in range there of Soaz, and he damages him enough that the Copenhagen Wolves can't follow through on that one. We'll see if that has implications here now that we come to the Dragon time.
Well, the main engage tool from the Copenhagen Wolves are now down, and Source didn't even have to do anything other than just dodge a little bit to the side. So they can just start the Dragon here. They got full control as well of the river area. There's only one ward from the Copenhagen Wolves, but it's far away from the Dragon. Pops in one here, gets the timer at least, but not in a position to try and fight.
And there's Soaz straight away. He's going to teleport onto the top lane, make sure that Youngblood can't have a go at that one. Still a mass of CS behind, but a mass of kills in front, which is really helping him out there. And the fact is that Fnatic really, really far ahead now in this game. 4-1. The gold not too far away from hitting a 10,000 gold lead for Fnatic. And here is another blue buff going to be stolen away. This time we'll be giving over to Soaz on Lulu.
So blue buff here. Oh, they're going for Youngblood again.
And the hook.
Nope.
Wow. Not quite in there. Actually went for his position before the slice came out, but see that pretty much every lane except the bottom side is being a little bit pressured. Although I say that the top lane was pushed up further there by Youngblood, but down in the bottom, Woolite's trying his best here to get some turrets.
Yeah, they're actually giving Woolite a lot of farm here because Fnatic leave him to farm by himself. Don't really manage to punish anywhere else on the map, so Copenhagen Wolves for now, defending well. Will pick up a tower because teleport is gone from Source. He had to use the top lane just before, so he won't be able to defend it. And Woolite just building towards the points where he can become very, very strong on the Ashe here. Still need a bit of time though.
And while we can talk about how long it's going to take, because Infinity Edge is up, his way up as well to the static shift, but on the other side, that Ghostblade already done for Reckless. We also see a needlessly large rod for Peke on top of his Athenes. The shift was just completed as well by Woolite after he took down that one as the arrow comes through, but not quite in the right position. Soaz just stepping off to the side, and this could actually be dangerous for the Copenhagen Wolves, trying to hold on to this inner turret in that top lane.
Very, very close. There are only 4 members from Fnatic here. Airworks though taking a lot of damage trying to move in for the engage. Reckless now is down this bottom lane. Woolite should run down and join him and trying to defend the tower here. Overall though, it's basically just Copenhagen Wolves trying to defend. Fnatic trying to look for this one kill here or look for an opening and just some damage on the tower and just slowly try and grind them out.
And Youngblood yet to get a full item actually finished off. He got the cowl in there, got himself Cutlass as well, if I can remember the name, but this is the problem for him with Ziggs hammering away from that backside. Hard to hold on to these turrets, already down to less than half HP as Peke using the satchel charge to keep the zone going on, constantly damaging that tower. 1 or 2 waves more and that inner turret is going to go down. Bottom lane as well, Ashe versus Lucian. It's a Lucian with Ghostblade and that Blade of the Ruin King. I'm not sure that Woolite would be fancying his chances in a 1v1.
Definitely not. I mean, the upfront damage Reckless can do at this point is very, very high. He should be able to kill Woolite. Therefore, Woolite as well is just staying back and farming. He doesn't push the wave out as long as he's like, okay, is Reckless nearby? Not gonna push, just gonna wait. Reckless shows somewhere else, then he can keep pushing up.
So, with that inventory
Look here, look at Reckless down
done.
the bottom lane. He's just waiting in the bush. No Woolite, very smart play. Then he comes out and takes the farm.
Just camping it out, and that's going to pull Woolite straight back down there afterwards. Reckless, though, will be headed home. So I've looked down some of the other items in there. We're going to be seeing the Rabadon's Death Cap done for SOAS momentarily. Needlessly Large Rod and the Blasted Wand already done. Youngbuck finally finishing a big item here, picking up that Blade of the Ruin King.
So we talked a little bit about the Blade early on, and it actually makes Renekton very strong in split push and one-on-one in general. I've seen some very different builds. I've seen like Ghost Blade into, oh no, Reckless coming in, Source as well.
Yeah, strong in a 1v1, but what about a 2v1 with SOAS going in there? There's the knock-up, and that's an easy kill. Reckless now unstoppable as he goes 5-0-6. And it's funny, in the pre-show, we were talking about Reckless, no doubt world-class. Does he sometimes play passively? He's not been scared of getting his hands dirty this game.
No, definitely seems to favor the new item build here on Lucian. Has been doing such a good job overall. And of course, Youngbuck, he's very far behind. He's 1v2. There's nothing he can do. I mean, he has no armor at this point.
Yeah.
Against a 5-0 AD carry. This is just a lost cause for him.
So, trying to hold on to this bottom lane. You just have to feel that it's going to go the same way as what happened in the top lane, with Peke now moving down after pushing the inner turret in. Top lane's actually pushing in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves though, so that inhibitor turret should be fairly safe for now. But now with Peke moving in, another wave just going past the halfway point of the map as the arrow comes through. They're going to go for Peke, throwing him out the side there, but he jumps away.
Oh.
Can he survive this one? He isn't going to survive. He does go down with the rest of Fnatic trying to pick up kills. Good ultimate out of Unlimited. I'm not sure that Fnatic can actually fight this one. Woolite is going to force them away. Cyanide comes down, and the Wolves repel the attack down bottom. Oh, do they? SOAS going very aggressive. Going to use the Wild Growth on himself, but I think he might pay. Lantern comes out, and he goes off to safety. A messy fight with no real kills coming down except the one on Peke.
But still, Copenhagen Wolves looking stronger here. We have 2 items completed onto Woolite. It's what we talk about, where he needs these items to build up before he can really start to do some damage. It was a very good arrow coming in. Teleport on the face as well, and just picked up the 1 kill. And Fnatic just had to back away, except for Swords just trying in the end, being a little bit aggressive. Lantern was there to save him from Yellow Star.
Took that. I'm going to say calculated for Yellow Star.
Of course.
Telling him that that Lantern was down, have a go at it and take it if you need. Let's have another look at that one, starting with the arrow.
So again, it's very good engaged by Woolite, spotting Xpeke being a bit far away from the team. Just instant arrow him, nobody's there to help him in time. He goes down, and then the Copenhagen Wolves actually looking very good. Kautar's completely untouched at this point, and nobody from Fnatic can move anywhere because of the ult from Unlimited, just across the whole thing here. Sosto trying to flash Q, LX, didn't work for him and has to take the Lantern away.
I was going to say close to going down, but all those shields that he gets, keeping him alive. And we've got 5 seconds here until the Dragon comes up. It's actually the Copenhagen Wolves that are in position for this one already, but Fnatic starting to close it.
And teleport on Source, he should be able to join in case they want to fight for this one. Woolite arrow once again.
Oh, going towards Cyanide here, but he's just going to go up in the air. We'll come right down on top of him. Good Lantern. TP going to come in from the side as well. Where's the damage going? The hook comes in. They manage to get the AD carry. He gets the intervention on him and maybe gets Reckless out of the fight. No, Reckless has damaged too much for them there to double. Another double for Yellow Star. We'll see a kill for Reckless now as he starts dominating the game at 6-0-9. And Fnatic pick up 4 kills. Almost had the ace onto Airwax. They're forgetting the Dragon. They want the Baron.
I really like 4.10 so far in Europe. I mean, there's team fights every single minute in this game here. Both teams just going back and forth. This time around, it was Yellow Star with the Lantern, and then the hook onto Woolite, really being the MVP of the fight. Beautiful play by him. Fnatic picks up 4 kills, and now also the Baron. We're just going to see it again here. Sound actually being caught a little bit out of position, but because Yellow Star is in a good spot with the Lantern, he gets him out. Teleport comes in from Source, and Reckless just needs to stay by himself on this top side here, and then beautiful hook onto Woolite, engaged and even placed Kautar as well, so he's also an easy target to kill him afterwards. And overall, just a good team fight by Fnatic.
So you mentioned earlier on the changes to the random entitlement. As that replay runs out, and of course Fnatic picked up the Baron. I actually saw Cyanide getting himself frozen heart here.
So I was talking with Reckless before this game here about how strong minus attack speed items are now. So if you can build a frozen heart, reduce the attack speed of the enemy AD carry, you are going to be in such a good position, especially also because you're against a Kayle, which of course wants to attack a lot with his Hurricane, with the Nash's Tooth here. So overall, the Frozen Heart is very, very nice. But also because every single AD carry, due to the Bloodthirst changes, will focus on auto-attacking a lot more. Even Lucian, Graves, don't expect to see him a lot. If we do, he still has to build either Infinity Edge or Blade of the Ruined King, and therefore focus on auto-attacking a lot. So when you have Frozen Heart, even Randuin's Omen, these items or champions who can reduce attack speed, they're going to be very, very strong in here in 4.10.
So let's take a look at the big picture as we're approaching the half-an-hour point of the game. 18-4 in kills. Big lead on that front for Fnatic. The gold is sat already over 12,000 with 5-2 turret lead for them as well. So definitely their backs to the wall here, the Copenhagen Wolves, and with that Baron buff on now for Fnatic, they're going to come under a torrent of aggression out of the Fnatic team, trying to siege down these towers. And we see there already the damage coming on towards Kautar. That's going to force him right back away from it. Unlimited doing his best to try and hold them in, but he gets hooked, finished off, absolutely blown to pieces, with Reckless getting another one at 7-0-9 now.
And there's so much damage on everyone from Fnatic at this point here. We even see Xpek is delaying his Void Staff. He doesn't need it at this point here. Just go towards the Hourglass so he can dodge around the arrow, or in case he does get stunned, he can use it afterwards and try to survive some of the burst until his team can help him. So overall, Fnatic is looking so strong. Look at that form.
Well, that's enough to get them away from that turret. Copenhagen Wolves trying their best to hang on to that one. Bottom lane actually has still the inner turret standing, so that's basically a free turret here for Fnatic. They can definitely tank things up. They've got shields if nothing else in there as well. So we'll see how they work on that one. Good Q to spot out Yellow Star, but I don't see the Wolves maybe even trying to hold on to this inner turret. Too dangerous for them to stick around in the open there.
And also they're just so far behind in items. I mean, just look, compare the junglers here. Frozen Heart completed on Sanad, so he's doing so much work in the middle of everyone from the Wolves. Even Youngbuck wants to auto-attack at this point because of Blade of the Ruined King being so good on Renekton. So every single member just gets affected by Sanad if he's around them. And of course, Reckless now. Infinity Edge completed as well. So with the 15% crit from his Ghost Blade compared with the Infinity Edge, he has so much synergy between all his items, and the 6-second burst, insane. Oh. And that's a minion.
Yeah, flash hook from Yellow Star. Worth the chance to get that one started off, but the risk not really paying off for him. I saw the statistics there. Reckless got 15 kills ahead overall. As Unlimited gonna get hooked in and again taken down to less than half HP, and that may just be enough to get them. The turret, Youngbuck now gonna be hooked in as well. The bomb comes through. Kautar gets locked up, blown to pieces before he can even use his intervention. And there's another hook. What is with Yellow Star today? Landing them left, right, and center. The Collie comes through. Cyanide gonna get in there. Peke will actually finish off, and Woolite might not be safe here as he tries and does get back onto the fountain, but that's going to be the turret.
They have super minion.
Or maybe not. Fnatic just going to go straight for the base. There's 3 men down for the Copenhagen Wolves. First Nexus, so he's going down. Another hook landed, and another kill for Fnatic and Reckless. The Youngbuck will get away, but that's not going to matter too much. Actually, he hooked him as well.
Everywhere.
If you got 10 points for a hook, then Yellow Star would be outscoring every single person this week. What a fantastic game. Fnatic pick up the victory. And the Copenhagen Wolves, though, the woes continue as they lose another game.
But such a great game to watch because there was so much action all the time here. Yes, you can argue Copenhagen Wolves shouldn't be team fighting early with the comp they had, but they still did. And Fnatic was there to punish them, didn't just wait around. It was fights non-stop, over and over and over. And the game finishes well before the 30-minute mark here. So great game, especially great start game of 4.10.
Really, really good to see. Hopefully the games continue like this. As a play-by-play caster, this is kind of like heaven for me. But just to run through some of those Fnatic scores once again, starting off in the top lane, because we've always had doubts about AP top laners with Soaz, but he had a fantastic game this time around. 5-1-13 he finished by the end of that one. So Cyanide at 2-1-11, Peke 4-1-13, but Reckless 9-0-12 on Lucian.
Overall, I mean, everyone, especially Reckless, great performance, and really showed us how to snowball a game. I mean, that 5 minutes of waiting around, but as soon as they completed Ghost Blade onto Lucian, completed a Death Cap onto Xpeke on the Ziggs, they just went ham again, just look for the fights.
I have to give a very, very, very special mention to Yellow Star, because at the end, those hooks, one after the other, picking people out there. They couldn't hide from him. Even so, Youngbuck is right at the back of the fountain, and I think, okay, he's probably safe in there, but no. He hooks him in, pulls him back out, and they managed to get another kill right at the very end. Just a dominant performance. It was a 20,000 gold lead by the end for Fnatic. As you said, under 30 minutes it took them to actually win the game. And that's a scary thought going forward. We know that Fnatic is capable of this kind of game. They just need to show it on a more regular basis.
Yeah, and also on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, they need to fix up how they play with certain comps. I mean, again, when you have a comp where you need to scale up into the late game, except for your top lane pick, don't look for team fights left and right in the early game against Lulu, Ziggs, and Lucian. I mean, it was doomed to go wrong here. And of course, Fnatic took advantage and showed how good they can be.
Yeah.
Still too inconsistent as well. I mean, they're 6-6, or now they're 7-6. And this is the team who's been winning the splits or winning the LCS in Europe every single year, or every single split.
Every single split so far, indeed. We'll see if they can keep moving up the table. And for now, we're going to send it over to Shox, who's on stage with Fnatic's Reckless.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, I'm Eefje Shox, joined here by Reckless after that game, because what a game it was. Fantastic performance by you and the entire team. So we got to start with the patch and the picks coming in here. You going for your worthy Lucian, and then up against an Ashe in that first game. What do you make of those picks, and how do they scale?
I think it's not mostly about the picks anymore. It's mostly about which champions you can build Blade and Ghostblade on, because this is probably the best build right now. Like, it's hard to say already because I only played 1 or 2 days on the patch after London, but I felt like I'm more relevant in the game with Blade and Ghostblade than I am with like IE PD, because it takes so long to scale up. So I just looked for a champion that can build Blade and Ghostblade and be really relevant in the game, and Lucian is one of the better choices. Yeah,
you touched on that yourself, and I wanted to ask you about it as well, because you usually do very good in CS, but then sometimes you lack the aggressiveness to capitalize on it. So how much is this patch helping you, and maybe other factors as well right now?
I don't think the patch helps me that much. It's just the mindset I had lately that I was really passive in my gameplay, and I got a lot of slack from it on Reddit and stuff, but I don't mind much. I actually felt it already personally that I really were too passive in so many situations. So we have been working on it together because we noticed this as a team as well. So I've been trying in scrims to just do these aggressive plays. Maybe it feels like whatever. I just learned that this is my crush point, and then I try to focus on the areas really close to the crush point, and then I learn eventually when I can go in and when I can't.
So you say that this has been a recent development. Of course, you read things on social media, but you also have Araneo now coming in to help you. Does he offer anything else for you personally than he does for the team in general?
I think he offers a lot, actually. He's like a really good friend for me, and he motivates me to play more and try other champions and try other playstyles, because he like links me profiles of the Deft and Imps from Korea, for example, and he showed me like these runes might be good on this champion and this item build. So he's really good for us, I think, and it will help us looking forward to the playoffs.
Well, final question for you guys more in general. As you touch on the playoffs yourself, of course, we know you guys started off slow last time in the summer split, but you know, it's about time that it gets going for you guys. So how do you see yourself right now in the entirety of the LCS?
I think we're somewhere in the middle. Like, we can't expect more, but at the same time, we have Alliance and SK who's performing really well. So we have someone to look up to and to scrim. We might lose a lot of games, but we learn a lot from them, and taking points from them might help us develop our gameplay. And I feel like at least lately we have been doing better than before, even though we had a shaky performance in London. I think we're getting there pretty much, and hopefully in time for the playoffs.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Now, as for us, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to break down this game, and the first place Alliance takes on the third place Millennium. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Loser. Average player. So average. So average, dude. Dying to minions.
And Yellowstar now in all kinds of trouble, but Airwax taking a lot of damage as well. Yellowstar going to flash away, and they manage to get the kill. Reckless, though, being locked up by the front passive, and now it's all on Woolite. 2 versus 1, and now they're looking for more. Countout in the back of the Dragon Pit, completely isolated. Cyanide flashes over, gets the cocoon.
I TP, no? We
Go
fight
them. Fight.
Go trash, go trash.
Oh, Ashe. She has kill ulti. Renekton. Ashe after kill. Nice. Renekton. Braum. Braum set. Nice.
Down.
Welcome back. I'm joined here by Lee Deron Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down our first match where Fnatic got the best of the Copenhagen Wolves. And guys, with the new patch coming in, if we look at picks and bans, the most noteworthy must have been the Ashe.
Yeah, first Ashe all year for Europe. So trying to pull out a new champion. I had hoped to see an Essence Reaver if the game had gone that long. I do think it can work on Ashe, but unfortunately, the rest of the comp just didn't really back up the late game scaling. You had Ashe and Kayle, that worked very well late game. Lee Sin and Renekton worked very well early game, but it just didn't really come together for the Copenhagen Wolves, I'm afraid.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about the late game, of course, you look at it, like you said, they had the Kayle in there, Ashe. Everybody needs a long time. They had Lee Sin, which could have sped things up maybe for them, but the fact is they went into fights too early, as Deficio mentioned during the cast.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe that comes from almost winning versus Alliance last week and then having that confidence, and they try to make it all happen early.
Yeah, they really did go out of their way. I actually really like their lane swap dragon bait. Very early on, they picked up a first blood onto Yellowstar thanks to moving around the map quite efficiently and almost reading Fnatic very well. But the mistake they made is they picked fights at the inopportune times. The first replay that we've got, which we can actually pull up onto your screens right now, is that game-changing dragon fight. The Copenhagen Wolves roll this clip out. They start the dragon very early on. They're grouped quite tightly. But what I like about Fnatic is they're confident about the team fight. And look at Peke and Soaz on the top half of this map. They're zoning everyone away. As Fnatic are chasing the members of the Wolves through the pit, Soaz is right there to catch them off, to zone them out. And just a very aggressive flash over the wall from Cyanide to help pick up kills. Every single time the Wolves made a play for any objective or members of Fnatic, it got counted and read very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then someone who was at the better end of those trades was Reckless in this one, someone we did talk about a lot. And as what you've seen here, the way he played his Lucian, he said it just makes me be more aggressive. What do you make of his play?
Yeah, it was good to talk about because, or good to hear him saying it, because we've been saying it for a good few weeks now. I know, harping on about how he's been a passive player, and the fact that he knew it himself, he's been mentioned it, and he's obviously been comments about it, and he's reacted so well to it. Like you said, trying to find his trust point, how deep he can go, because last thing he wants to do is switch from completely passive to full-on aggressive and then start feeding.
Yeah, but of course, you're only as good as your support, and I gotta say, Yellowstar, even though he gave up first blood, very good performance here by him.
Number one, not cool, because he's on your fantasy team. Number two, Yellowstar hit every single death sentence he wanted to. Yeah. What I was very interested to see in this game was how both Yellowstar and Unlimited were working towards their itemization choices. And Yellowstar in particular, because of the changes to Mikhail's Crucible on 4.10, he actually picked up a very early Ruby Sightstone. He rushed Talisman of Ascension, which we don't normally see on Thresh. Then he went Ruby Sightstone, had the makings of maybe a Randuin's and a Sunfire Cape with a Giant's Belt and a Chain Vest. So he was going super beefy, super tanky. And it wasn't something I was anticipating because of just the changes to Crucible.
And you could also look at towards the jungle of Kyle. Cyanide went with the Frozen Heart instead of the Randuin's Omen. So we're seeing changes across the board. Obviously 4.10, a lot of teams got a lot of time to sort of settle into 4.10. There's a heck of a lot of changes in 4.10 that they're going to pick up on the first week. It's already showing very good signs.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe then as final, because you say there are so many changes. Trevor, what is one in this game that you found particularly noteworthy?
So I do think the teleport play was quite interesting between the top laners. We did see the teleports not necessarily impacting team fights as much as we have in the past because of the higher cooldowns during the laning phases. And I do believe that Soaz is working his way towards the Ardent Sensor, which is the new mana-based item, which is, in theory meant to be towards supports. But I'm personally going to be watching the top 80 carry and supports for all of today to see these new items, how they're picking up, and more importantly, in what order. What is the new pro level must absolutely have in each of those roles?
We can write it down and we go to solo queue and win. All right, now let's head back to Joe and Deficio at the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, guys. Our next match has first place Alliance looking to keep control of the top of the table as they take on the third place Millennium. And again, Alliance showed us that they are the best team in Europe right now. Another 2-0 week, including a win over their closest rivals, SK Gaming, shows that Alliance really are ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and one thing they do so well is they always mix up the comps and the play style they use. I mean, look back to London. They played a Siege comp against Copenhagen Wolves, and then they played a pick comp against SK Gaming. And it's so hard to prepare playing against Alliance because you never know what they're going to pull out. Froggen, for example, he played Yasuo, which is a champion that's been banned against him quite sometimes last split. 2 times this split only here. But he's also played Anivia, he's played Lulu, like he's playing so many different kind of champions. You never know what he's actually going to pick. And Froggen he knows every single matchup in his head, so he can always have a counter pick ready for whatever you're picking against him.
And on the other side, when I talk about Millennium, I kind of feel like a broken record, but it's hard not to talk about their inconsistencies. There's two very different teams that can turn up to games, and it's almost impossible to predict which version of Millennium are going to show themselves today.
And we saw two very different versions of Millennium in London. First game against Rocket, where they did nothing. And then against Fnatic on day 2, where they just did everything, and it was completely different teams to see. I mean, against Fnatic, they picked up 5 out of 7 Dragons, they picked up 2 out of 2 Barons, and took 10 towers. Against Rocket, they only got 2 Dragons out of 5, not a single Baron, and only picked up 3 towers the entire game long. And they played so passive. And one of them is actually Curb in his mid lane here. It's a bit weird with him, because against Fnatic, he only had 148 CS. But that's because he was killing people. He was making plays. Where against Rocket, where he fell behind and he had to farm, he actually had 201 CS at 20 minutes. So it's weird how it's bad for Curb to have a lot of CS. It's good for him to have low amounts, because then he gets kills instead.
Kind of difficult to predict what
it's very weird.
Gonna do,
Curb is special.
One thing that we can say, though, is that when the right Millennium team shows up, they look absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, the team stats for Millennium are great. I mean, they're the team in Europe with the most kills. They're tied for second most Dragon, and they have taken out the most inhibitors in the EU LCS. So while they might be inconsistent, they're still getting the wins. And they're now third place with 7 and 5. And if they win here, they extend the leaders again towards Fnatic, who's of course trying to catch up to them this week.
And Millennium feels like they've definitely, and I would agree with them on this, benefited from the addition of Cotton X in the jungle. But the focus for them in this game is a 1 versus 1 between Kevin and Wicked in the top lane.
Alliance right now one of the strongest teams. The rotations they have and just the team play they have, it's just awesome. And to play against that and to win against that is just a motivation boost for us.
I think Millennium is who they are right now. They don't play with rotations, they don't really play any fancy stuff. They pretty much just play like a solo queue game and then trying to add their different playstyles together.
We're still trying to figure out the best way to play the game for our team, what fits us the best, and I think we are on the good way to achieve something like this.
Right now we are in a good spot actually to get into the top 3, top 2. As soon as we had Cotton X, everything improved. We played way better, we had good synergy, we played really good in scrims as well.
I'm happy that people like my performance and that I actually am a good addition for the team and a positive influence.
I love playing against people that like to 1v1. For example, I like playing against Kevin a lot because we have 2 of the same heroes somewhat, and we just go fight 1v1 all the time, which is a lot of fun.
I'm always excited to face him 1v1, it's an exciting matchup. And if he's on his top, it's always a really strong opponent, which I have to take care of.
It's not like they are unbeatable or something like this, but it's going to be a really hard matchup for us. And I think that we're not going to try to surprise them or something like this. We're just going to play solid standard and just try to win.
And I think Creator nailed it when he says it's not like they're unbeatable. True. 2 teams have done it so far, but 10 teams have lost to them. Alliance are a hard team to predict and to beat right now.
Very hard. I actually like what Froggen said himself about Millennium, how they just play pretty much a solo queue game, which is why the pick comp always work for them, because they just action everywhere fights, and the rest of the comps don't really work for them. They need to work a little bit on it. But I definitely think if they get the right picks here, they can win the game.
Well, we'll see in a moment what comps they actually go with, but first we're going to check out the starting lineups on the blue side. First of all, with Alliance. They are, of course, Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs the AD carry, and Nif the support.
And on the red side, we do have Millennium. Kevin is in the top lane. We have Cotnex as the jungler. Curb in the mid lane, of course. Kreaton as the AD carry. And Jerry is his trustworthy support.
And that brings us to our featured matchup today, which takes place between Tabs and Kreaton, 2 AD carries who have looked very strong lately. And we've just seen, and we all know that 4.10 is kind of heaven for the AD carries.
Yeah, I think everyone will agree. These 2 AD carries have looked like 2 of the best ones in Europe lately. And the weird thing is, none of them are the superstars on the team. Everyone talks about the mid lane as Froggen against Curb here, yet these 2 AD carries always pull up big numbers and they can always help carrying the team. And we just see, I mean, both of them, they're top 4 KDA, and pretty much every match we see, once they get a good start, they just take the team on the back and say, you know what, let's win this game.
We'll see the 5th most kills in the LCS for Kreaton, 2nd for Tabs. both have played Lucian the most in this one. So it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. We'll see if that 1v1 in the top lane happens and if our featured matchup goes head-to-head in the bottom lane. That's, of course, coming up here shortly. The teams, though, are about to pick those champions, so let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com. Looks like 85% of you think that Alliance are going to win. And again, it's very hard to argue with that kind of number. 10-2 Alliance here against a 7-5 Millennium.
Exactly. I mean, they are the #1 team for a reason. They've been the best team in Europe. They've been the most consistent team in Europe. Only had a few mistakes during the way to the #1 spot here. Millennium, of course, that's the thing about them. You never know what's going to happen. It can come in as the best team ever and just destroy Alliance, or they can come in and do nothing and just lose the game on 20 minutes.
Yeah, so while we're, getting towards picks and bans, let's talk about that one, because Curb, we've already said, is a key member in this team. We've seen Ziggs bans against him before. Ziggs has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
We've also seen that champions like LeBlanc really fit his and Millennium's style, and they tend to do well with things like that. Do you think we're going to see a big focus on Curb from bans and picks?
Well, so seeing as his champion's actually been nerfed a little bit, I wonder if he's going to pull out something new. I think Fizz is very good here in 4.10. And it could actually be a pick for him if Froggen picks something he feels confident of laning against.
Well, let's have a look then. Your first ban's coming out from Alliance.
Really? Okay.
We may just be aiming at Curb as we take out Ziggs and Fizz. Other side, Kale, and a red side Kassadin ban for Millennium. What will Alliance be finishing off with here? We already know that Froggen feels at home on pretty much any champion you give him in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I like this Fizz ban here. Quickly mention, it could be the pick for Curb. They banned away, don't want to deal with it at all. And as you talk about the Ziggs ban against Curb as well. Target towards the mid lane, because Alliance know he's the guy who needs to get ahead early on for Millennium as a team to play very aggressive and get the kills.
So actually they take away Lee Sin from the jungle, and Morgana is removed by Millennium last of all, and Twisted Fate will be a very quick first choice here for Alliance.
And really also explains the Fizz ban here, so Curb couldn't play Fizz into Twisted Fate. And the thing about Twisted Fate on this patch is he's very, very, very strong. Simply due to LeBlanc being nerfed, her Q no longer silenced, so she won't be able to dominate him as hard in the lane any longer, which means he can actually play in pretty much any matchup. He won't be able to get kills, but he can always farm and then impact the other lanes on the map and of course get to his late game point where he is so strong. So he's a very safe pick, and also you don't have to build a Fiends on Twisted Fate. You can build Morello Normicon and have enough mana with your blue card. Therefore, this patch really benefits Twisted Fate in a lot of ways, and I want to see what Curb wants to play against it.
Leaving Jax open though from the bans here.
It's going to be
Wicked in the top lane. Yeah, Renekton, a champion which, as you mentioned in our last game when we saw him for Youngbuck, that he's really come back into his own. Also a good pick up against that Jax. Evelyn picked up for the jungle. For Cornex, he had his Lee Sin banned away from him, and again sticking to these three main junglers that we're seeing.
So we could expect Elise from Shook, and then of course Renekton for Wicked. Well, if he locks it in, or maybe he wants to go for an Aurelia pick into the Jax if he feels very confident, never mind. Looks to be the Renekton. But the Jax thing here, Jax is gonna do more damage on 4.10 because of the Blade Ruin King now with the 8% instead of 5% on hit, the passive from Blade Ruin King. So the more auto attack you do, obviously, the more damage you will do with the new item. However, his sustain is low compared to before. I mean, Doran's Blade has been changed, we can talk about it in game, but still, we might see some issues for Kevin sustaining in the lane, especially if he goes one-on-one against Wicked. I would expect a lane swap for Millennium.
Well, it will be that Renekton as you expected for Wicked in the top lane. Also taking Nami in the support role here, so really avoiding the thresh both of these teams as Leona and Lucian are locked in for Millennium. Talked about how Lucian is the most played AD carry from both Creatine and Tabs from our featured matchup. And it seems like Alliance were quite happy to give that over here. And are we going to be seeing Caitlyn? We expect that, auto-attack heavy champions are going to be becoming more and more popular in that bottom lane.
And especially champions who can build either Infinity Edge as first item or Blade of the Ruined King, who don't need the Bloodthirster any longer. They don't need this early power spike from the Bloodthirster. Caitlyn is one of them. Your main focus is simply you need to dominate the lane. Taps actually talked about it himself. There was a big post on Reddit where he put in some good comments about how Caitlyn, she needs to abuse the fact that once she gets a BF sword at 1550 gold in the laning phase, that she needs to dominate the lane here because her power spikes are very delayed compared to Lucian, who builds Blade Rune King into Ghostblade and a very strong early mid game. Caitlyn, she needs Infinity Edge, she needs a Phantom Dancer or Static Shift, and then she can start scaling up towards the late game here. So we need to see how Alliance wants to play the early game. And once again, I really expect Millennium to go towards the lane swap here, dodge around the Nami Caitlyn lane, and dodge around the Renekton lane with the Jax.
Jungle pick also came in the final round there for Alliance, as Elise was picked up. Not really a surprise, because we've already touched on that one. So let's think about what Millennium are going to go with here for that mid lane. Of course, that's going to be Kerp going up against Twisted Fate for Froggen.
So you could still play LeBlanc, just slightly worse in the laning phase compared to before, because you don't have the silence, but you're still a very strong laner, and you can still try and go for some kills here. But clearly Froggen feels like he can take the matchup, and we need to see now Froggen against LeBlanc if you want to go Fiends anyway, just to get the early magic resist.
And that fact that we had earlier on, Kerp, last week, the game where he had more farm, they ended up really doing nothing. Apart from maybe picking up more farm was almost the highlight of that game from Millennium. But the next one against Fnatic, we saw him picking up kill after kill after kill. Didn't really farm a lot, just under 150 CS he had in that game overall. And that's what he's going to be looking to do here. Move around, especially when Twisted Fate's going to be doing a similar thing post-6.
It's some funny matchups here, because of course Renekton will be beating Jax early on. But late game, still, Jax is very, very strong in late game. We always talk about how he scales up to the late game and becomes a monster. Lucian against Caitlyn, I mean, Lucian is going to be strong all around. Where Caitlyn, she needs to abuse a power spike, she needs to get the BF sword on the first back, she needs to get Infinity Edge and Static Shift or Phantom Dancer completed, and then she needs to get to this 4-5 item point in the late game, where she becomes such a strong AD carry as well. And of course in the mid lane, LeBlanc is going to win early, but Twisted Fate late game brings so much pressure and becomes so strong. So both teams here, with some either weak or strong lanes, and then they just turn around and say we're strong in the late game instead if we're weak in the lane.
Well, as we head into the match, which AD carry do you think will have the biggest impact? Tweet #Tabs or #Creatine to @LOL Esports, and we'll check out the results shortly. Our featured matchup here for this one, the AD carry is Caitlyn for Tabs. We've got Creatine playing Lucian in this, and if we think back to the time, basically last season, where we were seeing tons and pretty much only Caitlyn down there in the bottom lane, Tabs always showed that he was an amazing Caitlyn player.
And he's always very good at playing her passive and safe and pick up a lot of farm. So I think he's going to do the same thing here.
So here we go then, in game for our second match of week 6. It's going to be Alliance, top of the table at 10-2, taking on a Millennium team that, as we've said time and time again, we just don't know what to expect from them. Millennium fans and Millennium themselves will be hoping that this is the strong Millennium, the Millennium that looked incredible against Fnatic last week in London.
They simply need to survive the early laning phase in top and bottom lane here. I do however think, looking at our question to which AD carry is going to have the biggest impact, I think we're going to see Creatine being very aggressive, looking for fights early on with the Blade Ruin King and Ghostblade, where we might see Tabs move to this mid lane and just farm, get to his late game point, and then he becomes very strong and can really have an impact on the game here. So early on, I definitely think it's going to be Creatine, or mid game wise, but late game then Tabs. And that's the thing you can do with Caitlyn now. If you have a Twisted Fate or something that can split push, you can then divide it up on the map. So you have Bladed Ruin King Renekton in top, you have Twisted Fate in the bottom lane, and then you just put your Caitlyn in her mid-game weak points in his mid lane, and she just farms for like 10-15 minutes until she becomes very strong and then joins in.
In that safer short lane in the middle. We'll see exactly how they want to play this one here. If we look down some of the summoner spells, both top laners still with the teleport, as early ward went down on Wicked's head. Froggen running the flash and ghost there on Twisted Fate. We've seen times where a Twisted Fate doesn't take this ghost. We've seen problems with the chase ability of that champion, and that's going to be remedied here for Froggen, so we'll see how he goes. Kerp on the other side, though, with flash and ignite, so see if he can go out all in, basically, onto Froggen with that one. Right now, Millennium getting the wards down. We're actually headed towards the enemy blue buff, which is going to be started off by Shook and Wicked.
Perfect start for Millennium then. They stop the blue buff. Might even go for a kill.
Oh, they may do. Shook, in fact, having to flash away straight away from this one. Do have a ward there, so he's going to have that smite available to him. Let's see if he can actually get in there. They're holding the blue buff on the top side. Continex will be able to smite that one away. Nicely done for Millennium.
Yeah, so perfect start for Millennium. They get the lane swap. They invade onto the blue buff, which Alliance were doing. Force the flash away. Shook should be able to pick up his own blue buff in case Alliance actually want to go for it. For now, they're just doing the red. We need to see if Millennium is sending Continex straight to his own blue buff.
Well, he's doing Wraiths for now with the help of Kevin there, so let's see where he goes. I think he's just going to go to the red. Yeah, they're already moving in here with Wicked and Nif.
It was actually very smart by Millennium again, because if Nif and basically just Nif actually was there with a ward and he went over to do the blue buff by himself, it would be easy for Alliance to collapse onto him. So wisely enough, they trade buffs, but just slightly ahead in the side of Cotnex because he got the blue buff and Shugna has to start the blue buff.
And gonna leave Wicked as a bit of a partner. Nif up there as well, getting a deep ward in to have a peek around. Actually, he didn't put, or did he? I can't quite see on the minimap. Either way, was up there with them, and we see Cotnex and Kevin and actually J-Ree moving down towards that blue buff area, and they're actually round about the tri-bush here, so this could actually end up being a little bit dangerous for Alliance.
So Alliance here, with 4 members down this bottom lane, could have gone for a Dragon if we look back to last week where teams didn't react to it, but because Millennium knew there was a chance of an early Dragon, which again is buffed in the early game for Alliance, they instantly sent 3 members down towards this bottom lane to support the jungler and the top lane to stop a Dragon in case Alliance was starting it. So overall, Millennium playing the lane swap really well, and Alliance as well noticing, okay, multiple members are around here, we're not going to start any Dragon, we're not going to take any chance, we're just going to go to our lanes and farm, and Wicked could then teleport top lane.
So the bottom lane pushed up there as well so that they could make a swift escape from that tri-bush area. Without that wave, things could have been slightly different on the outcome of that one. Either way, we are tied up in gold. Still very early stages, of course, and we look down the CS pretty much as expected, although Kevin doing a fantastic job here with the help of J-Ree. 15-2, he's currently up there.
Yeah, Alliance were forced to get away from the tower because Millennium were moving down, so he's just been picking up a lot of farm. Wicked now needs to be careful because Cotnex is nearby.
He's got a ward, but that's not going to offer him all that much against Cotnex, who's got the double buff on. Wicked could be in trouble here. Does have a flash available. Will use it as well to get back to his tower, but that leaves him completely vulnerable now in the top lane.
No teleport, no flash, needs to back as well. Cotnex here with a very well-timed gank, making sure this Renekton gets delayed, won't get to his strong part in the early game, just simply shut it down, and Kevin can pick up a lot of farm this bot lane and then outscale Wicked.
We saw Kevin actually going for the Doran shield start as well, which has definitely offered him a little bit more as Kerb dives in. And of course, LeBlanc also had that slight change in 4.10 as the stun goes down. Kerb maybe in a little bit of trouble from this one. Shook trying to get in there, and Kerb able to walk away. Flash already burnt for him though.
And it was actually a very big change for LeBlanc, especially in the laning phase. And Kerb has some trouble in here. I mean, Froggen is playing very confident, even if we saw the fast start from Kerb because he needed to sustain himself. So TF at the moment really working out for Froggen here and looking very strong in the lane.
Oh, this could be bad news for them though. That's a level 3 Nif, and they're going to dive straight in onto him. Kevin there with a lot of damage, but they force the flash away. The Ignite ticking down, but that's not going to be enough to actually finish them off. J-Ree did flash there as well. Kevin decided not to go too aggressive and use his flash to try and get the first blood.
So let's see here, no flash on Froggen, still has Ghost. We can see Kerb go in, trying to land a chain, but Froggen is in a pretty good position. He's very close to his own tower. Will be able to just get back to safety in case Cotnex goes aggressive. And there's also a pink ward spotting him out. Check the bush, please.
Nope.
Nope.
Not going to check that one.
Always do it in solo queue, guys. Always. There's often a pink ward.
And Cotnex may look to come around the back of Wicked, knowing that he's got no flash. However, Creatine at half HP. Might take him a while to actually get that wave in a position where they can go safely underneath this turret. And we saw it in that last fight. You know, the old LeBlanc would have got the silence down, would have stopped Froggen from pulling out that gold card and getting the stuns in there. Not quite the same anymore with silence gone as Cotnex again comes towards this top lane. But Wicked, you can see, not really wanting to go too far out.
Still no flash here. However, there's no stun on the side of Lucian or Evelynn, so Wicked can always position himself so he gets the double dash. Just one step towards Evelynn, dash through her the first time, and then second dash away. Therefore, he should be able to get away. However, he's getting denied a lot of farm, while Kevin, again, is farming with J-Ree in this bottom lane.
Keeping completely out of things there is Creatine, who's got a slight lead over his opposite number, Tabs, who's obviously up against the Jax and Leona combo down on this bottom side. Shook did also come to this bottom lane, but Millennium have already backed away and have started the recall. First one of the game for them going back to base.
And we also actually saw Kevin start Doran's shield simply because Doran's blade has been changed. Instead of giving 5 HP per hit now, it gives 3% lifesteal, which means early game, especially for melee bruisers, it's a lot less. I mean, they need 167 attack damage before they actually get 5 HP back if you just ignore armor and everything. Therefore, it takes a lot of time for the Doran's blade to be better for these melee bruisers compared to before. Of course, for the AD carries, it's a bit different because they will get less HP back anyway from the Doran's Blade.
So things staying relatively quiet in this one. The focus of Millennium definitely being on this top lane there, with Cotton X coming in a couple of times, getting the flash out of Wicked, which is, by the way, still not up for them. And Kevin has now moved towards that top lane. We're going to actually see Lucian, Creatine coming down towards the bottom side of the map, and they'll be up against the duo of Tabs and Nif. So once we get in there, we'll see how that works. Tabs himself has over 10 CS lead here, however, not picked up a second item just yet. Creatine's come back into the lane with a BF sword, and obviously that's not the kind of items you want to be facing.
So Creatine actually not building Blade of the Ruined King, will be going towards Infinity instead, we should expect. He did pick up a lot of farm mob in his lane by himself, and therefore he felt he could go BF into Infinity and maybe get it a bit earlier. Didn't have to rely on having to pick up a lot of farm or delaying it by too much, but a little bit surprised he doesn't go Blade of the Ruined King. I really think it's the best option on Lucian at the moment. Reckless, after last game, said as well, you're so strong with Blade and Ghost Blade.
So, blue buffs coming back up in this one. And we'll see Kerp getting the first one of the game. Other side of the field, Froggen will also take his blue. Both of them coming back into lane. Actually, Needlessly Large Rod was the first item coming out of Kerp.
DFG.
Codex for Froggen.
So you're gonna see Kerp with the DFG. Going aggressive again. Going in, just doing a bit of damage to Froggen. Backing away, needs to just farm up here. But he's gonna go for the DFG and simply try and focus on assassinating people left and right. If he can spot a target out with Jerry and Leona, it's actually the same thing they did against Fnatic last week, where you had Leona on Jerry and then you had Kerp on LeBlanc here and just full focus on killing the first target. Jerry managed to lock down with his CC.
So look at this then, we've got level 6 Cotton X ultimate ready. Headed down towards the bottom lane with Tabs and Nif, and there is the reveal. They're going to go actually over towards Nif, but he's close to the turret here. Will they be able to lock him on? Going under the tower. Cotton X is actually going to go low, finished off by the gold card, and now Froggen and Tabs going to focus towards Creatine. Have they got the damage? Solar Flare comes down. They do manage to get themselves the second. Can they have the third as well? They will now with a triple kill. It's a triple kill for Froggen, and that just going to show how big of an impact that Destiny can have on the game, and that makes things a lot harder now for Millennium.
It was such an aggressive play by Millennium first. They actually went for the dive, even though Jerry wasn't level 6 when the fight actually started, so he couldn't lock down Nif. He still has flash, by the way. He died without using the flash because he didn't feel like he had to in the end. He was dead anyhow, but he just bought so much time for Alliance to come down with this Twisted Fate here. Remember, LeBlanc can't stop the Twisted Fate anymore because she can't silence him.
But the bad news moving on, and Froggen coming back into the lane with that Morellonomicon, Sorcerer's Shoes and a couple of Doran's rings, as well as here is Wicked going low in that top lane to Kevin again, deciding not to use his flash. Wicked did have a flash available as well, so probably would have been safe from that one, and Kevin just playing the safety game, forced Wicked to back off out of the lane and do some good damage on towards his threat, but you see sustain off Renekton, back up to half HP almost already.
And this is the point now where teleport, the changes is a big deal, because normally you saw top laners, they would delay the back till the teleport was ready, go back to base, buy, and just teleport back to lane instantly. But because it's 40 seconds longer, it's harder to do it. So now with Wicked being low, Kerp and Froggen actually trading some damage here. But now with Wicked being fairly low, now of course he sustained a lot of it back. He wasn't able to just go back to base, get some items, and come back in lane. He needs to wait.
That trade once again showing without the silence, the gold card comes out and Froggen was able to do a lot of damage onto Kerp, actually forcing his passive to come out. That's going to mean that Kerp needs to be real careful in this middle lane, or will they throw everything that they've got here at Froggen? I saw Cotton X coming around, no ultimate for him just yet after he used it in that last fight down on the bottom side of the map. Looks like he will actually just be backing away, going back into farm.
And we need to see if Millennium actually want to put in some deep wards around his mid lane to try and spot Froggen out, to see if he's moving to either to the top lane or towards the bottom lane here. Because for now, he can actually move fairly safe. No, there's actually a ward from Millennium spotting him here. So there was a well-placed ward, seeing Froggen run to the Wraith Camp and also move towards his bottom lane to try and set up a gank, or in case he wanted to set up a gank, because there's no bot lane tower after the lane swap here. So they definitely need these deep wards. Had one already. Full credit to Millennium.
Well, they forced them away. Dragon is available for the taking. And there is a ward there actually for Millennium, so they're going to see that Alliance have started this one off. Will they be able to get there in time and finish off the Dragon, or stop them doing the Dragon? Bubble's going to come out, they lock up Jerry with that. Cocoon will follow straight after us as well. It's a lot of damage. Jerry actually following it in. That's going to be the first kill to Alliance, but Shook taking damage from left and right here. Crimson going to go aggressive. 1 versus 3. Connect's really nice. He can come back in onto it, but they turn it back around. Tabs gets another one. Can he finish off Creatine? He's got his ultimate available. I don't think he had quite enough mana to actually finish it though.
Oh, Kirby's waiting around. He's jumping in, backing out. Still though, he actually managed to kill Froggen by himself one-on-one here, while the rest of Millennium were fighting. Creatine just being a little bit annoying here. Could actually set up something for Kirby. He's still around here. Shook is very low.
There is the scan coming through. They've not seen him up until now. There is Kirby going in, and he uses his ultimate on towards Shook. Can he kill off time? Yeah, he's got no mana here to get away. Creatine gets that one, and Kirb round the back of that Dragon Pit, showing Alliance that they can't just back away. Creatine stopping the recalls coming in. Good defense on the Dragon.
We actually see the one-on-one here. Froggen popped his ulti. I think he's looking at the fight at this point, so Kirby's just staying around. He gets in, doesn't know there's ward. Kirby instant just jumps him, and we'll actually pick up the kill in the very end. Use the chain, gets a kill. Meanwhile, they're losing the fight over here, but it doesn't matter because Kirby's still alive. He's just staying, waiting around. Creatine stop the recall. 2 more kills for Millennium.
So that leaves us at 5-4, still in favor of Alliance in the kills and the gold. And look at this, Carnex coming around the back, trying to get in onto Wicked. Flash is available for Wicked. Kevin going to dive in there. Was a little bit late on the counter-strike though, and that allows Wicked to get out without burning the flash.
And now Teleport is ready for both top laners here, so they can look to just farm up, go back to base, and then Teleport to join in here. We need to see if Wicked wants to build a Blade of the Rune King on Renekton like we saw Youngbook do in the last game, or if he has something else in mind. So with the Blade, he's going to be very strong in the one-on-ones here and should be able to duel against Kevin for some time at least, until we get the real late game point objects.
So I've looked down AD carry items here, because you see that the Infinity Edge was done as the first item for Creatine.
Yeah.
So going definitely different to what we saw Reckless doing earlier on. Other side for Tabs, he's not got the money. I think he's sat around 500 gold, 600 gold at this point. So definitely not quite as strong as Creatine's going to be, especially when you factor in those double auto attacks.
So again, I'm not sure if Creatine decides to build Infinity Edge because he had a good start farming in the lane and he felt he doesn't have to delay his power spikes for such a long time. He can easily get enough gold for Infinity Edge and Phantom Dance or Static Shift or whatever he decides to build next, and therefore be relevant. Don't have to be taking too much time on building up. He definitely could go for it early. I'm not sure. We need to see what his next item will be. At least for Caitlyn, it should be Static Shift or Phantom Dancer.
So here is Destiny Pop once again. Gonna go this time on towards Kevin in the top lane. Wicked got his ultimate running underneath the tower. There's a lot of damage. Kevin actually will get away. Will he finish him off? No, he won't. Kevin surviving with almost 0 health. And there is Kurt diving in with the DFG. Stunned up though by Froggen once again.
Very nice stun by Froggen. Spotting Curb coming in, instantly picks the gold card and stops him from actually killing Wicked. Codnex though decides to back away here. They can push in the mid lane at least, where Shook by himself is actually pushing the entire wave.
We actually see that Kevin has used his teleport to come into this middle turret. Are they going to go for Dragon? It certainly looks like they're going to be closing onto it. Shook also an option. Good Cocoon at max range, but Millennium starting off that Dragon. Shook's going to have to steal.
So because Froggen stayed up in his top lane, didn't have his ult because he had to use it for the gank, but then just went straight towards the Dragon, knew there could only be maximum of 4 members from Alliance. Wicked would have to teleport in. So smart play, get a Dragon here, we'll lose the top tower for it, however.
Yeah, Froggen's going to have enough damage to pick that one up, with Kevin coming too late up towards that top lane, so the exchange of the Dragon and the towers between these two teams will leave Alliance still about 3,000 gold in the lead in this game. So despite losing out on a couple of kills, we probably will be hoping that, well, obviously they would hope to finish off Kevin, but probably should have finished off Kevin in that meantime. One more auto attack from anyone would have done that one. It's how it goes sometimes. 5-4, still got a lead in kills and turrets, and of course the gold as well.
So we talked about this scenario here earlier, where Taps would go mid lane fairly early and just sit and farm for as long as possible until you feel like he has enough items to really start carrying the game. And then you move Wicked around to split push, and Froggen can do the same thing once his ulti is ready, which it is. Now it's very hard. Still, they want to get this mid tower first, and it was fairly low.
Yeah, fairly low, easy to finish off, but will they stop? Actually, they may be forced to. Millennium have brought the jungler and support to this mid lane to make sure that they can't keep going on that one. However, they've already pushed the bottom lane up there as well. And Alliance going to move around to that one, are they? Actually, no. They're just getting some deep wards on that bottom side of the jungle. And looks like they will be recalling home. Meanwhile, Wicked TP up towards the top lane.
So TPing top here. Kevin's is actually down to about 50% cooldown wise, so his TP will be up before Wicked. So you can maybe try and set up a play with Millennium. For now, both of them are just once again farming away, building towards the late game points. And Wicked with the Sunfire, Kevin going straight towards his Trinity Force.
Another couple of items as well in different positions. Froggen finishing off his Zhonya's Hourglass. Had during that last bit of an encounter in the top lane, had his Seeker's Arm Guard for that one, but now he's got that Zhonya. It's going to give him a bit more survivability, especially against the DFG on Kurt.
Yeah, also against Leona, who wants to target you in the team fights. Again, Millennium, last week against Fnatic, he was X-Pecker on Syndra, he was the target every single time. He didn't build a Banshee, he didn't build an Hourglass, and therefore they could kill him every single team fight. Froggen playing it a lot more safe, and know he's going to be one of the targets for them, so he early Hourglass. And again, it makes perfect sense.
Cotnex did start to come up towards top. Wicked Flash currently down, as is Kevin's though. Let's see if Cotnex can actually get in there. Struggled a little bit to lock down Wicked despite having his flash down from a very early stage in the game. And Wicked is playing this one very safe. Every single time that Kevin starts to move out a little bit, Wicked will drop back to more towards that turret range.
Yeah, so Millennium would actually tower dive him if they want to kill him, but then Froggen can always join in with his ulti very fast. It becomes very risky for Millennium to do it, unless of course it's Kerb who just instantly blows him up and then backs away. For now though, I think Millennium are happy just leaving Kevin to farm as much as possible, and Alliance seems to be happy as well, just having Wicked farm.
And Wicked is ahead on that front, 150 to 134 of Kevin. As you mentioned, Trinity Force will be the first big item coming out of Kevin. Sunfire already done on the side of Wicked. And the team's actually starting to gather up a little bit in this mid lane. They're going to go for tap. Actually, DFG was used on Nif there, who was burnt down to less than half health, but no kill for Kerb.
So the managed to actually stun tap, so he couldn't do anything in the fight, but Kerb was so far away from him, he had to just take a closer target. It was Nif, Flash was used. Once again though, we do see again the comp from Millennium. They're really looking to set up some picks with Leona and with LeBlanc.
Can they get them though? That's
the question.
That's the thing with this team, and we've seen it from Millennium before, that they've done well when they start snowballing things out. I mean, Kerb's in a prime position really. He's 2-0-1 with that LeBlanc. Going to get himself here another blue buff in preparation for Dragon, which is coming up in just under 2 minutes time as well.
And such an early game build from Kerb, going now for early magic resistance with, early magic penetration with your DFGs. You're just looking to blow up targets here in the early game. If he can get a few kills, he can really get rolling, like we saw against Fnatic, and he will be able to carry the game. But Alliance, 4,000 gold ahead, just been putting a lot of focus on taking down towers. And it's been working for them.
Well, that's been typical Alliance style. If we remember back to the start of the Copenhagen Wolves game last week, actually expected after about 10-15 minutes, it looked like it was going to be quite a one-sided affair for Alliance, doing great moves around the map and taking out objectives, but the fact is that they started to lose kills, and that could certainly happen here again in this game. We'll have to see though. Jax, by the way, has now finished that Trinity Force, so more power for him as Kerb going to dive in towards Nif once again. The chains will surely be enough. The Ignite is ticking in, and Kerb will get that one, puts him on the killing spree.
So he set everything up early here where he forced the flash away, and then he just waited in this Dragon Pit. As soon as he spotted Nif, easy kill for him. Still, 45 seconds on the Dragon, so Nif should be able to come in and join for the fight. Millennium won't be able to get an objective for it. On his bot lane.
Oh, that is dangerous news here. Froggen actually going to run with the Ghost. Pops the Destiny as well. Gold card will actually lash down to the backside. Kurt, though, I think may go down. He dives in. Froggen's going to fall. Kevin's TP saving Kurt. And Froggen and our cameraman completely confused by that one. Alliance do manage to take out Creatine in the mid lane, though.
Wow, Kurt. Just wow. I mean, that was insane. He jumps over there. As soon as Froggen throws the gold card, he just jumps back to his original place. Therefore, the Q from Froggen missed him, and he ended up dying for it. I mean, just look here again. Froggen gets a good start. There's a lot of damage on the curb. Pops the Ghost as well. Teleport coming in from Kevin. Here's the trick then. As soon as the gold card is in air, he pops back, and the Q missed from Froggen. He was just expecting to stun him, land the Q, kill him. Instead, everything gets turned around here.
that's coming down as well. The stun, of course, from Kevin really helping them out on that one. Dragon did go down to Alliance while we were having another look at that one. So despite that amazing move from Kerp, and now 3-0-2 for him, it's Alliance that still hold a healthy gold lead. Kevin's actually just taken the first turret of Millennium's game down on this bottom side of the map. So they're going to need a couple more of them to start leveling things up, but if Kerp continues to play at this level, it could still be a tricky game for Alliance.
Yeah, and he's waiting around the same position he really used last week on LeBlanc, where he just puts a ward in the middle of the lane, and he just waits for someone to walk up and try and farm. It can be Taps, it can be Nif, it can even be Froggen, and then he just jumps them around the corner when there's no wards, and trying to pick up a kill, or at least force them to go back, and then Millennium can try and set something else up on the map.
He's in the hole. Very early there from Tabs, just trying to get a bit of damage back and stop Kurt from feeling so confident there in that middle lane. Blasting 1 has been added in for Kurt, by the way, so a bit more damage to be thrown out after that DFG. Alliance looking to not get split up here, I think, is the name of the game. We can see 3 of them already in position. Frogger going through, and it's a lot of damage, but not enough to finish off the kill.
Didn't actually manage to proc his last Q here, his ulti Q onto Froggen, which probably would have killed him, but the chain missed. Therefore, Froggen stays alive, but is now forced to go back to base. And Kurt, once again, really just looking for targets, and that's also why we see this early game build from him and being so aggressive. Because both AD carries have so far been non-factors, because they're just farming up. They build in thin TH and want to farm, want to get to the late game. I mean, Taps, he's been in the mid lane for the last 10 minutes just farming.
And he's farming up now to 214 CS, still 20 behind that of his opposite number, Creatine, who's also moving towards a Trinity Force as his second item. Does have 2 out of 3 bits of that one.
Very expensive build here from Creatine, really using the fact that Kerp put so much pressure on the map here early on, so he has time to build up. Otherwise, he could really have been punished for this build.
And that's also not just going to allow him to go that way, but Kevin as well on Jack's going to be taking Blade of the Ruin King as his second item to that Trinity Force. I can see that neither team, or specifically Alliance, wanting or needing really to stay together at this stage. They've got a lot of wards down at least at the halfway point, or a little bit further in than that, and they're not going to take any risks, I think, from this one now.
And of course, Millennium are happy to just go in late game. I mean, you have Jax, Lucian as well, good late game AD carry. LeBlanc as a pick as well, very strong late game. Alliance though, it's not like they have a bad late game comp, it's only Renekton who's going to get outscaled, but if he builds a Blade, he actually becomes fairly strong even in the late game, and therefore Alliance should be able to fight in the late game. It's just a big deal if Kevin becomes so strong that Wicked basically won't be able to hold him.
And Alliance, let's not forget, do have the lead in this game. However, Millennium's starting to put more and more pressure, forcing Alliance into a bit more defensive play. We can see the gold there, those top laners, look how close that is, 8,050 to 8,020. To show you how close that one really is overall. Will Wicked be able to keep it close, and how offensive is Kevin going to be? We heard in the pre-game video as Destiny's going to get popped. They're going in towards Kevin on the top side of the map. Go's going to be used, but Kevin running away from this one. But there is Nami, there is a stun coming in, and Kevin, is he going to be able to get away from it? Gold card comes through, that pretty much seals the deal, and it's Froggen that picks up the kill.
And we really see the reason for the Ghost on Froggen here. He comes in a bit of a bad position, pops the Ghost, able to just chase after Kevin, lands a stun, and can just keep chasing, picks up the kill. It's a very nice gank, and getting a very important kill, and delaying or shutting down Kevin a little bit at least.
Slowing him down, that's for sure. We're going to see the solo player coming in, really only landing onto Wicked, but it's enough. He gets blown up in the end. And that will be a pick back here for Millennium. And again, J-Ryu was so impressive with Leona last week, picking up another one.
Again, he's just very aggressive. As soon as he sees a chance, he just pops the ult, goes in for the kill here. Wicked, he's full armor, not a single magic resist item there. So Kerp went for him, used everything, and he went down.
Went down to give Kerp his third kill of the game. Got 3 assists as well, and he's yet to die. You see also that Creatine has finished off that Trinity Force now, so he's going to be feeling very confident come the next fight. Also, just seen a Mikhail's picked up by Nif. Obviously, some changes to that item as well, as it being quite a decent amount more expensive.
Yeah, it costs a lot more, but you do get 10% cooldown reduction from it now. Still, most support players would say the change was not good for the supports. It was actually a nerf to supports in general because you don't have too much gold. And the 10% cooldown reduction is not worth the extra 800 gold that Mikhail's is worth or cost now, according to the supports here in Europe at least we've been talking to. Though Mikhail's is a good item and you need it, especially against the likes of Leona because of the CC, and therefore we have been picked up by Nif.
See how that helps them moving in. I mean, as you said, it was Wicked that they focused on in the last one. He's supposed to be the tankiest man, building completely tanky with Randuin's and the Sunfire, but that's all armor, and Kerp is able to get through that. As we see, Dragon up in 30 seconds already. Ward clearing has started. Alliance going to get the better of that one. Both top laners do have their teleports available, so look out for that one as Kerp just going to dive in there. Not going all out, though, onto Shook.
And with blue buff on Kerp, he can really keep doing this. It could be the issue for him. When he doesn't have a blue buff, he has very low amount of mana regen at this point, so if he goes in too often to try and make one of these picks here, has to jump back, he goes out of mana fairly fast. So with blue buff, he can keep doing it around his Dragon here, so good timing for Millennium. So Alliance is ahead. And we've seen the straight up team fights here with also now an extra BF sword onto taps. He can really start becoming an impact.
So Millennium moving with 4 towards the Dragon. You can see that Kevin is actually backed away from the lane on the top side of the map, so that means he'll be safe to actually teleport in, and I think they've given this one up. Yeah, Millennium are going to get the Dragon for free. What are Alliance planning on? They've got Tabs who's moved away. They're going to try and lock up Kevin from this one. He will actually have that counter-strike running. A lot of damage coming his way. Leap strikes off to the minions, though, and they get the Dragon without a reply. Oh, will it stay or no reply? Kerp going to get bubbled up. Have they got the damage to finish him off? No, they don't. Kerp just able to distortion away from that one. Turret was picked up though by Alliance on the top side, but now Carnex is chasing as well. That won't last long though.
No, so they're actually trading Dragon for the top tower here for Alliance. Look, again, they're looking more for the taking down towers here, setting up split pushing and going for straight up team fights against Millennium at this point. And I wonder actually what Taps with this BF sword, if he's gonna build the Bloodthirster. I mean, it could work against LeBlanc here because the shield you get, as long as you manage to hit a target when you're on full HP, the shield could save him potentially in the fights. Or if he wants to build a Scimitar, which is the upgrade to Quicksilver Sash, which has been buffed in this patch here, and most AD carries actually really like it now.
We'll see about that in a few minutes once he gets a little bit more gold in him. Alliance running amok in the Millennium jungle, getting some nice deep vision down. Of course, the Dragon was already taken by Millennium before that last encounter, and the gold still sits in Alliance's favor. Let's see how that one all works out for them. And Kerp, hey, wasn't sat on a lot of gold. No, he wasn't. He finished off his death cap there on his last trip home. So death cap, DFG, haunting guys, the 3 items. Other side, Froggen also has a death cap on top of his Morellonomicon and that Zhonya's Hourglass. Also seeing up in the top side of things, Kevin's going to be delaying his Blade of the Ruin King here for a little bit more defense.
Pretty smart though, because Froggen keeps going up towards him and trying to kill him every single time possible. So he needs the early magic resist here to try and survive the gank and just keep farming, keep farming, keep farming, get you late game point with Jax, and you're gonna be all fine. Wicked just basically changing up the way you normally see Renekton with a lot of early game pressure, early game power. There was of course the lane swap coming in, and just saying I'm gonna go full tank now, because I don't feel like I can one-on-one you anyway. So I might as well be very good in team fights and therefore be very strong or be very tanky. And then also buy time for Froggen to come up in case we want to gank you 2v1 up in the top lane.
Some magic resist in there as well.
Much
now.
needed.
Yeah, much needed. We saw it in that last fight where Jerry was able to lock them up. Ooh, that was really close. Wildcards coming through. Didn't quite have the damage for Froggen to steal that one away, though. Goes over to Kerp in the end. He's now level 16. We'll see if he can catch any more out. But Alliance just keeping on with this tradition that they've gone with now, sitting with 3 men in the mid lane, trying to make sure that neither of them gets caught out.
Doing the exact same thing again. Wicked in one lane, Froggen in a different lane, and Taps as the main wave clear in this mid lane. On Caitlyn, just standing there, wave clearing again and again and again. So while he's not even in the game when it comes to these fights, he does a lot of wave clearing, and he makes sure that Alliance can split push and set up kills because he's standing in his mid lane and always farming.
And then we're getting more items soon as Froggen. What is he waiting for? Down on the bottom side of River, he does have Destiny available. Had already pushed the wave quite far up. In fact, he's on the inner turret of Millennium. There's going to be an ace in the hole again. Tabs not being scared to use that one and throwing it at Kerp pretty much every time it's off cooldown. And then he's got vision. They are going to be seeing Kerp recalling. Jax is recalling as well. What are Alliance going to do with that information? Nothing.
Now, nothing. Taps wants to go back to base. Again, it's good for him because it gives him some time where he can actually go back. He doesn't have to be in a mid lane wave clearing. Just keep defending this mid tower over and over. And we do actually see he picks up the Scimitar. There's been the new go-to magic resist item for AD carries instead of the Banshee because it's so strong now. I mean, you get 80 attack damage, it's been buffed by 20, and the big thing is the movement speed buff you get when you use it, when you use the cleanse. Now works on ranged as well. So you have heal, and you have now your Scimitar to speed yourself up. It makes it very hard for people to actually catch you in team fights, especially like a Jax.
And when you want to get away from J-Re, just adds an extra little element into that one to cleanse off that crowd control. Is Destiny going to be popped here? Will they follow through anywhere? It was a case of check out exactly where Millennium are. They've got no wards that I can actually see over by Baron, and Millennium were all hidden on that top side of the river. They weren't actually going for anything though, but that also meant that Alliance didn't have to move too close in towards that brush and risk getting themselves blown up by Kerp, who will once again take himself an ace in the hole to the face.
And Froggen clearly didn't feel confident enough staying bot lane, even though the wave was pushed all the way up to the tower for quite a while now. He could have done a lot of damage to it actually, but decided to run mid lane, stay with the team, didn't want to risk Kerp would jump him or whoever, or maybe Lucian would jump in and win the fight here, so therefore he stayed with the team in the mid lane instead of taking the tower, and now they're just moving. Could trade mid tower for top tower here, but then Alliance can just push on to the inhibitor, so Millennium need to react and come back and defend.
Well, they are moving back as well, going through the jungle, which was already warded out, so Alliance see that chase coming in. Well, look at this, they've backed off. They're going to let Millennium walk back over to middle again, and then they move in for another couple of hits on towards that tower. J-Re's actually stepping forward here. Will they go for the fight? Good cocoon from Shook, though.
Look in
allows
mid lane.
Alliance to walk away. Yeah, they've got Kevin in the mid lane now. I don't think this turret's going to be safe. No, it's not. Look at the damage coming out.
Yeah, so Alliance have been defending this tower for such a long time, but as soon as they move Taps away from this mid lane, Kevin just walked from this top lane down. Wicked was a bit slow to react, took down the mid tower with all other members being in this bot lane, just holding off each other here. J-Re was looking for the engage, decided to back away also because he can't really engage onto Taps any longer because of the Scimitar.
So 10 seconds for Dragon. Millennium are all recalled after Kevin managed to get that turret, so they should be in position here to stop Alliance going straight into that one. Alliance themselves have all 5 men on that area of the map once again as the ace in the hole, this time thrown towards J-Re. Good ward control here as well. We see those sweeping lenses coming in very, very handy for Alliance. What Millennium throwing the wards over the wall here. Gonna try and stop this one as Connex comes in. Good tidal wave comes across. Who are they going for? It's Nip that's focused down. It's Crimson that gets that kill. Kevin having to jump away. He fell pretty low. Wicked down to less than half HP as well, but I think Alliance have got enough damage here. Gonna go now towards Connex. Froggen comes in. Who's he going for? He actually put a DFG down on towards Kerp, but Kerp got away from it, and everyone from Millennium there super low as Taps goes in. Will he go any deeper? He's got no flash. Will he use the heal to actually get in range? No, he won't. No need to go too greedy on that one because they got the kill. They can go back to Dragon. In fact, they already have gone back to Dragon, and that will go their way. Or will Kerp be a hero and steal that one? Good Zhonya's from Froggen. Stops it from going down, and it is Alliance that pick up Dragon.
So Alliance at first, they actually lose Nif, but they keep just kiting backwards, and then we see the flash coming in from Shook, trying to set up the kill. We're actually going to see it again here. Nif is going to be the first target for Millennium, because he simply gets locked down, and there's nothing he can do to get out here. But the rest of Alliance, they're just backing away, surviving the upfront or the burst or engage from Millennium at first, and then they feel confident of, now we can re-engage here, come in, and Froggen actually used the DFG onto Kerp, even though he stuns Crescent and misses the Q afterwards, so didn't manage to kill him. Still though, Taps on this Caitlyn here. The more time he gets, the stronger he becomes, and we see in this fight, he completely untouched in the back line, goes in, picks up a kill, and also the Dragon Man.
Getting the headshot and the auto attack there, really doing a ton of damage. And it leaves Alliance with another Dragon in their pocket. Still level on kills. Oh, now level on kills at 8 apiece, but still it's Alliance that hold on to a good gold lead. 5,500 pretty much at this stage of the game. Taking their time about finishing things off, but Alliance are a team that, well, you know, at this level of play, it doesn't matter how flashy you are in winning games. You've got to do things, you've got to do it right, otherwise, of course, it's going to cost you matches. And playing safe could bring Alliance to an 11-2 record in the league.
And they couldn't really play it any more aggressive early on, because they needed Caitlyn to get to the late game point, and one Twisted Fate to get to the late game point, and of course with the early kills on the Kerp, it made it even harder to actually set something up without being blown up by Kerp here. J-Re, he's going in!
Going in onto it, but who are they going to go for? Time tidal wave comes across, and I think that's the end of that one. Ace in the hole will fly through. Creaton actually blocks it, and they're going to try and lock up Cornex. Down to half HP already for him. Wicked's moving in, but there's the Cocoon. That's surely it. Cornex turns around, puts his ulti down, but they've got enough damage to blow through it. And now Froggen going to use the Destiny. He's going to the top side of the jungle. That's a good counter-strike from Kevin to stop them following through. 5 versus 4 with a 50-second spawn time. Can Alliance get Baron?
Well, Froggen is very low on mana at this point here. Would be a risky Baron if they decide to start it. Curb, of course, full mana, full HP. They do start it. Let's see if Millennium can stop it.
Curb only the man to try and get in, get one kill for them to make things easier, but look how fast that Baron is going down.
There's no fight, remember.
Here, trying to move in. Kevin's going to go for it. Who's going to get it? It's Alliance together. Baron, Jerry's going to be picked up at the side. Baron helping them out even further, as Creaton will also fall here in a second. Tab picks up the double kill, and now they're looking for Kevin, chasing him down. Cocoon was already used by Shook here, so we won't have that available to him. Curb is just stalking on the backside. He needs to be real careful about if he goes in for it, but he also needs to loop back around because they're going to lose towers.
And so Alliance here, they feel like they can just straight up start the Baron because there's no smite for Millennium. We need to follow Curb though. He's not done yet. Tabs already know he's behind him, or he used to hold on to him. Now Curb's like, yeah, never mind. I can't do anything.
No, can't do a thing about it. They'd already spotted him coming through. Ace in the hole was put down, and Alliance just carry on up that middle lane and take out the first inhibitor of this match. And now with the Baron on, we can see that goal jump to massive amount, over 10,000 now. The lead for Alliance as Curb trying to get away. Destiny going to be used. Will Froggen go for this one? He's going to be getting into range. He's pulled the gold card. Does he want it? He does go in there, but Curb is going to try and avoid him, but he's basically going to have to execute himself here. I'm not sure that he'll be able to sneakily escape, or will he go down
onto the
the bottom side of the map? That's pretty much his only chance. Tidal wave comes through, doesn't land. Curb still trying to get away. Turret hit will go in there. I think Alliance have given up that chase.
Yeah, not really worth it to keep chasing here. Just go back, use all the gold you just earned from winning the fight, from getting the Baron and the towers, pick up some very needed items, and then be ready for the next fight here. We actually see Bloodthirster now, 4 taps. No Last Whisper, simply saying, okay, I have magic resist now, I have a cleanse. Now I have a Bloodthirster, which is going to give me a big shield as long as I hit the minion before the fight even starts, or before I take any damage. So if Curb wants to try and kill me, it's going to be very, very hard, and taps can just stay in the back. And we actually see the same kind of team fights from Alliance, where as soon as the engage comes in from Jerry, everyone backs away. They don't even try and fight early on. They wait for the engage to drop down. They wait for Curb to jump in and do whatever he decides to do. And then they disengage. Use the ulti from Froggen, land a Cocoon or something from Shook, go and get a kill, and then move on towards the Baron here, which was very well executed by them.
Went down quickly. Millennium in there, but always got to be slightly careful, especially when it's someone like Jackson.
Beautiful
shield.
shield.
You up while you're on top of it. And there is that shield of the new Bloodthirster. Could definitely come in handy when you've got that LeBlanc over on the other side, trying to burst you down. What we're going to see, because Alliance are moving up now to that inner turret in the bottom lane. The only inner turret that stands actually on the map for Alliance to be taken down. And then Millennium will be left with defending at least what's left of their base. Inhibitor is already gone. I don't think they're even going to put up a fight for this turret.
No. Too low anyway, would just be too risky for them to try and defend it. And then as soon as the tower went down, Alliance would engage onto them. One thing with the Bloodthirster, in case people haven't read the patch note or played the game the last few days, after 15 seconds without hitting a minion, the shield would disappear. So it's not there all the time. You need to land an auto attack first before you take any damage, and then you get the shield.
Destiny use. Actually, Jerry going to get cocooned after the bubble as well, so they land the CC, but no follow through on that. Ulti did come out from Tabs, and even onto Jerry, that really does sting. We also saw a couple of Banshees fails coming out. There is the FG going to Creaton. Not going to get them a kill there, but it forces Millennium to back away. Are they going to go any deeper? Jerry's actually going to come back in. They're going to surely kill off Kevin to the side, who's actually doing good job on towards Shook. Double kill though for Tabs onto the mid laner and the support, and that is now bad news for Millennium. Minute spawn timers, and Alliance may win the game right here.
And again, Tabs in these late game team fights, perfect positioning, just destroying people. He's been farming all game long, and it really pays off now.
And I don't think they can stop them. Lucian and Jax to try and stop 5 men from Alliance. In fact, Tabs going aggressive. They're almost two-shotting Creatine. Gonna keep pushing onto it. They won't need the kills though. The Nexus goes down, and Alliance continue their dominance at the top of the table and go 11 wins for 2 losses.
So while Millennium tried to set up some kills in the early mid-game part, Alliance were always ahead in goal because they focused on taking down towers here. The ultis from Froggen were pretty much always used towards Kevin in his top lane here, trying to delay him from farming up, trying to get a kill or two, and in the top tower as well. And we just saw the whole tactic from them where you put the 2 split pushes in each side lane, and you just leave your Caitlyn in this mid lane to farm. And as long as she gets enough time to farm up, she will get her items, she will get to late game team fights, and when you have an AD carry like Taps in late game team fights, he's just gonna kill everyone.
And we see the variance again from Alliance coming in. We talked about it before. They played Poe comps, they played Pig comps. This one, very much a safer composition coming in there. As you said, the way that they played it worked to all the strengths that they had, sticking your weaker players all together in that mid lane so that LeBlanc wasn't just going to come in there, dive straight on top of you. I mean, credit to Kerp, he made what opportunities were given to him work. Ended up 3-1-3 in the end, but once they're just 5 men are all bunched together and they can control you the way that they did, just stepping back each time, kiting you away, and then turning things around once you've got nothing else to offer in the fight. Really well played by Alliance.
Yeah, very controlled team fights. Because again, they saw the engage coming in, everything was popped by Millennium, and so we lose 1 member, who cares? Turn it around as soon as we feel like all their things on cooldown and they won't be able to burst us down any longer, and they just win the fight. Go Baron, pick up the Baron. It was only the jungler dead. It was 4 members still for Millennium with full HP. And yet Alliance were like, you know what, we can easily go Baron here. We have full control of the whole thing. Millennium tried to come in and stop it. A little bit late. Shook picked up the Baron. They won the team fight again. Double kill by Taps, I believe. Again. I think we picked up a few in this game here. And then go towards take inhibitors. So overall, a bit of a slow game by Alliance, but very controlled.
Very controlled and slow, probably the best way to go about it when you've got that. Jax put heavy focus on there. Froggen, I think, used at least half of his destinies to go up into that top lane. Okay, there were a couple where they didn't quite finish off Kevin. Well, they kept him away from the farm. They were able to get, I think, both turrets from both destinies that he put up there, even when Kevin got away from it. So overall, well played. It's hard to see where a lot of losses may come from this season from Alliance because they are looking just that bit better than everyone else.
I mean, you will have some games where everything goes wrong, you lose it, or some game where you get outpicked. I mean, in the Gambit lost that, they kept talking about how they got outpicked, they didn't like the champions they used, even though it was all comfort champions they've been using the weeks before. They're like, yeah, we don't like this anymore, we're going to change it up. Next day they came in, or next week they came in, all new picks, pretty much all around except for the jungle picks, which pretty much are the same. And then they just keep finding new picks, new playstyles, new champions. They're adapting well here to 4.10. I mean, Taps was one of the AD carries really coming out there to everyone on the forums and typing about how he likes these things about it. He dislikes this champion now and yada, yada, yada. And he kept saying how Caitlyn, as long as she could build up with time, she was going to be a strong pick. Picks it here. Gets to build it up, and it really worked.
You have to wonder as well, if he comes out and says, I really want to play Caitlyn going into the late game, do you think about banning that one? And from Millennium, I mean, you can always say he'll just play something else anyway, which he likes as well. For Millennium, part of their inconsistency, is it because they're so predictable in what they like to play?
So I feel like there's definitely the same pattern for Millennium. They need to have a pick comp to do well. This game around, I mean, they tried to get the kills here. They tried to use the pick comp the same way they did against Fnatic. So yes, as a team, it's easy to say, okay, how do we expect them to play and build a combo around it? Caitlyn is a perfect AD carry against stuff like this because you have your net, you can jump away, you have very long range, you're very safe. And at the same time, the Twisted Fate to try and split push, and then Alliance could set up some picks while Millennium were trying to do it themselves, and therefore trying to counter it a little bit. Overall, yes, they're easy to predict, can still be hard to play against.
Well, fantastic win there for Alliance. We're going to send things over to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Tabs from Alliance.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, standing by with Tabs after that victory over Millennium. Very convincing once again. And now that we have you here, we got to pick your brain about the changes in 4.10. You've been very vocal already about it. So let's start by the picks in this game, particularly you going for the Caitlyn over maybe the Lucian in this one. Why?
Yeah, because the BT change made BT a lot worse item to rush, and the characters who relied on it, like Lucian was really good with it, so his priority went down. And you can pick other picks like Kaden that can just go IH and stall the game, and then they'll be really strong later on.
It definitely turned out that way. You had a third item, Mercurial Scimitar, picked up. I know there's been a lot of talk about the strength of the movement speed buff that it gives once you cleanse abilities off. Talk to me about why you entered in this game, and also, what are some of the other items we should be looking out for on the AD carries you're currently playing?
Oh yeah, so the Mercurial Scimitar pickup was mainly because they had a Leona and a very heavy magic damage team, so they had LeBlanc, Eve, and Leona. So it was very assassin-based. I wanted to survive it, so building a Mercurial Scimitar in 4.10, it doesn't really decrease your damage at all because it gives 80 AD now. So you can easily get it as third item, not lose much damage, and gain a ton of survivability. And about new items to look out for, like Reckless already played the Ruined King into Ghostblade build. It's very strong. Getting IH third, Last Whisper fourth, gives you very high damage output and scaling throughout the game.
I want to quickly ask about the support itemization. We're seeing different routes. Nif obviously still going for the Crucible in this game, once again, obviously because of the heavy CC. We're seeing some of the other supports going for the likes of Aegis of the Legion. How much has the support itemization changed in 4.10 as well?
So before 4.10, everyone would just get a Michaels because the item was really cheap and very strong in every situation. Even if you didn't need the cleanse, the heal was really strong. So now we see the Ardent Sensor sometimes, Aegis being picked up. It's more situational what the supports build, and they can adapt better.
Let's talk more about the optimization in the patch, but then look at this game as well, because as you said, you had the Caitlyn, you were building up to your Infinity Edge. How many times do you look at the items of the opposing AD carry? Because Lucian actually went BF Sword first, and you mentioned how you have to wait for those power spikes to come in. Did you see that, and how did you react?
Well, I knew I would outscale him eventually if he went for the Infinity Edge, because Caitlyn's range in late game is ridiculous. So you can outscale a Lucian that goes the same build. So I was like, it's no problem. I'll just go mid and keep farming, and eventually we'll reach that point.
Well, that leads us very nicely onto a replay that I'd like to actually pull up onto the screen. It is a dragon fight where you guys end up trading 1-for-1. Let's take a look at this dragon fight and talk to me. You guys start the dragon out. What were the comms like? How were you reacting as we roll this one through?
Okay, so first off, we notice they're out of position, we go for Dragon. Now they engage on us, we kite back to the right. Me and Frog and try to stay together and just focus the first guy who just jacks here. And now Eve overextends and just gets poked down. Now they're all very low, but Frog still has his ult, I think, so he can chase. So now we chase the Evelyn, and I think I just flash on him and kill him later. Like here, we try to kill Lucian, but we don't have enough damage. And now I just flash on the Eve and we kill her.
At what item threshold are you just like, I'm terrifying on Kate? Is it really just IE and Shiv, and that's it, you're all in?
Yeah, after 2 items, you start scaling upwards really hard, especially because every BF item is 80 AD now, so you can hit some ridiculous AD damage points. Like I had 450 AD at one point, and it's just you crit for 1k.
Talk me through one other pick maybe that you guys came out with as you guys were up against LeBlanc one more time, and people said, well, that the silence is removed. It might not be so good versus Twisted Fate, but Froggen seemed very confident, obviously, but still, Curb coming up very strong.
Yeah, so Curb did pretty well. Like, if LeBlanc still gets rolling, like she can still kill TF because she still has the same damage, she just doesn't have the silence. So if TF is slightly ahead or even, he can counterplay by picking cards while she's trying to jump him.
It definitely worked out that way. I do feel like we're throwing a whole lot of questions at you. Thank you for dealing with them. One final question is, if we step back, Alliance is now 11-2 on the split. You guys are absolutely playing out of your minds. How do you keep this level up, considering there's a Super Week next week and Worlds and playoffs around the corner?
Yeah, we just have to keep practicing really hard and try to come up with new strategies, new picks, adapt to the new patch all the time. So we're doing a lot of thinking and just trying to figure out what our next step should be.
All right, well, it's always fun to pick your brain tabs, and we also pick the brain of the people at home, and at the start of the show, we asked you to pull out your tweets and let us know which European LCS player has had the biggest impact so far on this split and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @Heckmeister. Easily, it is Tabs. He's never been a flashy AD carry who impresses up front, but at no moment does he ever disappoint. Must be fun to hear.
Care to respond?
Yeah, actually, I think playing aggressive as AD carry is very good, especially in Season 4. You can just flash forward and get kills without putting yourself in a bad position. So I try to play as aggressive as I can.
Oh, we like to see that. The second one is from @YoungJinxie. It has to be Cotnex. He's breathed life back into Millennium and stepped up to fill Arenea's shoes well. And I gotta say, even when Millennium doesn't win, his presence is always there.
I completely agree, and I would dare say not only has he filled Arenea's shoes, he's exceeded them. We talked about the win-loss ratio. Before Cotnex joined, it was 9 wins, 17 losses. Now it's 9 wins, 10 losses. So you're closer to that 50-50 for Millennium.
The last from is at Anders TV Yellow Star. Despite Fnatic's recent inconsistency, Bora remains a bastion of stability for his team. Tabs, you've played against him a lot. Solid support.
Yeah, he's really good.
He landed a whole lot of death sentences today.
Absolutely great game from him. Well, thank you very much for those answers, and we'll see how those players perform in the rest of the summer split. Remember to follow us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to join in on the conversation. Well, thank you very much, Tabs. As for us, we've got to recall back to base for a quick break, but we'll be right back as the Super Hot crew faces off against Gambit Gaming on the field of justice.
What can I say? I am gold.
Cornex is actually going to go low, finished off by the gold card, and now Froggen and Tab's going to focus towards Creatine. Have they got the damage? Solar Flare comes down, they do manage to get themselves the second. Can they have the third as well? They will now. Alliance together, Baron. Jerry's going to be picked up for the side. Baron helping them out even further, as Creatine will also fall here in a second. Are they going to go any deeper? Jerry's actually going to come back in. They're going to surely kill off Kevin to the side, who's actually doing a good job on towards Shook.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I am joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry once again here as we kick off the battle between the Super Hot Crew and Gambit Gaming. Super Hot Crew have taken down Gambit once this split and will look to replicate that victory today. As a team, Super Hot Crew continue to run hot and cold. They beat the Wolves, an incredibly exciting but sloppy game in London. However, they were resoundingly defeated by SK Gaming the following day. They tried out Nocturne in the mid lane against Kassadin, and it didn't work.
No, it really didn't. And the Super Hot Crew, they're definitely growing as a team. They are looking stronger and they're looking more threatening than they did last split. But their inconsistency to deliver strong performances is what's holding them back from climbing to the top of this table. Something that I really like to look at when you look at teams performing well or poorly is how their carries do in both their wins and their losses. And considering the changes in 4.10 to ADC items, let's take a moment to look at Mr. Rals. In his team's 6 wins, he's accrued 25 kills, 8 deaths, and 44 assists. And in his team's 6 losses, he has still managed to secure 21 kills. Well, obviously, deaths are higher at 17 and only 18 assists. The reason the stats are interesting to me is the fact that Mr. Rals is still delivering in terms of kills. His lower assist count is thanks to not being involved in team play. This has made his stats suffer, and it's up to the rest of the team to help step up and carry with their AD carry.
Well, Gambit will be returning to full strength this week as all of their starting members head back to the Rift. Gambit are already 1 game down against the Super Hot Crew and sitting in 7th position in the table with only 4 wins and 8 losses. They've also been inconsistent this split. They had completely dominant wins over Alliance and SK, which is incredible because they're the top 2 teams. But they've also had absolutely one-sided affairs when they're lost. It's crazy stuff. I'm also interested to see how they also handle 4.10, because the itemization changes, of course, will be interested to see how that man next to Eddie does. Genja, he does some interesting builds.
Yeah, now I think Gambit as a team, they're still struggling to find a form or a style of gameplay that works for their team. Because their core identity is still in flux, it means they're not consistent, and maybe these changes to 4.10 might help them out, might help them figure out something that'll work. We've talked about Genja so much in the past. He hasn't always subscribed to the general consensus when it comes to itemization, and it's something quite unique to this ADC. We've seen Ashe earlier today. We've seen Genja running Ashe with Manamune in the past. In addition to Genja, Edward, who also likes to run oddball support champions with itemization like the Ardent Sensor, changes to the Mikhail's Crucible, it's up to those two to shake things up and find a recipe that works, because Mr. Rals and Yero are a terrifying bottom lane.
Well, we'll see how it works. Genja and Eddie used to be the terrifying bottom lane before. Can they do it again? Let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot Crew. That means Mimer's in that top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie is the mid lane, Mr. Rals, and Kasing in that support role.
That's right. On the red side, it is Gambit with Darian up top, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane with Genja and Edward as the AD carry and support.
Yeah, if you're confused by that lineup, we should point out that Yero is renamed to Kasing now. So the players are about to select their lineups, of course. So let's take a look at how you voted on this one. It's a close one, guys. 53% of you gone towards Super Hot Crew over Gambit. That is incredible to me straight away after the crazy history that Gambit have. Of course, this is a good time to remind you guys that you can pick up tickets to join us here in Cologne and watch these games live. Just head over to lolesports.com and click on the tickets for all of the details. Almost halfway through the season as well. It's going to hot up now.
Yeah, it really will, especially for teams like Gambit who are sitting in 7th position. They're not in a playoff spot. They do have a tiny buffer between them and 8th place, but they need to start securing some wins if they want to climb up the table. And I think changes to the potential shift in metagame might be a good place to start. We'll see if Darian wants to run the likes of Renekton. We've seen it in 2 games today already, and maybe a little bit of a comeback could help him.
Okay, as well, he's been over to that champion. We saw that one first picked earlier on by the Wolves. We'll see if it sneaks through this time. Mimer, of course, will be looking for that one, almost certainly. So, Ziggs banned out first choice. And this is an interesting one for me, because Nick, obviously known as a Nidalee player. Nidalee, complete change, no longer available, has been banned out for the next 4 weeks due to those changes. Kassadin banned out, no surprises, of course. SK Gaming wrecked the Super Hot Crew with that just last week. And Evelyn being taken away. Are they going to focus on those 3 key junglers?
Well, there's the Kayle that you've highlighted as well. Both of these teams have played a fair amount of Kayle in the past, with obviously Selfie having run that in the mid lane a good couple of times. And Mimer last week going absolutely crazy on that champion.
So something to point out, I talked about those 3 key junglers. There's a 4th that is now available, and Diamond has played it before, and I'm talking about Skarner, of course.
Now, Diamond ran Skarner in the spring split, and there was a story going around that it was around Valentine's Day, I remember, and it was to do with his wife, and she used to play Skarner online, etc., etc. Skarner has had changes. He's got a stun built into his passive. Deficio talked earlier about how some teams are scrimming with Skarner in the top lane. They're experimenting with him, and Diamond is one of the innovators. Was one of the innovators. All of last year, he introduced champions that set the trends in the jungle scene, but he has not been anywhere near as dominant this year. We need to see if this is the patch or this is the time for him to step back up.
So all the AD carries available, no Twitch ban this time around. Braum and Twisted Fate were the final 2 bans, so we'll see whether that takes away. Of course, Yasuo available, Jax is available as well. Selfie, big Yasuo player. Jax, will it be that key man that Mima wants?
It's interesting if it does run in, with the changes to teleport having a longer cooldown and the fact that the lifesteal nerfs have reduced his sustain in lane thanks to the Doran's Blade, of course. I was expecting a little less Jax. I thought he may have fallen out of favor, and the fact that Renekton has been picked as well. If they get straight up lanes, Jax can be put in a very bad situation very early on. But there's Super Hardcore are taking their time. Lee Sin is up, Elise is up, Lucian is available. There's a lot of priority picks that Super Hardcore could go with, and it's just going to depend on whatever they feel will help them carry this game more.
Well, I mean, we should point out that this is really the first week for 4.10. There's only been a few amateur team matches before this, so the teams really haven't had a chance to build up, get a note of what all of the other teams are doing and what obviously themselves are looking towards. What works in solo queue does not always work in the LCS.
I agree, and you know, I do feel like we're hitting the 4.10 storyline quite a lot today, but it is because it's one of the biggest patches we've had in the last 2 to 3 months. There are so many unique changes to the fact of, you know, attack damage, lifesteal, the changes to Randian's Omen affecting the tanks on the front line. So all of the options you have available to you have been changed quite drastically. With a Jax first pick, it does open Gambit up to potentially shut him down with the likes of a Renekton. They could run Shyvana top lane if they wanted to do that, who can scale to a similar level, albeit more focused around team fights than necessarily dueling. But again, a very slow pick and ban phase for Super Crew and Gambit because there's so much available and there's so much unknown to deal with.
It doesn't look like we're going to see Dead Ash coming out from Genja. Instead, it will be Lucian and Elise locked in there. That leaves a potential Lee Sin opening from Pela, and of course Yasuo, as I mentioned for Selfie. He had an incredible result against Alliance last time he got to play this.
Yeah, and it's a champion that's been banned out against him very often. The only problem I'm seeing is there's not a lot of additional knockups to go with Yasuo, and interesting to see that Super Crew banned Braum out themselves. Braum plus Yasuo is a very scary combination. They can still, of course, run the likes of Thresh or Nami. Kasing, who was playing under the tag Yarrow last week in London, had a great Nami performance, so there could be additional knockups. What I do like about Yasuo, if he does get locked in, it also gives Super Crew the option to play the split push game. Leave Jax in one lane, leave Yasuo in the other, and Gambit have to try and piece together a collection of champions to shut down the split push opportunities.
Just 10 seconds left for the Super Hot Crew to lock this, and their other choice in. Will it be a jungler? Will they focus on an AD carry or go for that support? Jarvan being the choice for the jungle, and this is a big problem already building for Super Hot Crew. They are all AD melee champions right now.
To be fair, Jax does scale with some magic damage. He does become somewhat mixed, but you are correct, it is primarily magic focused. It is another source of knockup, not necessarily a traditional knockup, but Impaler over Lee Sin, over Skarner, is preferring Jarvan the 4th. He did play it last week in that very chaotic game against the Copenhagen Wolves, if memory serves. Had a weak early game, but definitely did very well as the game progressed and as time ticked on. The one thing that is a little difficult is, you know, Elise can get out of the Cataclysm. Lucian has the possibility to. How Thresh can pull people into it or pull himself out. So Impaler needs to be very on the ball when he's helping his team. But I do think Gambit have to find some way to deal with a split push. At the moment, they don't necessarily have the greatest duelists in the mid to late game, although Lucian and Renekton can do very well in the early laning phase.
Yeah, we just saw Jax versus Renekton in the previous matchup, of course. It was Wicked on Renekton. This time around it's going to be Darian, so that is locked in. And of course the Thresh Prince returns back on champion, alongside Lucian, the standard duo lane. Will we see something different coming out from Kasing here, though, with Zilean currently being hovered over?
That's actually the second time we've seen teams hovering over Zilean today.
Well, Jay really likes to play it.
He does, but I don't know if this is a thing or if it's just a troll. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But the Corki hover is also very smart. It would help supplement the missing magic damage that the Super Haku currently do not have, and it would round out their damage threat. But I do think if Super Haku want to play the split push game, having the likes of the wave clear from Zilean, as well as the revive for either Yasuo or Jax might be quite smart. Alternatively, I think a knock-up is the smart option. Nami, Gragas, it would synergize with both Jax as well as Yasuo. The movement speed that Nami would give your teammates allow them to chase, or the disengage power of Gragas would prevent a potential or mitigate a potential Orianna lock-in. It's one of those things where the ability to chase or run away is very powerful.
Okay, so they've got the two knockups in the team. Nami finally locked in alongside, of course, Javan can also knock them up. But Corki picked up something we haven't seen a great deal of in the European LCS, being predominant in the North American LCS over the last few weeks.
Yeah, definitely a pick that is featuring more and more, especially in these comps that have a lot of attack damage. And again, you know, Kasing, who is Yero, of course, got his hands on that very powerful engaged champion.
That works well.
Very quick lock-in for Nick, but the one thing that I think Nick needs to be very careful of is being kited around by Nami. Because Nick has gone for the Karthus lock-in, that's a fairly team fight-oriented comp. Renekton and Elise Karthus, they want to get in your face. While Karthus will scale very well, there's not a lot of champions on Gambit's side that can deal with Jax or Yasuo in the late game. So for Gambit, this is a win early or mid game, and if it runs late, I really feel like Super Haku have got a very good scaling map-oriented team composition.
Yeah, and with so far Eddie bringing Ignite instead of Exhaust, they're only going to have one Exhaust on that team with a Yasuo and Jax, and of course the Corki. One of them is going to be running free around that team. It's a dangerous game that Gambit are playing. We'll see whether the gamble works off for them.
Yeah, it is a risky play, but again, we've seen Nick, he's been focusing on Nidalee. It's been his primary go-to champion. With changes to Athenes, with changes to Nidalee obviously not being available, he's now defaulted to this Karthus. We haven't seen a lot of Karthus, and the few we have seen have been very uninspiring. So it's up to Nick to impress us.
Well, you've heard what we have to say. Which team comp do you guys think has the edge going into this match? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag SHCWin or hashtag GMBWin. Of course, Super Haku or Gambit. We're going to check out those changes as the match gets underway and see how you have voted.
I think the early invades, like up to 2 minutes to determine lane matchups, might be very integral here for the Super Haku. If they do get themselves put into a 2v2 or a 1v1 setup, I think Maima could be in a lot of trouble. Against a Renekton and an Elise, who could run him down, I do think it's very scary, so they've got to be a little careful about those head-to-heads.
Oh, we'll see how this one goes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 about to get underway. Super Haku starting out as the blue team, facing off against Gambit, back in full effect as the red team. How will they react? And how will they step up? Currently sitting 7th in the league. This is an important win for them because Super Haku are one of the teams that they are chasing.
Yeah, especially because of the fact that Gambit, if they pick up that win, they would go to 5 and 8 and force Super Haku to a record of 6 and 7. It just closes that distance to make it into playoffs. The things that we need to be keeping our eyes on as this game progresses is how Kasing and Ed would itemize. Earlier today, we seen Thresh picking up a ancient coin. It was Yellow Star that actually rushed a Talisman of Ascension as his first item. And it's the first time I've seen Thresh not going for the likes of a Relic Shield, obviously because of the new patch. So we'll see which item build is more efficient.
We'll see whether we get some dancing as well, which we saw a few times. Looks like it's a standard setup for both these teams. Nobody going for an invade just yet. It's setting up the wards. We're going to see Kasing doing a little bit of dancing, a little bit of strutting.
One thing I also want to highlight is Genja is near the top half of the map. So this is one of those things where you always think to yourself, did Gambit anticipate a potential lane swap and then
in the bush, did it?
Swap themselves, or did they go the other direction? And I think Gambit do have vision of that Corki in the bottom river.
I think that was a failed ward. Yeah, it was. Pretty sure that's a failed ward. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, not in...
Oh, no, it's still season.
It's
still season.
Yep.
It's all good.
It spotted Mr. Ralls, so Gambit are going to be aware of the fact that Mr. Ralls is near the bottom half of the map, and they have committed to the lane swap. So Dragon Control should, in theory, be with the Super Haku, even though Diamond Prox is running Elise, who is obviously fantastic at early game Dragons.
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, only that one exhaust picked up. Nick has that. We're going to see how it works out for him up against Selfie in that mid lane. He knew he was in against. And as you pointed out, Mima is making a run for it. He's going with the buddy system. Eddie is continuing to follow on through here. Oh, I tell you what, we could have seen a single basic attack steal from Eddie there. Instead, it forces him away. And that has not been cleared out, that pit, so they're going to want to try and clear that one out. Super Hot Crew, not sure if they meant to leave that.
No, I think Super Hot Crew, they were afraid of a potential invade. They didn't really know if anyone
they're going straight for the blue steal.
So smart play, immediate counter. If you look at the numbers advantage, Gambit really can't challenge for this one. If Diamond or anybody moves forward, they're going to run into 3, potentially 4 members of the Super Hot Crew. And that was a smart ward from Mima to give as much information as possible.
So double blue for the Super Hot Crew. Good start by them, and that's going to put Diamond behind because at least he could really do with that blue buff. Now he's going to get cleared out. They didn't clear out their own blue buff though. We'll see how that affects them. Of course, they're still going to have the timings because by the time they get back round there, they're looking to gank the bottom now.
Ironically, I think that delayed blue might benefit Super Hot Crew because if Gambit go for any sort of invade, they're not going to have the timer. So you have highlighted the fact that 4 members of Super Hot Crew in this bottom half of this map. And we need to see if Impaler's going to go for the tower dive. We have seen some strong tower dives with the flag and drag combo, but he needs to hit it. Also, here they come. Darian's in trouble.
Darian needed to be moving. Mima's going to jump on him. Doesn't get the counter-strike. Nicely played from Darian. Flash burn, but he gets him away safe.
So what we touched on in picks and bans, the changes to Doran's Blade, reducing the life on hit because it's been changed to percentage life steal, means that champions like Jax no longer get that 5 HP back per auto attack. And you can see that Mima started with a crystalline flask. And because Super Hot Crew have the numbers advantage in the bottom lane, they force Darian away and his flash. This should be a safe dragon. They may give up first blood because Selfie is being ganked on in this middle lane.
Yeah, Diamond and Eddie coming around towards him. He goes into the flay. Selfie trying to be confident, but the cocoon and the death sentence pulls him straight back out of there. He will go down. The tower hit. Oh, he got him! He got a return kill. So well played on Diamond. The tower hit working wonders.
Yeah, so I think there was kind of a slight misplay from Selfie. He could have maybe used that sweeping blade a little more efficiently. Regardless, the routes that he picked forced Gambit to go under the tower, and thanks to a couple auto attacks from those minions, he ends up trading 1 for 1. That is a very, very early Zeal. A kill on Selfie in comparison to the kill on Diamond, it means the gold is in the carry's hand, so it's much more beneficial for the Super Hot Crew. And of course, they got that Dragon. Dragon was also, the gold value was ramped up in 4.10, so it is a more precious objective in this stage of the game. So good, strong start for the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, we should point out while that was all happening, Genja was all on his own at the top, yet he's actually behind in CS on Mr. Rollis, who has just been back to buy. We'll see what he comes out with. It's going to be the Vampiric Scepter, so potentially, well, we'll see where he goes with this one. He is on Corki, which standard would be the Trinity Force go towards play the Rune King. Could be the flavor of the month. We're not sure how it's going to work out 4.10. We've already seen different builds coming out for 2 Lucians already today.
Yeah, we have. And the interesting possibility is that could be going the direction of that the Mana Essence Reaver, because it is a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter, but I'm not going to get too excited about that because I think it would delay the damage spike that Mr. Rolls would be looking for, especially if Genja goes for Blade of the Ruined King. Regardless, lanes have now settled. It is going to be the 1v1 of Mima and Darian in that bottom lane, and Darian has no flash. So if Impaler wanted to set a gank up, he could be looking to apply pressure, and I think small advantage here to Kasing in terms of the support v support battle.
We're just having a lash back and forward, of course. Eddie would have had more hit points due to the itemization he has over Kasing. There's also a level ahead as well. Got that assist in there. We'll see how that works out between the two.
Impaler was definitely there. He wants to go for it.
He's going to go around the side. Oh, he misses straight on towards that. Genja just slides in way out of there. Safe. He didn't take the Lantern, and Diamond, well, he's going to look to try and counter, but he's going to walk straight past that wall.
Yeah, so full vision for Super Hot Crew. We do see the red buff there on Impaler doing a little bit of work against Edward and Genja, and he's still sticking around. So we are in a potential 3-on-3 situation. Take a quick look at Summoner spells. Heal is available for Genja, but Heal and Exhaust on the side of Mr. Rolls and Kasing, and they're going in on Edward.
Play again, Eddie on Kasing this time. They're going to try and focus him. They turn on to Diamond. Diamond tries to get away. A lot of damage back and forth, but Diamond's the one that's going low. Mr. Rollis comes in, picks that one up. Genja tries to turn it around, but cannot react. And it is Super Hot Crew coming out on top.
Now, I'm pretty sure I've seen teleports icons going down, and it looks like both Mima and Darren either cancelled it or interrupted it. What was it?
They'd already used it to go back to
back the lane.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, the stun! Counter-strike oh, on Darian. Can Mima turn some damage back around? Darian is the man coming out on top in this one. and he will clear out that wave. Genja desperately trying to keep this farm away from the tower.
I'm double checking the replay to see what on earth that animation was. Oh, it was Requiem, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's me showing off that I haven't seen new Karthus from spectator mode. And the animation that we seen was Nick channeling the Requiem, so he didn't manage to give an assist. I do want to highlight that Nick has gone with a Tear of the Goddess as his first item, and considering all Mr. R's is hooked.
Mr. R's hooked in there. Can Genja get the kill down? And if Valkyrie gets away, he's going to dash in. Flashes for it instead. Can he get Gasing now? One more hit. You can see Eddie. Oh, caught out nicely with the Aqua Prism. That will get him to safety.
So Mr. R's sticking around a little longer than he should have, ends up being punished. Good play from Edward. We talked about the Thresh Prince. He lands a good death sentence. The point I was trying to make about Nick on the Tear of the Goddess, he's got a team composition built around him that should, in theory, be outscaled. You know, Renekton's going to have trouble with Jax. Lucian can obviously do well against Mr. Rolls as the game goes later. But because he's gone for a Tear, it means Nick's power spike is going to take longer to hit that scary Requiem stage. So we'll need to keep our eyes on how effectively he can find those kills, because the first Requiem was definitely not a success.
Speaking of scary, both junglers having to come down towards his bottom lane. Darien takes a tower hit. Could have done without that one, but you can see Impaler's coming in as well. Can he dunk on towards Darien just off the side? Here comes Diamond around the side. They have the minion wave with them now. The Skittering Spider goes in there. Will not explode and catch anyone out. Impaler running defensive duties and working well.
Yeah, and Mime is being punished by this Renekton. Not super hard. He's 15 CS down, so Darien's doing a decent job. But Darien's invested into 3 Dorans, 2 shields, 2 blades and a shield, whereas Mimer's got that Vamp Scepter. So in terms of, you know, scaling itemization gold, Mimer's going to be in a slightly better position once he gets that CS, once he gets those items upgraded. We'll obviously be working towards that Blade of the Ruined King. And Mime still hasn't backed. He's really sticking around for a long time in this lane.
Yeah, Darien happy to take yet another tower hit. Mime trying to draw this one in just above them in the tri-bush. You can see the pink ward war is going on between Impaler and Diamond. They're poking back and forward. They've managed to hold them at bay. Dragon is up in a minute's time here. Impaler caught out with the cocoon. They may try and push onto this one. Instead, they're just going to force him away. They'll clear the pink.
Yeah, so pink ward cleared out. Diamond's still trying to apply more focus to shut down Mime. And neither lane has decided to move around. Remember that Dragon will be up in 50 seconds. So Super Hot Crew got the first Dragon from a very strong play, forcing Darien out of lane. They have the timer. They may want to do something similar. But if you look at builds, this is the really interesting story that Genja has opted to go for a pickaxe as well as a longsword. So we need to see what he decides to upgrade those into. It could be Infinity Edge and Vamp Scepter, if that's the goal he wants to go to. But that might be a very long, might take a very long time in terms of power spike. So we just need to keep a very close eye on that. And again, Nick, with the scaling items, he's picked up a Catalyst to protect us. So Rod of the Age is on the cards. Nick is going late game. The rest of his team comp is a little more early game. So going to be scary once these team fights start to break out.
Well, still very even between these teams. It is the top lane that has the advantage for Genja, currently in CS. Got the 20 CS gap over the bottom lane pairing. Again, Mime and Darien looking to go at it. Both junglers going to try and join the fray as well. You can see Dominus is available for Darien. We'll see whether he chooses to engage.
And Requiem's up.
Big minion wave in there. Doesn't get caught out by Counter-Strike this time around. And straight away, Impaler goes in. They're going to turn straight on towards him. Diamond actually caught out. Darien tries to slide out of there. There's the Requiem from Nick. That finishes the job. That's exactly what they wanted on that mid lane.
Very well executed. Mime was too low to stick around. And thanks to that Giant's Belt worth of hit points, Darien's able to survive all of the damage that the Super Hot Crew put down. And we touched on how easy it is for Renekton to get out of Cataclysm. He slices, he dices, he makes it a safety, and it allows Gambit to get control over the Dragon Pit. It doesn't look like Impaler's going to get here in time, and this is going to be a risky steal for anyone from Super Hot Crew, and it doesn't even look like they're going to. They've got no vision of the area, so safely secured objective for Gambit.
Yeah, you can see Selfie trying to punish that mid lane, but he didn't really get any hits on towards that turret either, so Gambit steal themselves little advantage over Super Hot Crew here, and that puts them, of course, just over 1,000 gold ahead. Top lane again, 89 to 67 CS between those two. Mr. Rales is being punished, but it's kind of what we expect from a Lucian.
Yeah, it is in the laning phase, and of course, you know, Corki can, in theory, do well against Lucians. We do see Impaler's coming behind, but that is a walk.
Good walk.
So he needed to go much quicker, and he didn't have Cataclysm.
Yeah,
it just means Gambit can get out.
So this is something we talked about. Obviously, it was, what, 2 weeks ago that Jarvan suddenly appeared back on the scene in the Europeans, and they weren't caught, they weren't ready for it. Sven Skirren was the man that started all that. Of course, sliding into them tri-bushes, coming around the back. course, that was 2 weeks ago. Everybody is well aware of what Jarvan can do again, and they're warding him out.
Yeah, it's something that you always have to be very diligent of. The thing is, there are those windows where if you time it correctly, you could be in trouble. It's a lot of early damage onto Kasing, and thanks to the pickaxe and longsword, it also means all of the early trading for Genji and Edward should go in their favor. They do have a lot more attack damage to play with. Mr. Rolls has just got that Vamp Scepter and the makings of Phage, and here comes Impaler. He's looking for a gank with the Cataclysm.
Oh, great hook on towards Kasing there, but he draws him straight in. Eddie's not getting out of this one. The shield goes down. He's still surviving. Mr. Rolls will finish that one off. Impaler's actually getting focused on by Genji. Not sure about that targeting there, but the Super Hot Crew get themselves another hit. Now Nick's going to get dived on. The ulti comes out from Selfie, but 0 damage really done there.
Exhaust from Nick was so well timed. The moment Selfie committed to his last breath, that was an instant exhaust. It saves Nick for this moment in time, but it means the next time Selfie manages to catch Nick out of position, he may be able to get the kill. 3 members of Super Hot Crew still defending his tower.
Dangerous play if the Super Hot Crew. That Requiem will be available in a couple of seconds' time. You can see that's why they're keeping the pressure on, keeping the Super Hot Crew here low on hit points. They're going to have to back away. They're all stepping out of this one. The moment that minion wave comes back in, Gambit, you can see Ed Diamond trying to keep them here, trying to keep them at the tower, trying to grab himself a kill. They're going to keep on pushing. They may well get this tower this time around.
With the Rod of Ages completed for Nick, his Requiem's currently doing 320 damage before mitigation, and it is available. Super Hot Crew make it away from that top lane tower, and they are falling behind in CS in all of their lanes except mid. Darian's doing a good job against Mima, and the duos against Super Hot Crew, and they're going to dive into Selfie again.
Selfie hasn't got his ultimate available this time around. He comes in, gets flayed out there, gets hooked straight in as well. Great death sentence from Eddie. This time around, it's Diamond that gets the kill.
Good positioning by Gambit, but I have to question the sweeping blade through Diamond procs. I'm not quite sure why Selfie was going into the middle of the lane. Regardless, he gets caught down. Another kill for Gambit, and Super Hot Crew trying to defend this tower. They've jumped onto Impaler.
They've given the tower. Can they get on towards him? Cataclysm used. He tries to flash out of there. Nick putting the damage down. Will he get away from it? No, he will not. Diamond sinks in the fangs.
Yeah, manages to get the kill. Not only does he get the kill, that's a flash from Impaler burned as well. Mima, he's going to jump in, but may not be able to save the tower. The rest of Gambit got it down.
Tower goes down. Death sentence thrown out again, and Edward is all over this game right now. Gambit get themselves another and another turret.
It is all about the Thresh players today. They are landing hook after hook, and Edward 0-1-5. He's been involved in 90% of his team's kills. What I really like about Gambit is they are making aggressive plays with their champions that can do better in the early stages of the game. Mr. Riles, that's a big chunk of damage from Darian.
Yeah, he does really want to get involved in this one. He has got a good portion of that Trinity Force built up, Mr. Riles, but he's got to be careful. Genji's coming around the side. He went past that pink ward, but I don't think he's going to engage on this one. The Super Hot Crew now going to try and move on the bot lane.
Yeah, and we see the itemization from Genji. He is going towards that Infinity Edge plus Vamp Scepter. And I think he's gotten away with the pickaxe and longsword first because Mr. Rawls opened with the Vamp Scepter. So, in terms of burst damage, Genji had higher bonus AD to work with, and the double shot from his passive was just working in his favor. So Gambit, 5,000 gold ahead, 4,000 gold ahead rather. And again, look at the burst into Kasing. He just can't take those trades with Genji. He's falling far too low on HP.
And of course, with every time there's a Karthus playing, they have to be so cautious, so alert of the fact that if they get taken low on hit points, it could be the death of them from that ultimate. At the moment, Genji's getting some good revenge hits from Mr. Rales there. Still very close between the two. Eddie's going deep on this one. Oh, misses the death sentence this time around. It's a good wave. There's going to be the Requiem. That's one going down at the side there. Now Impaler's taking low. Teleport comes in. Impaler does get himself the kill on Genji, but Eddie comes in and cleans that one up. Mima teleports in. Darian is in there as well. It's Kasing they should be focusing on. Instead, they're trying to keep Mima away from him. Darian may be able to go 2-on-1 here. He's got Diamond about to join him, and their Super Hot Crew are backing out.
They end up trading 2 for 2, but a very good teleport from Mima brings him into the action. Even though the kills and the total gold traded that way sort of evens out, Gambit get themselves another tower from the deal. He's even denying minions from the bottom wave. Take a look at how Nick was roaming. He is moving into the bottom lane. He may find himself against Selfie. So a very good play from Gambit once again. Taking complete charge. Look at Darian. He's just full of swag. Diving under 3 and not even worried about it.
He's got a 45 CS advantage built up over Mima. He is absolutely bossing that lane right now. He's going to push all the minions in there, and Impala's going to have to come down here. That wave was cleared out by Mr. Rale's Nick meantime. He's going to go back. He's had that tier stacking up, got the Rod of Ages in there, as you mentioned, the late game build for Nick, and he's working out so far. 2-0-5 Kassadin. This is a problem, Karthus. This is a problem for Super Hot Crew later on.
Now, you know, we did say those items scale and they take time, but when you've got 2 kills, 5 assists, a dragon, and 3 towers before the 20-minute mark, Rod of Ages completed, Archangel Staff completed, that's busy leveling up or ramping up in terms of mana. Nick has accelerated his build at a very good rate. So now, Dragon, it's the 3rd one of the game. It looks like Impaler wants to sniff at it, but it's risky. He's decided to back away.
Yeah, so Gambit take themselves a second. It does leave their top tower exposed to Mima, though, who is just going to let the minions do the damage on it rather than push it too hard. Instead, he's going to get himself a farm. He's got the Play the Rune King now completed, but as you mentioned, he has fell quite far behind Darian. Nick is making his way in towards his top lane.
Yeah, so Nick's got very good wave clear. He's got no tower to fall back to in that middle lane, and it's pushing because of the fact that he's managed to get that one down. And you see how much damage you can put on Mima. It's a 2-level advantage. Keep that in mind, and exhaust available.
Oh, they're going to catch him out. Mima's not going to be able to get away from this one. Counter-strike dodged out. That was a simple cleanup by Gambit, and the tower was saved. Mid-tower now being pressured.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Gambit. They continue to extend that gold lead. They defend another outer turret. And Super Hot Crew, their split pushing has been delayed. This is Impaler dead.
Impaler getting caught out of position, tries to flag and drag away from this one. You can't repel the red
so
buff,
far
buddy.
away.
But doesn't matter. Darian's just going to come around the side there. He's not going to be able to escape this one unless he pulls off something incredible.
What can the rest of the team do, though? They may have get access to this bottom lane turret. You can see Selfie already starting the split push. Impaler's going to run into Genja. Let's see if the prediction comes true.
Well, Cataclysm's on towards him. Slides on through there, but Genja tries to follow, and the rest of his team, as you mentioned, are there, and Impaler's free.
Super cheeky from Impaler. I did not expect him to get away from behind enemy lines. And even though Selfie was pushing this bottom lane, he doesn't necessarily have the attack damage to get the tower taken out. So he's going to push the wave up, extend his CS, and notice Jack's top lane, Yasuo bottom lane. Super Hot Crew have recognized they don't want team fights because they're behind in gold, and their opponents have got a power level spike that is higher than theirs, but they can play the split push game. And if you can force Gambit into skirmishes, then Super Hot Crew can turn the tides with some of their very good dueling champions.
So top tower goes down, Super Hot Crew get themselves another outer. Darian actually going aggressive on Selfie here, keeping the pressure on. He is feeling very confident right now, and that's dangerous play. Once Darian starts doing well, the rest of Gambit will easily follow.
Yeah, that's the truth. And if Darian is doing well, that he can pull the resources of Super Hot Crew to shut him down, it allows the rest of the team to make plays. You've got Nick, before 20 minutes, has got that Rod of Ages on its way to about 70% stack, and Seraph's Embrace has been upgraded. Now we'll see if Darian can get away. There's 2 of them on it.
Oh, Selfie gonna boost everything he's got. I'm not sure if they can get away from this one. Darian has got that dominance running again. He gets knocked up. Selfie will catch him just under the turret, but it took 2 of them to take him down for a long period of time there.
There's a lot of armor on Darian. He also got a big chunk of HP from that dominance. So it did take a while, but they got the kill. And what's very important is it has once again allowed Selfie to continue split pushing. Mima is CSing. He's still a big chunk down behind Darian, but he's doing well. And Cataclysm's up for Impaler if they want to go in.
Good cocoon catching on Impaler there. The turret not doing what it needs to, and Diamond now in trouble. He's going to try and come around on towards him. Aqua Prism does not land. Diamond tries to get away, flashes out of the Cataclysm, and now he's shouts free. Can he get on towards Impaler? They're going to try and turn this one around. Eddie's going to join them alongside Nick. Cocoon goes thrown out, catches on Impaler. Death Sentence flung out, and Eddie lands it once again. You can see the Aqua Prism come through there. Gambit's going to try and follow through. Kassadin going to get caught out, flashes out of the cocoon. He's still running for his life. He's slowed down right now. Don't think Diamond can catch anymore.
No, not this time round. Gambit once again with a great reply. Super Hot Crew do secure the tower though, so losing Impaler for the tower is probably a trade they'll be relatively happy with. Impaler's got a lot of deaths to his name, so he's also going to be worth less net gold as he continues to be the sacrificial lamb for his team's plays. And if you look at some of the items that are being completed, Selfie's now working his way towards Infinity Edge. Phage has been completed for Mima. You've got the makings of that Bilgewater Cutlass and potential eventual Blade of the Rune King for Mr. Riles. So Super Hot Crew are continuing to scale. And a cheeky race steal there from Mr. Riles. And this is now where Gambit needs to be very assertive in how they get the inner turrets. They've done a great job of getting control of the outer lanes, and they've been trying to deal with the split push. I guess they've at least counter the previous push once Super Hot Crew got the tower. But now it's up to Gambit to force Super Hot Crew's hand and break through that inner line.
We'll see how it works out for them. Currently have that 4,000 gold lead, Dragon up in over a minute and a half. Of course, Gambit are all about securing those dragons as well. Something that they do so well. Even last week when they were using the solo queue, it was something they focused on, kept them in the goal. Maybe not going to catch on throws out the lantern, but nobody's there to pick it up. He's trying to bait it out.
No one's there, but smart enough to at least prevent the ward. You've seen the sweeping lanes going down from Kasing. Itemization update. Oh, they've caught Mr. Ross.
Oh, Diamond's going to push up to this. Wars this one. I don't think it is. Mr. Ross is in trouble, and Diamond's taking him down. Another death sentence comes in. Kasing catches that one. Darian teleports in there. There's the Requiem coming out. That's going to blow Kasing up. Mr. Rollers was taken out of that one. He has to back away. Now Mima getting focused on. He gets taken so low. Jumps away. Leaves strike enough. Selfie catching on towards Diamond. Gets one. Gets on towards Eddie. But straight away, another death sentence comes out. Genji gets focused on. But he's going to turn that back around. Impaler taken so low. Everybody so low. Nick finally joining this party. The calling coming out from Genja. Can they chase on towards this one? Selfie's just over the side there. Genja gets the dash, gets the double tap, but he hasn't got enough to catch on towards him. Nick's going to chase this one down the river.
That ends up being a 2-for-1. It's not over yet as Selfie's continuing to run, but his movement speed with static shift should be enough. That was such a good re-engage from Selfie, getting himself a double kill, I think, during the course of the fight. Very good knock-up onto both Genja and Edward. Gets the last breath down, and those are the team fights that Super Hot Crew are looking for. If you can have Gambit split up and not concentrated as a 5-man unit, Jax and Yasuo can just melt through targets. Fortunately, Super Hot Crew now will be losing the Dragon because they put so much emphasis on that team fight. They don't think they're going to engage in a 2-5.
Yep, that's the Dragon once again. Second of the game for Gambit. Third of the game, sorry, for Gambit. 5-0-5 for Nick, but more importantly, look at Eddie. He's going for the Runyon Omen this early on.
Yeah, very, very early. It's something that we keep looking at in these support changes on this patch. No Mikhail's Crucible for Thresh. We've seen Threshers go for Talisman of Ascension earlier, and now going to go for that Engage Power and the movement speed reduction of the Randians. But it will take Edward just a little while longer. Gambit, full invade. With the exception of Diamond, they're just going to bully the crew completely out of their own jungle.
That's the blue buff going across to Gambit. It's going to be, looks like...
Nick got it.
Nick that's going to get it, so that's going to just top off his own. Oh, they're going straight Baron.
So with Karthus, you can melt through Baron thanks to single target damage, and they know Selfie's not there. The rest of Super Hot Crew are around. Look for a tidal wave to mitigate, interrupt, and here comes Impaler from the side.
Yeah, the scrying orb from Mr. Rales gave that straight away. Does mean they all pull back in there. The death sentence thrown out from Eddie this time does not find the target on Mima, and I think that means Gambit will peel away from this one. Can Super Hot Crew use that minion wave in the mid to take the tower?
Yes, they can. Kasing with a decent tidal wave, even though it's not going to be available for a team fight, it was enough to split Gambit off the objective and force them away. And because Gambit hesitated or were unable to catch members of Super Hot Crew, the crew grabbed themselves their 4th tower of the game, and they got a minion wave on the bottom half of the map, thanks to Selfie pushing it up before the whole Baron play. So a little bit of a miscall or a misplay from Gambit is going to cost them some damage on that bottom turret. And look at the vision, though, from Gambit. Like, they've got such deep vision. At any time a Super Hot Crew come up to challenge, they've got such good jungle information to work with.
And you know, we talked about at the start of the game how it's a very AD-focused champion. I'll talk back to that in a minute. Selfie's going to get caught out, goes on towards Nick there. Exhaust goes straight down him. He wasn't expecting Genja to be with him. Will anyone dash across? They're going to take the white instead. Selfie is still out of position. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, it's going to be Mr. Rales they're going to get focused on. Requiem comes out. Will it get blasted? Mr. Rales not quite taken low enough. Still nobody going down. Selfie back in the top lane. Darian pushing towards him. Darian's going to keep on focus. I'm not sure if he's had enough hits on him. I think the tower's going to get it. Oh! Nick managed to get the last hit in the end, and Gambit to get themselves another kill.
6-0-5. The rest of Super Hot Crew prevent Gambit from pushing the middle lane until now, where Selfie was able to pull the rest of the team back. So we do see that Randian Omen completed for Edward. Genja's had that chain vest for a while because of the physical damage threat from the Super Hot Crew. Impaler left to defend this wave alone, and his wave play is simply not strong enough. Gambit, with a very good play, maintain map control, maintain the gold lead, and they even have the tower secured.
So, big advantages starting to grow by Gambit. This game's definitely loosening up a bit. You can see, obviously, the fact we had 2 skirmishes at the bottom half of the map and the mid lane. Super Hot Crew, of course, if they can get Mr. Rales on there, get his armor shred going, and everybody piles in, they will do a lot of damage, regardless of how much armor gets built up. Well, the say regardless. If there's a lot of armor, it could be a big problem, but nevertheless, Gambit have to be careful they don't get caught out, clumped up, and everybody from Super Hot Crew jumps on them.
And you can notice Kasing is working himself towards that Mikhail's Crucible. When you look at Gambit's comp, what they can do very well is if they surprise somebody with a Wall of Pain, with a Death Sentence or a Cocoon, you can have Renekton, Elise, Lucian jump onto a target and burst him down fairly quickly. And assuming that Gambit can do that, their team fight should be very effective. And they just need to avoid, you know, a multi-man stun from Jax or a multi-man ultimate from Yasuo. So in that situation, if Kasing can get that Crucible up and save a target, get him out of the Cocoon, or, you know, give him a big heal to survive a Requiem, maybe Super Hot Crew can do better in these team fights. But as it stands, you just feel like Gambit are doing slightly better big picture fights when they catch Super Hot Crew out of position.
Selfie got himself a clear minion wave in this bottom half, and nobody's really there to react to it. Genja has finally just gone back. He had 2,700 gold on him, went straight for the Blade of the Rune King, only had the Vampiric Scepter there before. Something Genja actually does a lot. Just sits on massive amounts of gold, which sometimes can be at the detriment, of course, because they could be going into those team fights without those items. As it is, now he has it. He has himself the gold advantage, and I'm not sure about item advantage still over Mr. Riles, because he's got that Triforce and Blade of the Rune King, but will be very strong in the next fight.
Yeah, if Genja just gets multiple auto attacks off, he will do more damage than Mr. Riles. But as long as Mr. Riles is threading in those spell costs in between his auto attacks, he can do a good job. The one thing I want to note is Selfie's done a good job at controlling the tempo of Gambit. Every time he's pushed them up to the inner turret on that bottom lane, Gambit have been forced to respond, but because Super Hot Crew's warding and vision has been subpar for a split pushing team, it means Selfie can't stick around. He had a siege minion to get on that tower, and he didn't land auto attacks because he had no information in Gambit's jungle to work with. And Gambit, again, they're trying to force Super Hot Crew's hands. They don't want to play the split push game, and they're trying to make team fights happen.
Tiamat picked up by Darien. We'll see if that includes into the Ravenous Hydra. He feels maybe that Sunfire Cape early on was possibly enough. Of course, he can keep up the split push ability that Mimer and Selfie will have. Gambit currently grouping up. Look up the bottom lane. You can see Mimer. He's got teleport available, but he's off on his own right now. And Gambit looking to try and steal an advantage and push for this inhibitor.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew were out of position. They're going to be here late, but so is the minion wave. So it looks like Impaler as well as Selfie should get here just in time. No Death Sentence this time round, and the wave clip from Super Hot Crew is enough, but that's, you know, 20% of the tower HP lost.
Darien either uses the teleport or loses that inner turret. The inner turret will go down. Mimer on that one, and of course with the Triforce and Bloodthirst, Blade of the Rune King of his own will hit those towers hard. Looking at Selfie also, he's completed the Infinity Edge along with the Blade of the Rune King and Static Shift now. Lots of damage from the Super Hot Crew starting to stack up in a crew.
That is massive for the Super Hot Crew. Not only do they defend their inhibitor turret, they gain an inner turret, and they get Darien's teleport. 240-second cooldown on that summoner spell, and better positioning means Super Hot Crew have started Dragon. The rest of the team are on Baron. Have Mimer and Impaler peeled away? They haven't yet. This is going quickly for Gambit.
This is going to go very quickly, of course, with the Carthus in there, one of the quickest to help take down that Baron. Sorry, the Dragon is going to go down. Mimer gets on towards that one. Now Selfie going to get focused on. The Baron picked up by Gambit, and they back away. Not sure about that trade.
No, hashtag not worth. Baron buff on Gambit, when you consider their team is already a little weak at this stage, should give them the siege potential I think that they're looking for. And just, again, a misplay. Earlier, Gambit tried to force Baron. It ended up costing them the inner turret. This time, Ryan, Super Hot Crew made the call to go for Dragon, the arguably safer objective that was available, and it ends up costing them Baron. You can't discount the fact that Carthus destroys Baron so quickly. The double damage on his layways to solo single targets is just massive. And it means Gambit continue to maintain control of this game, but it is ever so balanced. You know, it's so fine. It could tilt in favor of Super Hot Crew.
We'll see how it works out for them. Gambit again pushing straight in that mid lane. Baron's going very aggressive, trying to catch somebody out there, trying to bully them away from the minion line. They're going to go all straight down this mid. Mimer a little out of position. Gambit see him actually. They've pinged on towards him, so they know that he's off on the left-hand side, which means they know they're in a 4v5 situation here if they put pressure on this mid lane. Mimer's either going to have to back off or keep split pushing. He's going to choose the latter and keep on pushing that top lane.
Yeah, Mimer does still have his teleport. From the previous trade, he hasn't used it. He's also overtaken Darien as far as CS is concerned. So he's starting to scale. With a chain vest on both Mima, Impaler, and Selfie, they can fend off the damage of Darien and Genja, but you can see Gambit, they don't have a tower dive team, and Genja's just being Genja. He's going to go split push.
I don't know. I just don't know what he's doing. Instead, Lantern being used by Eddie to keep him safe. Mima is going to back off. Genja's just basically said, you know what, guys, there's a wave on the bottom. I'm having that. I don't care about this mid. And forget Baron. We don't need this.
I would argue it's not a terrible call because of the fact if Gambit had tried to siege up under that turret and got caught by a tidal wave, even in a 4v5 situation, tidal wave into last breath is enough time for a teleport from Mima to arrive. And all of a sudden, you've lost, 30-40% of your hit points, and Jax is here to clean up. So probably the safer option, but this is the most difficult thing. How does Gambit siege when you can theoretically tower dive with Renekton and Elise, but I don't think they want to. Their comp is not focused around that. It's not built for that type of strategy.
Whether Mima wanted to stick around and fancy a go at Genja instead. He has. He's cancelled the teleport. He's cancelled the back. He's going to stay. He's going to clear that wave out. And we'll see whether Genja decides to try and take this one. It'll be a risky battle for him, that's 100% sure.
Yeah, it really will. Selfie's once again trying to split push himself. He was moving up towards the top half. Gambit have done such a good job of vision this game. You can see all of the wards in the mid lane will prevent them being flanked. And if Genja can find Mima, this is 1v2. Mima's in full retreat mode. Does have teleport, does have flash. Should be able to get away.
He's clean free, unless they go for it. Nick pulled out of that. Cataclysm being used by Impaler. Now they're going to try and collapse. Look at it. Everybody going down towards his bottom lane. They want to get Mima. Super Crew reacting. They're rushing straight in the mid.
Oh, he manages to sidestep the Cocoon. There's no Cataclysm. There's no tidal wave for Super Hot Crew. They are split up as well. This team fight could go pear-shaped very quickly if they are out of position.
Oh, that was a good Aqua Prison. Super Hot Crew choosing to sidestep. They're going to go up towards the top. They could get themselves its inner turret, but Gambit are responding. They're going to try and rush straight down the mid.
Yeah, I think this is the smart call from Super Hot Crew. They've left Selfie to wave clear, but Mima needs to back away sooner. Yes, he does have teleport, but you don't want to waste that summoner spell just to defend the tower. Selfie's also not pushed that inner turret. So it does look like Gambit are going to get a very big chunk of gold. Teleport being used, that was a decision from Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, Mima coming in, Death Sentence's landed, and Cocoon comes on towards him. Kasing taking all of the culling damage as well. Good reactions from both these teams. That was such a crucial, pivotal moment. Of course, that means Mima's teleport is now down, and Darian's is available.
Yeah, so we'll see who can maintain control of the map. Gambit, with better positioning and with a sort of effective HP bonus or higher value, they're playing a lot more confidently. They didn't push the tower as aggressively earlier on, but they should be aware Tidal Wave will be up soon. It is actually just available, so that should be the trigger to back off. As long as Tidal Wave is not there, it means Gambit need to back away. And something I want to highlight, there are 3 Blades of the Ruined King on the side of Super Hot Crew, so anybody that's stacking up HP, Edward's got high hit points, Darian's got high hit points, he should be, just melted down. 8% of current health per auto attack is going to be very, very quick to melt through those high hit point targets.
Oh, they're going to try and come across and engage on towards this blue buff. Instead, they want to turn it around. Cocoon lands on Mima. Aqua Prison on Darien, though. He pops that dominance instantly. They try and focus on towards Mima. There's going to be the wave coming out. Kasing's going to try and focus on Selfie. Jumps in there and jumps straight out again. Nick all over him. He doesn't want to get involved anymore. He's going to get taken down. Selfie tries to go in towards him. He gets himself the kill and the shutdown bonus, but he gets cleared out. Impaler jumps in. Cataclysm and flashes out. Requiem comes out. Mima not going to take him so low, but he gets away. The bubble and the heal from Kasing just about survives. And Gambit going just 1 for 1. They're going to try and push on. They may get this turret.
That is such a good bubble from Kasing, managing to prevent the rest of Gambit getting onto Mima. That was a sloppy team fight for the Super Hot Crew. They were split up, they were spread out, and they managed to get away with their lives. Take a look at how they come in drips and drabs. Mr. Rolls isn't even with the team. I do want to highlight that Selfie gets a great last breath off onto both Genja and Nick. Unfortunately for him, Nick instantly exhausts him, so all of that damage goes down. And the burst from this Requiem, look at Mima and Kasing's HP on the left-hand side of your screen. That's like half HP and just below. So close. Wait for it, the double bubble. Incoming, it knocks up both Genja, I think, and Edward, Diamond rather. Such a good bubble from Kasing. He did the same thing last week on his Nami. Very, very good play, and I think a little unfortunate Gambit didn't get more from that.
dragging up and Gambit moving in. Super Hot Crew should take it very quickly though. I don't think we're going to see him. Diamond getting in close enough. There he goes, smited away, and Impaler takes that one and quick to disengage. Diamond going to look to try and force someone to flash away from this one. Instead, they can all drag themselves away. Selfie, of course, used to flash in the last time around, but Gambit, of course, have big positional advantage now with Baron spawning in 26 seconds.
So you see how difficult it was for Gambit to win a team fight, even though they had sort of a 4v3 numbers advantage at the beginning of the fight. Because it's so hard for them to burst people down, like Mima, who can get a lot of stats, like Jarvan, who's got a shield, they need to force Super Hot Crew's hand. In a straight-up 5v5, at this stage in the game, Super Hot Crew have now gotten over that weak point. Jax, Yasuo, Corki are very, very scary with their item builds, and Gambit are looking to find picks, and they've got Impaler.
Oh, good death sentence coming out from Eddie once again. The wave will get thrown through, but Impaler's taken so low. But he gets away alive. Cocoon lands on towards Mima. The rest of the team claps in towards him. He leaps strike away. Super Hot Crew, they have to back away from this fight. It's a good win wall from Selfie and bounces the rest of Gambit, but they're going to keep on chasing this one. Super Hot Crew and backup duty, and again, another fantastic acquisition from Kasing lands on Diamond.
Manages to save his life. We did see a knock-up on both Nick and Genja, but because Super Hot Crew are in retreat, they opted not to go for it. Keep tabs on the fact that Guardian Angel is finished for Selfie, so if he goes into a fight, he can come back again, as is Genja. They're looking to re-engage. This is going to be scary.
This is going to be an important death sentence from Eddie, I feel, if they can land it on towards Impaler, who goes off the
so close.
Very, very close. Kasing, a Prison's going to get dodged out of. Meanwhile, Super Hot Crew trying to push the middle of the culling coming out. Not quite catching on Kasing, then Impaler getting out of this one. Darian might be able to slice on towards them this time around. Instead, they are playing very passively. Gambit are very unsure about their team fight ability right now.
Yeah, and Super Hot Crew are just dancing around danger. They got so close to being caught out, and a few skill shots, if they'd landed, would have cost them their lives. Kasing was forced to flash away from the Cocoon, and Gambit are still playing the bait game. That's a good Demacian standard from Impaler, and it looks like Diamond is so badly chasing a kill. Super Hot Crew are so split. Look at that. They're like all across Gambit's jungle. They're just trying to delay and deny the Baron play.
Diamond using the ward to try and quickly repel himself a little bit closer to the minions, to the Super Hot Crew, but didn't catch them out there. Both these teams poking, both these teams low on hit points.
Tidal Wave is available again. So if Gambit continue to chase, it could set up a very good combination. Multi-man Tidal Wave into that last breath from Selfie. But look at the positioning. Super Hot Crew have got minions now working with them shortly, and they may be able to get this inhibitor turret.
Well, that's going to be Super Selfie there, catch out on the side there. He's got Guardian Angel, but he's going to get taken hit by the tower. He'll go down off the side there. Quick repel from Diamond. Genja's out of position. He's going to get focused on. He's got the Guardian Angel. The rest of his team needs to get around. Selfie goes down. Genja is safe for now, and Gambit get themselves a 1-on-0, and that's going to be the lot.
Yeah, very, very split up once again. Super Hot Crew just not on the same page. They managed to catch Genja, but the focus was obviously him. His GA was popped, and he's going to manage to defend this top lane tower. Very, very close. At the end of the day, Super Hot Crew once again coming up behind. Also, GA is down on Selfie, so he can't afford to get that aggressive sort of base play that he was doing a few minutes ago.
But Guardian Angel now built on Mima. He's just picked that up. Of course, GA was also popped by Genja, we should point out. So, very tight fights between these. 14-9, of course, but you can see the gold. It is only a 2,000 differential between the teams, or 3,000 technically, just shy of. Gambit, they're going straight for Baron this time around. Impaler is close by. You can try and get the steal.
Yeah, but they don't have the damage from Selfie, so this is going to be so risky for them to go in. Tidal Wave is not available for Kasing. Look at them, they're split once more. Mima wants it, they got Genja!
Oh, they've caught him out. He's going to try and get away, but it's one more hit. He's going to get taking him down, but Mima, the GA going to get popped, and the Super Hot Crew in a good position. Impaler's going to get taken down. The Baron doing damage on him. Mima tries to leap away from this one. Diamond chasing on towards Kasing. A fantastic Aqua Prism from him once again, but the Cocoon this time around will seal his fate. And Eddie, he's trying to pursue on Mr. Rallis. Where is Mima going? It's going to back off.
So they end up trading 1 for 2, but very importantly, prevent the Baron. That was, even though a bad trade, it is beneficial for the Super Hot Crew by preventing that objective getting secured. Mr. Rallis has even been able to delay the back of Gambit, so they may want to play a little bit of pressure in this mid lane. Decide not to. GA popped from Mima in that previous fight, even though he dove all the way in. And we are seeing the making of that Ardent Center for Kasing. So he's going to be getting the new support item that will obviously give his teammates attack speed whenever he heals them or gives them shields. So be interesting to see how that plays out, considering how great Jax can scale with that attack speed once he gets it thrown on.
Well, Darian continues to stack out those hit points. The Warmogs, of course, now picked up as well. And looking towards the 7-1-8 of Nick, sorry. He continues to just grow that ability power. Is that going to be a DFT?
Oh, that's a teleport.
That's a teleport and cancelled by Mima. So that one used the cooldown to its full extent, but nevertheless, that will be down for a moment. He's sticking towards that top lane problem. Selfie trying to distract them, but Genja is there to clear that way.
Yeah, and the Super Hot crew once again split up. If they want a tidal wave engage, they're going in.
Oh, they flash on. That's going to be Nick going to have to flash away from this one. Can they close on towards Impaler? He may be the focus target, but instead Diamond's going to get caught out. Repels away. Mima taking a lot of damage. Eddie in trouble as well. Impaler will get focused down, but it's still not the damage. And honestly, Super Hot crew coming out better in these fights.
Definitely. They had a better position, and that time round, they encompassed Gambit. You've seen Genja was late to the party. He was defending that inhibitor turret, and because he got there late, it allowed Super Hot crew to put the damage down. It has also opened them up to Baron. There are members of Gambit nearby, and if Nick can throw himself into the pit, that's exactly where he wants to be, but it's gone too quick. The damage is too high, and Super Hot crew grabbed themselves their first Baron, and a little bit more control and presence in this game.
Gigantic wall of pain from Nick does slow them down, but that's simply delay tactics right now. Darian's going to get focused and jumped out there. Slice and Dice is out of the Aqua Prison, but you just saw how much damage Super Hot crew. That Baron, even at 42 minutes, went down in seconds.
Well, look at all of the damage sources that they've got. Multiple Blades of the Rune King, Infinity Edge completed on the side of Self.
Risky.
Gambit are going to melt this Baron. There's no tidal wave. Keep that in mind. Let's see for last breath.
They're trying to delay. Their minions, of course, taking the tower down. Meanwhile, at the side there, the culling bin very good from Genja just off the side. They will get this dragon down. Super Hot crew, will they try and turn it towards that mid lane? Gambit still feeling confident.
Yeah, they are, because they do have very good positioning. In order for the Super Hot crew to engage, they needed that tidal wave, which they now have. They've got Mima!
Death Sentence caught on towards Mima. He leaps out once again, and another Aqua Prison going to try and throw it in there. Doesn't land this time around. We can see Mr. Rollins poking on. Requiem goes off and does not take anyone down, but it does enough damage that it may make Super Hot crew back off.
It does look like it. Selfie was pushing the middle wave. There are minions in the bottom wave. It feels like this game is all over the place because Super Hot crew are continuing to try the split push game. They're continuing to try use these minion waves to their advantage, and it has worked and it has not worked at varying times. But Gambit, they still maintain a gold lead. They are still even on towers. The only problem is Gambit got stalled out when they were on the inhibitor turret, and now the shoe's on the other foot. Now it's Super Hot crew that are playing the aggressive game, and we need to see how effectively Gambit can defend, because Super Hot crew never want to go under a turret where there's a Karthus sitting there waiting to welcome you with Defile and his Death Defy passive.
It's a dangerous game to play. So, the back turret, the top one, you know, did go down. That was about it, though, for the Gambit. Of course, they were to play. They got the Dragon as well. Secured themselves that. Repel. Ooh, I tell you what, he's caught out here, Diamond. He's got nowhere to run. The Aqua Prison comes back in. He's going to go down. Oh, the Lantern wants the game from Eddie. How nobody managed to step and close that one out, I don't know. Selfie's being very aggressive. Look how much damage he's putting down onto Darian. Darian pops his Dominus there. Not sure on that ultimate usage. And the Super Hot crew is starting to catch Gambit out of position. Diamond, he's got nowhere to run here. He's going to get caught out. He repels. Caught out. Elizabeth Eddie's there with the Lantern again. And now Impaler gets hooked in. And that is a death for Nick. And now Mima leaps away. It's a 4v5. Gambit chasing.
Overconfidence from Impaler not going to work in his favor. The team does get the tower, though. You did also see their tidal wave just catching onto Diamond at the edge of your screen, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Decent wind wall, not sure it was necessarily needed. Better safe than sorry. Selfie, of course, does have his GA proc back and available, as does Mima, rather, in a moment or two. So these team fights are going to continue to be messy. They're going to continue to be drawn out. And what they've boiled down to for both of these teams is whoever's been able to surround their opponents has come out in the better position. And with Nami giving your teammates movement speed for spells that affect him with, and now attack speed thanks to that Ardent Sensor, if he gets Mima or Impaler to engage effectively, that could be a very, very strong start to team fights.
Oh, once again, with that wave down, they're going to push in, try and get some hits on towards that tower, but you can see it's back to full hit points. It's been so long since Gambit were back down here. Death Sentence is not going to land, and that puts the end to that. There's a big wave in the bottom lane that they could do with trying to keep alive, but you can see Super Hot Crew there ahead of them. They already know what's going on here. They're going to cut them off in the jungle.
Yeah, no knockups from Super Hot Crew means there's no Yasuo engage. Mima, he wants Darian.
Oh, he jumps in there. Counter-strike not quite landing, and Darian had taken all the damage. Red buff hooked in. Eddie, I thought he caught somebody else out, but instead it was the red, and that may be a problem because Impaler slides in. Cataclysm on everyone. Yasuo doing all of the damage, and Gambit had just been dropped left, right, and center as Selfie goes in. The Guardian Angel pop. Mima gets himself a kill. Back in there. The Guardian Angels all come back up. Genji gets jumps on Mima, takes him down. His GA goes down. Diamond is the only man standing just off the side. Eddie's making a run for it. Then Kessing, you've got to be careful. This is a tricky, tricky spider you're chasing. He may turn back on towards you. This is exactly what he's going to do, but it doesn't matter because Mima's there alongside Mr. Rallis.
2 for 4, and all of that thanks to a very, very good ultimate from Selfie. Pay very careful attention to just how tightly knit the Gambit team are, and a Cataclysm locks everybody from Gambit in. So that's a Darian as well as Genji, I believe, knockup from Lost Breath on Selfie. And just because of the fact that every multi-man ultimate and knockup that needed to land did connect from Super Hot Crew. Because Nick is so fed, his Requiem does melt everyone, but it's too late. There was not enough damage. Genji was already dropped. Darian was already dropped. And that was just a very good fight. The result 4 for 1, 4 for 2 rather, as well as an inhibitor.
So Inhib goes down in that mid lane, and Super Hot Crew back off. Gambit all respawn. Dragon and Baron all up inside 2 minutes time. And this time around, Gambit really have to think long and hard about the next fight they take, because it may well be their last. Super Hot Crew come out ahead once again.
Just in terms of the compositions, Gambit's power spike ended 20 minutes ago. They were on the steps of the Super Hot Crew's inhibitor, but they couldn't force Super Hot Crew's hand. They couldn't pull him far enough back to actually get the objectives they were looking for. And you have to give props to the Super Hot Crew, because the whole time Gambit was in their face, and the whole time Gambit was pushing them, they were pushing the side lanes. They had Selfie bottom, they had Mima top, and it did force Gambit's hands. It did force Gambit back. I mean, Darian, he teleported to the bottom inhibitor turret just to, you know, out of the threat of Mima pushing it. So all props to Super Hot Crew for delaying this game. They've got super minions in the middle lane, and they've been playing split push. I think they can keep doing the same to get the top and bottom lanes in their favor.
Shoving the wave back in again. Mima off the side. Gonna maybe try and force him to teleport back in. They've got a long wait for their minions themselves, in which case I think Mima may have enough time to just run back, which is exactly what he is doing.
Now, I do think there's more pressure on Mima as this game goes on, because you can see that there's a Thornmail picked up for Diamond. There's a lot of armor on Edward, which means Selfie and Mr. Oz and Impaler, their effectiveness will be diminished somewhat. We've also seen Mr. Oz go for Berserker's Greaves on Corki. It wasn't uncommon to see Corkis go Sorcerer's Shoes not all that long ago, but they need to obviously get through all of that armor. Impaler's gone super deep.
Oh, and Selfie used his ultimate last breath on towards Darian. I'm not sure that's the right target. Nick comes in, gets himself involved. Selfie's going to get taken down already. Impaler's low just off the side. Impaler goes down. It's a double now. Genji's getting focused on by Mima. Mima's just going to jump away from this one. Oh, and Genji takes him down. What the hell are Super Hot Crew doing? I have no idea. They just died on the tankiest member of Gambit and almost threw this game away.
I think they may have thrown the game. There is still a minute on all of their death timers. Gambit are moving to this middle lane. Darian has got a massive amount of HP to work with and a handful of minions. Mr. Rolls has to pull off a godlike defense if he's going to defend this. How brave are Gambit? That's a flash hook. It doesn't connect. I wonder if they're going to go for Nexus turrets. If I were Gambit, that's what I would do.
Absolutely. They're just going to pile on through here. That's going to be the inhibitor going down. And Mr. Rallis, as you mentioned, has got 30 seconds to hold on here. Minions coming in. They've got the tank minion with them as well. And Gambit 5-man defense will just push on towards this on their peel off. They go for Mr. Rallis. They hook him down. Mr. Rallis goes down.
They've done
it's going to be a kill. The Nexus turrets are going to fall down. And Gambit, just like that, as I was saying, Super Hot Crew were in the driving seat. Gambit has to be careful. They close out the game and win inside 50 minutes. Gambit take down the Super Hot Crew.
The Super Hot Crew gave Gambit that victory. I have no idea why they would engage there, why they would chase so far with super minions.
Absolute chaotic scenes and decisions like that, you've got to wonder. It's the pressure of the play, and of course we are in the summer right now. This is the battle, this is the road to the World Championships. Gambit fighting tooth and nail to get themselves into the playoffs, and with performances like that they may just be able to do it.
I have to question it. I mean, Gambit, they had a very good early game. They had a pretty solid mid-game. Once again, their composition didn't allow them to get through those inhibitor turrets, but they held out, they were scrappy. And you could feel the pressure every single time those team fights were happening. They were sloppy, they were chaotic.
And it's crazy the fact that Super Hot Crew basically won the last 4, 5 team fights.
Yep.
Why would they just dive in way ahead of their team as well? I mean, nobody was anywhere near that one. You could see the tidal wave, if it would have been there, would have called them out, but they just went so far ahead. Impaler just piling on in their selfie onto the tank.
Yep.
And doing nothing to him.
It's
mind-boggling, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is.
I'd love to hear what the players' point of view is. Of course, we saw similar decision problems from Fnatic last week. These things happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a crunch situation. They've gone for 50 minutes. Mental drains, of course, can happen, but wow.
So I feel like the tempo of this game, and considering all the team fights and the back and forth and the craziness, it just felt like one of those go in. We've gone in every single time previously. 15 kills to 24 kills. I mean, that was a bloody game in 50 minutes long. And it was just one mistake. It was one bad call that ends up costing Super Hot Crew the game. I think they played fairly well. They dealt with the aggression. But you can't afford to make a bad team fight call at 50 minutes. It simply cannot be done. It did happen, and Super Hot Crew gift Gambit that victory. I do feel that was Super Hot Crew losing the game, not Gambit winning it.
I just wonder,
feel that.
the only option I could think of is that Requiem may have been down and they just thought, this is the time we've got to go.
Yeah, but not on Darien, not on Renekton.
Who knows? They tried to catch them out. It didn't happen, ladies and gentlemen, and Gambit KO on top. Shox is standing by Riffside with Eddie.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, Eddie, congratulations on that victory. What was starting off as quite a strong start for you guys turned into a very long game. Tell me how you played the last minutes of that game, because it seemed like if they would have jumped on you correctly, you would have lost the game.
Yeah, the game was super long. We actually didn't know what to do like late game, because we're just when this game gonna end or something, because I really don't care much about like what we're gonna do, because I feel we're stronger and we just need to let Genja after attack and don't let him die.
And tell me then about your role and your build on Thresh here in 4.10. No Talisman, no Mikaels, just full tank, Randuin's, Giant's Belt, Glacial Shroud in there. Tell me why you want to go that route now.
I actually started build the tanky build even before the patch, but right now it's even more like useful. So Genja just need a tank, so Darren is building like Hydras or something, so I'm his tank.
You are his tank, absolutely. Well, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, as for us, we're going to sweep the caster desk for wards, but when we come back, it's going to be SK Gaming as they take on Rocket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
Hey, brother. No, you can't play Striker Lucian.
Now Mima getting focused on. He gets taken so low. Jumps away, leaves Strike enough. Selfie catching on towards Diamond. Gets one, gets on towards Eddie. But straight away another death sentence comes out. Genji gets focused on. But he's going to turn that back around. Impaler taken solo.
Look at them. They're split once more. Mima wants it. They got Genja.
Oh, they've caught him out. He's going to try and get away. But he's one more hit. He's going to get taken him down. But Mima, the GA is going to get popped. And the Super Hot Crew in a good position. Impaler's going to get taken down. The Baron doing damage on him. Eddie, I thought he caught somebody else out. But instead it was the red. And that may be a problem because Impaler slides in. Cataclysm on everyone. Yasuo doing all of the damage. And Gambit had just been dropped left, right, and center as Selfie goes in.
Welcome back, everyone, to our studios here in Cologne as we're about to dive into our last LCS match of the day, SK Gaming versus Roccat. But first, I'm joined by Rockat's coach, Veggie, as we've been hearing so much about you and want to talk to you in person. The first thing I want to ask you is, we're playing on 4.10 here. Your boys are over in London playing. You, as a coach, have the huge pressure of getting all that information to them in just a couple of days. So how do you go about that?
Well, basically, everybody doesn't feel that sure, right? Because of 4.10, we just play together. We analyze what goes on. We obviously copy and analyze what other people do, and we just pick what we're comfortable with. Because at the moment, really, people don't know what is the best. So it's better to just play something that the team feels good with, even if it's not standard.
Yeah, and that has been helping for you guys. You've been doing good in the laning phase, but then, as heard from the guys, yeah, well, we play scared because we don't want to mess things up. So how do you step in and try and help them and get more confidence?
Well, the way I see it, confidence is all about feeling sure in the meta, and that comes with just playing more and more games. Well, it doesn't change the fact that the meta has changed a lot lately, obviously due to all the stuff that's been going on in Korea. I've been watching a lot of those matches, and I've been trying to do stuff like that here with the team, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So at the moment, the team is scared because we're basically just trying the new Korean stuff, but we haven't translated it for like the stuff for work for us yet. So that's been a bit of a problem, but we're trying to work that out.
Yeah, scared seems to be the key word here, so I'll throw it into the last question. How scared or not scared are you guys of SK Gaming? How do you think it's going to go?
Well, we're definitely not the favorites. I mean, they're the second in the league. But we just take every match as it goes, and we'll see how things go. It still doesn't change the fact that we're probably just going to play kind of standard and see how things go. Doesn't mean that we're like super scared of them, but they're definitely the favorites.
All right, well, whatever works. Thank you very much, Veggie.
No problem.
All right, we're going to get into that game. So let's go over to D-Man and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and wise words from Veggie there. It is indeed time for our last match of the day, as second place SK Gaming will take on Roccat, who are actually on a 4-game win streak, despite the fact he's talking about how scared they may be. For SK Gaming, of course, they can't afford to drop games to teams lower down the table if they want to remain in reaching distance of Alliance, who of course won today. SK Gaming lost to Alliance last week in London, and truthfully, they didn't really look like they could challenge the league leaders, but the following day, they absolutely demolished the Super Hot crew. Jesus, once again, was allowed on Kassadin and dealt with the Super Hot crew's mid-lane Nocturne with relative ease.
Yeah, so it was interesting to see the crew running Nocturne middle, but it wasn't any bother to Jesus, and he wasn't punished at all. I think, you know, Impaler just didn't do a good job of shutting him down, and as such, Jesus was able to farm his way to strength, and he was able to steamroll Super Hot crew. It wasn't all about Jesus, though, because all of the rest of his lanes did the same thing. It was just a dominant victory. The big story for me was just how one-sided SK's loss was to Alliance. They got outplayed completely, and if Roccat want to win here today, they should have taken a long, hard look at that match and figured out exactly how Alliance picked SK apart.
Well, for Roccat, of course, on your screens, the confidence of a 4-game win streak surely must have calmed their nerves. Although, hopefully, it didn't calm them too much, because last week's victories were far from convincing. Roccat went 2-0 in London, of course, taking down Gambit and Millennium, but they certainly took a hell of a long time to finish both of those games. In fact, it took them 8 minutes on average longer to close those games out in London than the rest of their matches in the entire split. Crazy stuff, very long games.
Yes, got them a whole lot of extra ward kills, as I'm sure everyone will
yes,
remember.
Yes, it did.
But yeah, those longer game times, they stem from the fact that the team is playing scared. You heard Veggie saying exactly the same thing. They're afraid to commit to making plays, but I think they're only afraid in the mid to late game stages. As a team, Roccat have actually secured the fastest average first bloods at 4:46. They've increased their 10-minute total gold player marks. They've also increased their 20-minute CS averages across the board. Most notably on Overpower, who's last week's MVP, he's seemed to step up in London. He improved his laning phase a massive portion, an additional 20 CS per game higher. And it just seems like the early game's going better. It's the late game where they've got problems.
I mean, the question is, how much better is Roccat really looking? Can they keep up this winning streak against SK?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say they can in theory. They are looking better than they have all split. They've got better picks and bans. I talked about their laning phase, how good it is. They've got better objective base play. If they're giving up dragons, they take towers. But they suffer from that too timid to finish mindset. And it slows the game down because they can't push beyond inhibs and beyond. So in order to get through the problem, they need decisive, intelligent play, enforcing their opponent's hand. And this game is going to be a good litmus test against SK Gaming because they're playing fantastically and they can do that very well against other teams.
Well, with SK looking to secure their place in the top of the table, Roccat are quickly climbing. This match might come down to the squad who has managed to adapt best to the current meta.
We would like to be first place, but second place is good.
I don't think that sixth place is the place where we want to be.
Right now we are in a bit of a slump. I got a slump, but we're not as good as we used to be because the meta changed. We still have to find ourselves.
Yeah, it can definitely hurt a team if you're not up to date and up with the meta. If you're always behind, you'll always be behind in ladder as well in LCS.
We played a lot of champions that just aren't viable anymore. So we had to change that. Every patch the game changes, so you have to find your playstyle inside the patch. And if your playstyle from the patch before doesn't work, then you're screwed. You have to adapt, and that's really hard.
Adapting to the meta is sometimes even harder than just playing the game itself. So I feel Roccat has a bit of a problem with that, and they might be not the best team on that, but overall their team play and their performances are actually quite decent.
At the start of the season we played old meta, and that's maybe the reason why we lost so many matches. That was the same in the past. We need some time to get used to the new stuff, so it may be true.
In the first 2 weeks we were playing very bad, and now we are improving, so I'm pretty happy about that, and I think we can keep this up until playoffs and then play top 3. I think the last 3 matches bring hope for us, so we can do much better in the next weeks.
To be the best team, never be satisfied, keep performing better and better, and just try the hardest you can and train the hardest you can.
And it's very easy to see what the players are saying now, how they're going to be in the meta. When the patches like 4.10 comes out, massive amounts of changes. For these players, they have to, if they have to just adjust one single champion, they have to play it at the top level. It's not just a case of, well, I can play that. It's a case of, can you play it well enough to beat this pro who's expert on this champion?
I completely agree, and I also feel like the usage of the word meta there may have been overdone, because yes, the game has shifted.
All about the meta.
The game has shifted somewhat, but we're not going to 4v0s, we're not going to counter jungling, we're not going to 3v1 tower dives. So I feel like the meta is fairly stable, but the niche picks and the uniqueness of the style of play is what's changed in 4.10, and we'll see whose meta is better.
Well, when we heard Candy Panda say, you know, a lot of the champions we play are no longer viable, well, I beg to argue, because Renekton's back in it, and Freddy in that top lane, it's one of his champions. Let's check out those starting lineups, because on the blue side, it is SK Gaming, which means Freddy is the top man right there. Sven Skoen, of course, in the jungle alongside him. Jez is in that mid lane. Candy Panda as the AD carry, and then Rated in support.
And on the red side, it is Roccat with Zazus up top, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celiva AD carry, and Vander as the support.
Well, before this match begins, let's total up the votes and see which team you guys picked. According to LOLesports.com, well, it's a majority for SK Gaming. No surprises, 65% overall for that one. They are second place currently. And
that's not a convincing vote. That's not a convincing vote.
It's not. But that's because SK were not convincing against Alliance last week. They got destroyed.
They weren't, and I do feel that SK are actually, as an aggregate, at a weaker stage in week 6 this split than they were at week 6 last split.
Yes.
You did feel that if you look back at the spring split, the team that was at the top that was performing well week to week was SK. Now you feel that about Alliance. And we need to see if SK can stave off the aggressive plays from Roccat. If Roccat can get their hands on, you know, early game champions like Elise, if they get their hands on Renekton, maybe it could be a way to disrupt SK's flow and get in their faces.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bangs underway, and as I mentioned, Renekton, of course, for Freddy. Don't forget, Zazus is very strong on that champion too. Lulu being banned out as the first choice for SK Gaming, followed by Ryze in that top lane away from Zazus. We've seen Ryze being played by Zazus for a while there. Morgana and Jax being taken away by Roccat. Morgana definitely been a strong champion and has been banned out a few times today.
A lot of top lane bans, I would say. You know, Ryze and Lulu are somewhat interchangeable, and it's interesting to see the Ryze banned out because with the nerfs to teleport, it's going to take him a long time to scale. Regardless, it's off the table, and I do see things like Thresh, like Braum, like Twitch, like Lucian still up and available for either of these teams to lock in. And as you keep talking about the Renekton, Freddy currently undefeated on that champion.
Also, a big one is Kayle. We'll see whether that gets banned out by Roccat. Both these teams have played that heavily. Kassadin also on the cards. Roccat, of course, have got a choice. They're going to let one of them through. It's going to be Kayle.
So, Roccat have...
going to get picked up.
Rocket and many other teams have let Cassidy through in the past, and most times...
there we go. He picks up 6 and then suddenly he's home like, go, quick, type it in. Jez is screaming out, don't lock it in.
And of course, Jez used to be an AD carry player. Prior to joining a multitude of teams, he went on record as saying the Runon's Hurricane Kayle build and style reminds him very much of his ADC days, and it is one of those things that scales. SK can't afford to make the same mistakes that the Copenhagen Wolves made earlier because Kayle needs time to reach that point. Also, please do remember, Enraged has run support Kayle multiple times, so if picks and bans doesn't go the way SK wants, they always have the option to throw into his hands or even leave it in Freddy's hands. Yep. A lot of versatility with that pick.
Absolutely, and that means Lee Sin is going to be left available for Jankos. I don't think Svenskeren is going to be too worried about that. We've seen him pulling out the likes of Jarvan over the last few weeks. Ziggs for Overpower, though. We don't often see the mid lane at first pick for Roccat, but this time around, it seems they may well go for it. And it's going to leave the AD carry, possibly take away Lucian from Selavar. I'm not sure that's a choice they want to make, but it is going to be locked in.
Also, if you're acting on the assumption that Kayle is mid lane, you're allowing yourself to counterpick other lanes. So it's not necessarily terrible right now, but I do think getting a comfortable pick for Selavar is something that is very important for Roccat. When he is performing well, and when he's playing like he did last week in London, it can work. But Selavar did play a phenomenal Corki. So even if Lucian is taken away, you could see him running that Corki, because it is a very effective champion, and I think he went unkilled last week if memory serves. It was 9-0-3 or 9-0-6, somewhere along those lines.
Well, Caitlyn Panda is pulled out once again. It was drawn, I think it was against Alliance actually, he played Caitlyn, and it didn't go very well, but now, potentially, of course, we've already seen a Caitlyn be victorious in the hands of Tabs today. Wasn't expecting Caitlyn to come out, obviously, today, but seems to be back on the cards.
SK Gaming cannot afford to fall behind in the laning phase. Evelyn can do very well at punishing lanes if he can get ganks off with in the hands of Svenskeren. But Kayle and Caitlyn both need time to scale. Caitlyn, if he's going to go for the Infinity Edge into Shiv or Phantom Dancer, needs 8,500 gold before he hits that power spike. Kayle, similar story, needs Nash's Tooth, needs Rune on Hurricane. It's a lot of money, a lot of investment. So for SK Gaming against a Lee Sin, a potential Renekton and Ziggs, the laning phase is super crucial for Roccat. They need to do to SK what Fnatic did to the Copenhagen Wolves earlier. Get ahead and punish the late power spike in the current SK build.
Vandalife might be making a return here as Thresh locked in for him. And Renekton, of course, for Zazas in that top lane. This is where we see, will this be Kayle in the mid? Will it be top? Will they change things around?
So I like what Roccat has done. They have identified the strength in their gameplay as the current laning phase. And I do think they will be trying to look for head-to-head matchups. If Vander goes for the likes of a Lucian Thresh can do very well against Caitlyn Zara if they play aggressive. If they get in their faces and punish, the burst damage of Lucian can do well against Caitlyn. But if Candy Panda or Caitlyn Panda is able to zone out Selavar and Vander, that's when the lane's going to go bad for them. So we need to keep an eye on how aggressive these two duo lanes play, if, of course, they do go head-to-head.
Well, I can put money on Lucian being the final lock-in for Roccat here. We do see Zyra was selected by N-Rated, and also Aatrox for Freddy in that top lane. It's a champion who's played before, and there is the Lucian selection for Roccat. Sullivan's going to play that. Who are we kidding?
Yeah, I think so too. If not, it's going to be Corki. You've got a good mixture of damage here on the side of Roccat, but just to wrap up the SK composition, you do have a fairly late-game scaling team comp. Aatrox, again, is going to be reliant on getting himself to that Blade of the Ruined King, or alternatively going for the likes of that Ravenous Hydra. We have seen both build paths in the past. The sustain on Aatrox will do very well against the damage and the poke that Renekton's putting down early on, but it is all about the mid to late game power spike for SK Gaming. So if SK were to initiate a lane swap, that could put them in the deciding and controlling factor when forcing Rockat's hands, and it would also open up Svenskeren to go for tower dives or for more ganks. Generally, when you're in those 1v1 and 2v2s, it's a little more predictable to keep your eyes on Evelyn. So for Roccat, they want to be disrupting SK. I think they've got very good lane matchups, especially pre-6 in all of their lanes. So ideally, Roccat will be looking for head-to-head with Jankos trying to force flashes early and then punishing for those force flashes. It's something that he has done this split and last split.
We'll see whether anyone picks up the exhaust. I don't think it's really required, which is why everyone's sitting on all the ignites at the moment. We'll see whether that switches round as the game loads in. Teleports, of course, for both the top lane as well. Standard setup, I think, so far. We'll see who comes out on top in this one.
And to just comment on the lack of exhaust and the ignites for both of the supports, you almost expect, because of this high level of aggression, they want to just set up those kills, especially when you've got an Evelynn that can roam and flank. The CC from Aatrox, the CC from Zyra allows you to set up lane ganks and lane kills. But it's all going to come down to those matchups. Who's going to get the most favorable one?
We'll see how those matchups work out, ladies and gentlemen, with the champions selected. Do you still think SK is going to come out ahead? Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag SKWin or RockWin, and let us know who you think will win this matchup. Of course, we'll check in on those votes as the game progresses. So, game loading in, Roccat on a 4-game win streak. Can they take down SK? If they do, they're doing everybody a favor, including the likes of Fnatic, who are chasing them hard.
Yeah, and I think for Roccat, they need to get ahead early. I do like the scaling options. I do like the power that SK Gaming can build up as the game progresses. In addition, the split pushing opportunities are there for SK as well. So it's a very similar story that we've been seeing through most of our games here today. And the pressure's on Roccat to make it happen.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game of the day. SK Gaming starting out as that blue team, up against Roccat as the red team, who are protecting their win streak. And honestly, I spent a lot of time with these guys in the airport as we had a lovely 4-hour delay at Heathrow. Roccat, of course...
You sound bitterly.
They were not very confident. They were not very confident in their play, despite the fact they've gone 2-0 the last 2 weeks. They still don't feel very confident in their play. And we obviously heard Veggie just before this matchup talking about that confidence. Of course, is it a coincidence that Veggie's gone into the house and suddenly they've won 4 games in a row? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe his influence is really working for them.
I dare say that this game is the rite of passage for Roccat. This is the game that tests them because SK are performing well. They've had a few sketchy marks on their record, but generally, you do feel that SK individually and as a team are performing solidly. Keep in mind, Jez's champion pool has been hit as the split has gone on, but the strength of Kayle and the fact that he's proven himself on that champion should play into his favor.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, we did have some cheeky gaming from Gambit in the last matchup, taking away both those blue buffs. As it stands this time, I tell a lie, it wasn't Gambit that did that, it was Super Hot Crew that did it. And as it stands, it doesn't look like there's going to be anything, and it could be actually standard meta as well. And you know, I was talking to Reckless earlier on, talking about how it's so hard to get into a 2v2 these days. Well, it looks like both Roccat and SK want that 2v2.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the case. And I like the fact that Vanda's also gone for that Relic Shield. As opposed to going for the Talisman, Relic Shield's going to give you more combat stats, allow you to trade a little more frequently and a little more evenly. And I think for Celiva and Vanda, if they get off to a good start in the opening levels, it would do them a whole lot of justice and help, especially if Celiva goes for the Blade of the Ruined King build versus the Infinity Age build that Candy Panda is what I'm expecting. It means there's going to be this window of opportunity where Vanda and Celiva can pressure, out-trade, and out-sustain his opponents. But again, it all depends on how these first few levels go and who picks up those first few items.
We'll see how it develops. Of course, level 2 will be the key for both of these teams, which is why we're sticking around down here. We want to see who gets it. So far, it's going to be SK that are pushing the advantage, and of course, they should hit that level 2 early, but I don't think they're going to go too aggressive here. Vanda, of course, hasn't got that play available just yet, and he may well have done. Not sure what he leveled up at the start. Jankos is going to make an appearance down the bottom here.
Candy Panda and Enrated are doing a good job at using their range to their advantage, and they're immediately punishing Celiva and Vanda. Vanda need to get a few levels, and then they need to turn it around. If they can get a Death Sentence or a Flay, and combo it with the burst damage of Lucian, it'll work out in their favor. Jankos is on his blue buff. He's already secured it, so a little bit late from Svenskeren, but it will at least get the timing on that one.
He's going to go for it, though. He's unseen. He could just come in and just simply smite it. No, he hasn't got smite available. He's going to go for him. There we go. Jankos taking the damage from the back there. He's taking the white damage as well, but they're going to try and turn this one around. Jankos, of course, now trying to push back on towards him. Oh, he misses the kick. That's not good. He has to safeguard away to his team, but the rest of Roccat moving in on towards this one. Vanda, can he throw it out? Oh, it's a great Robin Ducky. Satchel chance from Overpower. Now Overpower's in trouble. Ignite running. He needs the shield from Vanda. I'm not sure it's available. He's just about sustains it with the help of the Total Biscuit.
Yeah, so manages to keep himself alive. A very aggressive play from Svenskeren, but luckily had the support of Jez's. The damage in conjunction with the Ignite onto Overpower forced him backwards. Look at Sven and Jankos. Oh, he's got it!
He's gone towards him. Svenskaren's going to get caught out, and Jankos gets himself first blood.
Managing to punish Svenskeren. I think Sven is playing overly aggressive. You know, that invade backfired. He immediately turns himself to an invade on the Wraith camp, and that backfires as well. Gives up first blood, no assist gold to anyone on Rocket, but Jankos will be very happy with that, and that's what you're looking for if you're Jankos. And also, Svenskeren burned his flash in the previous blue buff invade, so if Jankos can find him again in his next few levels, he may be able to punish him.
That's a very, very, very dangerous game to play up against the Lee Sin. They're not weak in the jungle early on, that's for sure. If anything, they are one of the strongest. Xaxus in this top lane. We know this is going to be very much in the hands of Renekton early on. We'll see how Freddy deals with it. Of course, he's well versed of how Renekton can play in this matchup. Aatrox has been the champion of his choice. Honestly, for probably the last 3 years, he was always fell back to it. Back into the Against All Authority days as well, he even sometimes fell over to it.
Yeah, and we do see them just playing good. Oh, there's so much damage!
What is he doing? He just strolls on forward with the Ignite running. He is going to get away with that, but that was dangerous, dangerous play. Not sure. He just walked in towards the tower.
Yeah, complete misplay. Either a misclick or just not paying attention. A good reaction from Vander. We'll carry on with that in a second, as it looks like SK want to dive on Xaxus. A knockup might be key here if they can hold him in place.
They need to try and catch on towards him. It's a good slice and dice, and Xaxus flashes out of that knockup. Flash burn, though.
Yeah, flash burn, so rinse and repeat from Svenskeren can work in his favor. And Candy Panda, no flash. So Jankos will be aware of this information, and he needs to look to punish, because Candy Panda and Rated have been playing super aggressively in that bottom lane. They've pushed Rocket back to their tower the entire time this lane. And because of the damage Candy Panda's taken, he's backed off. It's allowed Selva to close up the CS. This is going to be a 2v2 in the mid lane. Svenskeren with no flash. Jankos has his flash. And of course, it's going to be on Jankos to start.
Well, they see him.
Because SK were overextended.
They know he's there. He walked past that ward. You can see just below him. They're going to instead try and sneak around the side. Again, he's been sneaking in there. He doesn't realize he's completely spotted out here. SK, are they going to react to it? They're trying to play this one so coy. You can see Jez is off the side. Svenskeren, now he's gone towards the Wraith. Now they're going to make the move. Svenskeren comes in towards him. Hasn't got the double buff. Red buff from Jankos may help him out here. He's going to have to ward jump across to the pit and safeguards away.
Manages to get out cleanly, but he doesn't give up a kill. Very, very important. Svenskeren had his smite as well, so could have even smited that big Wraith away. And Jankos feeling more confident. That's the first play that we've seen him make. He hasn't gone for any gank attempts yet. Svenskeren's been much more present around the map, and obviously been punished for that. So we need to keep a very close eye on how and when Jankos decides to invade. Flash, still unavailable for Sven. Obviously not even halfway off cooldown for Candy Panda. And I think without that flash, I would expect N-Rated and Candy Panda to play safer, to play more passive in that bottom lane.
So Candy Panda came back to lane with the double Dorans and boots, whereas Selva chose to sit on 650 gold he came back with from that lane, getting the double Doran's blade. So he's going to try and save, try and get that Bilgewater Cutlass as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think so too. And the standard double Dorans into Infinity Edge gives you 6%
good hook.
Oh, they've got N-Rated.
N-Rated pulled in towards the tower, but the tower not quite doing the damage. And Selva, Candy Panda putting damage down towards him. He's very close to 6 here. If he hits it, he could fire off that Ace and Hole, but I don't think he's going to get it this way.
No, Summoner Heal's also available for Selva in just a few seconds, so he may stick around and try play the heal bait. Keep in mind the sustain from Relic Shield is also playing into his favor. So it does look like Candy Panda and Rated have used their range just so well. They've been punishing Selva and Vander so hard that they've never been able to engage. And if Selva and Vander had been maybe more aggressive at lower levels, got more damage down, they could have regained control, but it's simply not the case. And they've had no support. Jankos has not been down there to help out. He hasn't tried to gank anywhere, in fact, but he has got himself a decent CS advantage over Svenskeren and obviously secure first.
So blue buff for Jezzers. We'll see how we haven't really kept our eye on this one. It's been pretty much focused on that bottom lane, and obviously for obvious reasons they are putting the damage back and forth. Jankos now, level 6. He's going to come and see if that kick can help him out. No, level 6 so far for Rocket. And of course, meanwhile, you can see Candy Panda. They're about to hit it. Vander goes in. Good flare towards Candy Panda. Quickly tries to get away from this one. Jankos, can he get the other side? Kicks Candy Panda back in. He's going down. It's Selva with the kill.
Very good play. Thanks to Jankos. He had to flash forward to get the kick. And Vander's death sentence was just so close. What I like from Jankos is he hesitated. He didn't instantly flash until that death sentence had missed. And once it was obvious that it hadn't connected, he punishes Candy Panda for that previous misplay earlier and not having his flash available. So Rocket going to give themselves a kill advantage early.
And that forces Candy Panda into the pickaxe. So that's going to slow things down. Look at this though, Banner's so low. He's going to go down, and Rated will be the one that gets the kill. The Selva's in trouble as well. Svenskeren catching on towards him, has the flash, does use the heal as well, keeps himself safe. Stands on a trap just at the end.
Vision is up, and Candy Panda's coming with the ace in the hole, who's trying to get himself in range. I think Celiva should be okay. But the fact that Candy Panda got that pickaxe means it delays his Infinity Edge build by a massive amount. He needs to resave back up to 1500. So Celiva, with the aid of Jankos getting the kill, means their window of opportunity to punish is going to be higher. I completely retract everything I just said because Celiva's gone for a BF sword first. So he's going to go for the Infinity Edge build. We've seen it earlier today. Tabs are saying Caitlyn, with the same items as Lucian, thanks to the range, will outscale and do better. But at least for the next few minutes, Celiva's going to have the damage advantage, obviously, because he's got the BF sword.
It's great to see, you know, even the pros, you know, you'd even see this in solo queue, normal games, whatever you're playing, people disagreeing with your build. Yeah. Well, the AD carries at the top level in Europe disagree with each other's builds. Yep. So there's nothing new there. Of course, we saw Reckless on Lucian earlier going for the Yomu's Ghost Blade, and of course, Blade of the Rune King. Zaz's going on towards Freddy, interrupts him while he's trying to make that bite. Zaz himself, of course, has just come back with that Bilgewater Cutlass teleport was used, and that may actually trigger SK to go for Dragon right now. Svenskeren is just going to make another visit to the bottom lane.
So SK with the numbers could go for Dragon and use teleport bottom lane. Alternatively, Freddy may feel he needs to teleport top to defend the tower because of the fact that Zazas interrupted that recall. So ends up trading. Zazas started his recall earlier, not the biggest of adjustments. And Sven was sniffing around the bottom lane. So for the time being, Roccat doing a decent job in these early stages, but even with an additional kill to their name, things are even on gold, and CS is pretty close across the board. So I do feel that they need to try and punish harder, as they've got a very strong early to mid-game team comp.
Candy Panda taking some damage, giving it back. Candy Panda takes the cull in there. Death Sentence's not quite landed. Svenskeren again trying to come around the side there, but Roccat are in numbers. And they may be going for Dragon. This could be a bad era for Roccat.
This is going to be very risky. Agony's Embrace is just becoming available for Svenskeren. Ace in the Hole is available for Candy Panda. This is going to be a three-man shield. Oh, they've peeled away.
Oh, they catch a grasping root on there. You can see Overpower joins them. Jesus is about to join this one. There's going to be the Ace in the Hole landing on Jankos. Jankos is tanking out the Dragon and taking a hell of a lot of damage just on the side there. He does manage to secure it, but now Jesus comes in. He fancies a piece of this. He gets up towards Vanda. Good explosive satchel. It's not going to quite be enough there. Satchel charge, and it's 2 kills for SK Gaming. So nevertheless, Svenskeren went down. It's another for Celiva.
Yeah, so 2 for 1 in favor of SK, but Roccat gets the Dragon. And remember, on this patch, Dragon is worth more gold at the earlier stages of the game. So Roccat are going to maintain even gold footing. They've actually got 100 ahead, so it is very, very close. But very importantly, they have timing on that next one, and we'll see if they want to make a play. You know, Roccat have played games where they've controlled every Dragon, and they've had games where they've lost every Dragon, but still done relatively well.
That top lane, we talked earlier on that Zazas should be bullying it out, but it appears that Freddy thinks otherwise. He's got himself the CS advantage. They are equal in level, and it is not going the way it should do in this top lane, which may well be a big problem for Zazas later on. That may be why Jankos is choosing to pay a visit to the top.
The times we have seen this top lane, it doesn't look like Zazas have been trying to punish. He's got the support of Jankos, and he's going to re-engage.
Oh, Svenskeren's nearby. There's the ultimate coming out from Freddy. He tries to bounce himself away. Oh, the kick from Jankos was not good. It sends Freddy to safety. And Svenskeren was not even needed.
So Flash blown, though. Keep that in mind. Even though the Dragon's Rage was not great, Flash has been burned from SK Gaming. So Jankos with another, you could call that a successful gank. Burning the summoner spell is always crucial. Celiva's alone in this lane, so let's see how much damage he takes. Just the one auto attack. Also, thanks to the kill Candy Panda secured, he is now equal in AD damage with Celiva, with both the pickaxe, longsword, and double Dorans.
So, mid lane we've not had a chance to really discuss. We did see Jesus, of course, picking up a kill. He's got that Nash's now complete, and he's merrily going about his business, as is Overpower. They've been keeping even with farm between the two. Athene's was picked up, of course, by Ziggs. Despite the changes it's had, it's still very much a viable item for that Ziggs. Blue buffs being traded again. Overpower's going to go and collect his in just a moment's time. We can see the two pairings backing off, and very even between these two. Neither gone too aggressive. They're just happy to take it late game.
No, and I think SK are going to be extremely happy with that. They've got a team comp that does scale well, and they're also going to have more options to play with. I think Roccat can do well at defending split push and defending sieges because they have Ziggs. I mean, that's always going to be something they can do well. They can also siege very well. But for SK Gaming, having a Kayle and an Aatrox, who are both very good in those sort of side lane pushes, they've got good wave clear, and thanks to, you know, the revive on Aatrox and the invulnerability on Kayle, they can also do well in the dueling situation. I think for SK to accelerate and grab control of this game, they can play the map, they can play the side lanes, but the key is to bait out the Mega Inferno Bomb. The key is to force Overpower to use his ultimate and then take advantage of that window of opportunity. And this is good damage from Jesus.
That was a good bounce over with the Satra charge, forces Jesus into the turret, and Ignite used out there from Overpower.
I think he was maybe a little scared of Jesus going all in, really going for that kill. Vanda's just fallen so far behind in CS. 20 odd at this stage, just all stems from that strong level 1, and the tower's going down.
Oh, you can see he's not going to quite catch out. Vanda, the Ignite running in, Rated will get it. There goes the tower, and now Rockout in all sorts of trouble. Jankos tries to get across the side, he has to flash away. The ward will give his position away, but he is safe. But it's another kill for SK Gaming, and they keep pushing. They've got a big wave.
Yeah, Candypan and Enrated are just completely smashing this lane. The range on Caitlyn, as well as the poke damage from Enrated, they landed good grasping roots, kill Vanda, and they haven't let up. Now, I think for Overpower to defend this turret, he may want to consider the Mega Inferno Bomb when the minion wave gets there, but SK need to buy a lot of time. They've got very few minions to really work with, and it looks like Celaver's done a good job at getting rid of them.
Okay, just being cautious. Jankos catching the Sonic Wave on Svenskeren will give his position away, and Rockout moving in numbers into position. Pink Ward will go down. Dragon's a long way off here. Oh, that's a good bouncing bomb, catching both members of SK. You're talking about the CS, you've got to be careful. Of course, there is the Targon's Embrace on Rock Vanda, so of course CS will be gifted across to him. That's going to keep it fairly even in gold.
It does still add to Celaver's count. So even though it is 19, so the thing is, Celaver has done okay considering how badly he's been punished. Celaver and Vanda have not made any very aggressive plays without the assistance of Jankos, and because he's going for the Infinity Edge build, he needs to make sure that with the rest of his team, he gets those auto attacks down early on. Because in this exact matchup, Infinity Edge Caitlyn versus Infinity Edge Lucian, we've seen Caitlyn come out ahead. You know, Creatine lost to Tabs earlier today. So we need to keep very close on how Rockout, with Jankos and Zazas, get in the faces of SK. For the time being, I think they've played too passive. I think they've had champions that could have punished SK harder, and Jankos has been content to farm and not necessarily had the strongest ganking opportunities.
And Freddy is just getting stronger and stronger in that top lane. Mega Inferno Bomb was used in the mid lane. They're going to have the timer on that one. Jesus wipes that wave out straight away and pushes it back out towards him. He's going to go back, gets himself a Void Staff out of the second item now on Ziggs.
So that's a slightly different route to what we're used to seeing. In addition to the unique Void Staff second item, you've got Enrated who's gone for a Haunting Guise as his sort of first complete after that compulsory GP10 and Sightstone. I really like looking at the supports this patch because Vanda's gone Relic, he didn't go Talisman, probably anticipation of the 2v2 and the combat. But because Enrated's gone for that AP damage, it means SK are also going to be doing significantly more team fights with the additional damage that Zyra's picked up. And just great positioning means SK have got the option to start Dragon. Teleports up for both top laners, and if Rockout engage, they need to get through the Stranglethorns of Enrated Zyra.
Sonic Wave on Svenskeren doesn't get followed through. No Lee Syndrome this time around. Dragon will get started out. SK taking it fairly quickly. Rockout moving in numbers though. It's a 4-on-4. Death Sentence lands on towards Svenskeren. They do not follow through. This time they do. Teleports coming out from both Freddy and Zazas. Zazas going straight into SK to strain on towards them. There's intervention on Freddy. He turns it back around. Freddy with the damage on the Vanda. Gets kicked away. Doesn't matter. SK coming out on top of this one. Mega Inferno Bomb whiffing from Overpower. And Jessens is just cleaving his way to victory over Overpower. That's a double for him. Celaver backing out there with Zazas. Well, Rockout just decimated in that fight. It's 3 for 1 to SK and the Dragon.
Such good control and coordination from SK. The presence of mind to put the snap trap down on the teleporting ward means the moment Zazas arrives, he's locked up. That happens on the right-hand side of your screen. You'll see that's an instantly cast from Candy Panda. And we talked about how difficult it is to engage through that Stranglethorns. When Freddy gets in trouble, the rest of Rockout have to peel away. They can't pop his passive, not only because of the Stranglethorns, but because the intervention saved them as well. And SK just keep their damage rates on their opponent's damage for a significantly longer period of time. Because Zazas was forced away as soon as the fight began, there's no front line for Rockout, and there was nothing to prevent SK running through them. So a strong 3 for 1 in favor of SK.
And that, of course, Mega Inferno Bomb missing is a big key element in the damage for Rocket. And if that doesn't hit its point, they were pretty close away. I could understand why he threw it to that point, trying to
they are falling behind. He's actually ahead as far as the CS is concerned. And he's got that built-in blood well. He's going to be quite a lot more relevant with a multi-man slow and a multi-man knock-up in team fights. So in terms of CC and utility, he's also going to be doing more than Renekton can.
Of course, with those 2 towers down, SK want to go aggressive on this one. Oh, Freddy having to pop the ultimate there and keeps Rocket at bay.
That felt a little awkward.
That was a little awkward from Rocket there.
Yeah, Zaz's really feeling the pressure, I think. Opening with Bilgewater Cutlass, Jankos wasn't even in range to safeguard, and Freddy basically just popped his Blade of the Rune King, his own ultimate down, and stepped away quite safely. SK are going to continue playing this one safe. They're going to continue farming this out, keep hitting their item thresholds, wait for Jesus to hit a big power threshold, wait for Freddy to get himself probably, looks like the makings of a Randian's Omen, could be Sunfire Cape. And then once they feel they've got their item requirements, bait out the Mega Inferno Bomb and just push the lanes.
Jez is pushing in that mid lane, of course. They have a lot of damage on those turrets. See the Rabadon's Death Cap getting slowly built up by Jez. That's going to be his second item, it seems. Or will it be? We'll see the Ace and the Hole coming through on towards Overpower. It's going to choke him down back in the top lane. They're going for round 3 onto Freddy.
Well, we'll see if they can get the kill. Jankos misses the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, he's just going to walk away from this one. I don't think he's going to get caught out. The good invulnerability again from Jez is stopping all of the damage, and that will be the turret. That's what SK wanted. Freddy does go down in the top, but that's the middle turret going down. They did lose Svenskeren in the process, so a 2 for 0. But it's an inner turret.
Rocket need to punish. Because they've got the numbers advantage, they have the opportunity to push in both the top lane and this bottom lane. But the wave clear from Candy Panda, as well as in Rated, may be enough to defend it. So 2 kills and trading a tower for tower, Rocket should be happy with that trade. But what I like from SK is they completely said, we don't care you've got Ziggs. We can force a tower. We know you're going to go for Freddy. So while you're doing that, give us the objective. We feel it's more important.
Now Blue Buff is going to get forced towards him. Instead, they're going to 5-man this mid lane because he's not available. You can see they're all rushing around towards it. But with the wave clear that Candy Panda is offering currently, he's keeping them at bay. I mean, it will be a little too far. There's going to be Stranglethorns thrown down. It does force them away. Jankos is actually taken very low from this one. The rest of SK are now back up and running as Enrated tries to catch on towards them. A grasping route would be the death of someone from Rocket, and they're backing off. SK, they can take what they want on the map.
This all stems from the fact that SK forced that inner turret. They may have bitten off more than they consume. In fact, they did, because they lost an additional tower. SK played aggressive, they played brave, and they've given up their first 2 towers of the game. They still have a gold lead. They still have map control, because the moment SK's team members respawned and made it back to the lane, Rocket were in full retreat. So it's not all bad, but it did feel like somewhat of a forced engage from SK, and they just need to be a little careful, because the longer the game goes, the more punishing those mistakes are. I mean, Super Haku learned firsthand against Gambit just a moment ago.
Back to the conversation with Reckless that actually Deficio was talking to him as well earlier on. Talking about the Infinity Edge, you know, it's how it takes, what, 25 minutes to get a reasonable 2-item build, which you can see we're at a 23-minute mark and both of them close to there. There's the Phantom Dancer along with that Infinity Edge, so now Caitlyn is happy, and we're talking about how Caitlyn would become relevant. It's like, no, 25 minutes, you know. And Deficio said, I hate to tell you, man, the average EU game time is 42 minutes.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter if it takes 25 minutes, we're going to get to that level. Not very often do we get games that short. If we do, SK Gaming involved this time around though, they're not going to be closing the game out that quick.
No, definitely not. And with the item build that Jesus has gone for, Death Cap after the Nash's Tooth, he's also going for more of a burst build. He's got sustained damage from both Freddy, who's gone Blade of the Rune King, and Candy Panda with Infinity Edge. So I like the adaptation from Jez's side to go for the more burst option because he's got damage elsewhere. Enrated's built damage as well. So why not supplement your consistent damage, damage over time with burst damage? And we'll see how it works out. Dragons respawning. The last time Rocket tried to challenge, they overextended into the Stranglethorns and the intervention from Kayle. And they need to make sure they prevent that. Also, they can't afford to be split up. Xaxus, his teleport was so telegraphed, he got countered.
Oh, the grasping root does not land. They were off the side and he pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Mega Inferno Bomb is not available. That was used a moment ago. Dragon gets taken, Svenskeren clears that one up. Freddy dives in towards him. Stranglethorns will bounce Vander in the air. He's not really the focus target, but there's a kill nonetheless. Bloodwell popped off there. Overpower doing a lot of damage on towards Freddy, and now SK are in the retreat, just off of the side. Enrated trying to catch on towards Xaxus, forcing him back. SK feel they've got the positional advantage. Overpower's trying to sniff on towards Candy Panda. SK moving in force, but Overpower keeping the bombs rolling, and SK trying to keep advantage on this one. Another bomb catches, and Roccat are safe for now.
There's just not enough ability power for Overpower, and he used his Mega Inferno Bomb to scout. So even though multiple members of SK got low, they couldn't finish them off because they couldn't extend past. They couldn't get through the disengaged power that Enrated and Zyra offered. Dragon for SK, a kill for SK, they extend their gold lead to 5,000. And the vision game is just super, super, super in favor of SK. Look at the wards that they've got around Dragon, the vision that they'd set up. So they had all of the time in the world to make the decision that was the best for them. You see a little bit of a fight, and Roccat, gotta be careful, okay? He's got a lot of damage.
Overpower getting focused on SK, reacting to this one. Good defense on that turret. Roccat thought they could just roll on down there instead. SK had not fully committed to backing away from this one, and now Jezis is running defensive duties. Off the side, grasping roots thrown in. Xaxus taking some serious plant damage from Enrated. Remember, he has that Leandris now. Focus on there. Salavar taking some serious hits from Jezis. He flashes in for this one. Turns back towards Jankos, and Roccat are on the retreat.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get away. Here comes Freddy!
Diving straight into amongst them. A great play from Vander is may well enough. Instead, Mega Inferno Bomb turns it back around. Jankos focuses on, catches out Jezis. Now they're going to try and turn it back around. Candy Panda catches on towards the side of Jankos, and now SK are the ones retreating.
They trade 1-for-1, but Salavar was in full retreat, and Roccat could not continue that fight even if they wanted to. Freddy with a good teleport to flank from the sides allows them to at least force Roccat back, but Roccat going to be happy with that trade. They also got the killing spree bonus away from Jez's and secure their own blue buff. So Roccat are hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. The key thing to note is Freddy's teleport. He comes from the back lines, and Enrated as well as Svenskeren and Jez are trying to chase down, but there's a lot of mobility on the side of Roccat, so they're able to escape quite efficiently. Just obviously Jankos biting off a little more than he can chew in that kill.
And that was incredible to see Salavar getting away, because his hit points were next to nothing. But if it wasn't for that flay from Vander saving his AD carry, it could have gone very, very wrong for Roccat. As it is, it's still almost in the hands of SK Gaming. Rockat's still proving in a team fight they can pull something off if they land the right hits on the right targets. It's been a little bit messy though for them.
Yeah, it has been. And unfortunately for Roccat, Kayle has got so much damage, hitting Lichbane status shortly, so that burst damage is going to go higher. Randion's Omen, Frozen Heart, Phantom Dance, and Infinity Edge, even Leandri's Torment. If you compare Enrated with Leandri's, Sork Shoes, and Vision, in comparison to Vander, yeah, Vander's got a whole bunch of HP with that Face of the Mountain and the Sightstone rather, but that's it. He doesn't offer a lot more other than the utility of his Death Sentences and Flays, and the problem is Roccat aren't able to stand and fight long enough for that utility to matter. Because Xaxus is behind, because Jankos is behind, and obviously because Overpower is still not blowing people up, but he did just finish his Death Cap. So Death Cap, Void Staff, those are sort of your core items on Ziggs, and it'll be up to Overpower to help turn the tide of these fights with good bouncing bombs.
Roccat that began the 1-3-1 split push in Europe back in the spring, but right now it's SK Gaming that are keeping the pressure on them from that extent. Candy Panda pushes the wave on the bottom and rejoins his team in the mid lane. Freddy, meanwhile, going very aggressive on Xaxus there. We see Overpower joining them. Freddy quickly dives back away from that one. Candy Panda is going to start some free time on this turret. The rest of his team are coming around. They're going to take it.
Yeah, there's so much damage between these champions that I think they've got this one. Mega Inferno Bomb could maybe save the tower. In fact, it's going to be the Culling. That tower tower and the ultimate. That's a good play. And SK just continuing to play the map. This is what we said they can do. As the game goes on, SK's team can split push, can move around the map more effectively, and they can play the mini-map more effectively because Rocket have to be clumped. Rocket have to remain together in order to be relevant. The only person that can afford to maybe be off on the sideline would be Overpower to prevent or delay those wave pushes. And obviously, if he does that, he runs the risk of being singled out.
Spend that hard-earned gold they've got. We'll see what items pop in. You can see 1,400 on both Zazas and Sullivan as well for Roccat, so they could do with spending some. So Trinity Force now completed by Sullivan. He has a big damage spike in there. Candy Panda has been farming away as well. He's going to back off in just a few moments. He's got 1,300 gold on himself. So we'll see which way they go with this one. Freddy, of course, completed that Randy into Omen. And Zazas went for that Suntide Cape very early on. Both with the Bladed Rune King and both keeping relatively even in terms of split, but Freddy, you feel, has the advantage.
Yeah, big time. Freddy's had the advantage this whole game. Zazas has never really bullied Freddy, and Jankos has, while he's got himself a few kills, he hasn't been scary. He hasn't been a terrifyingly sin. 1 or 2 decent kicks, but truthfully, SK just played patiently, they played control, and now with, you know, with that Lichbane, with that Last Whisper, they've got item thresholds. I think Candy Panda, with Last Whisper, Phantom Lance, and IE, should be able to deal with Saliva as long as he keeps a little bit at range. Auto attack, 90 caliber, and keep some distance between himself and Saliva, and that Eye-Edge Trinity Force should be counterable.
As Freddy is going to catch on towards Overpower. Overpower runs away straight away from that one. SK moving into position. Dragon is now available. Yeah, Zazas is in the top. He has got that teleport, but of course last time we saw that happen, went straight into a trap from SK. And SK starting this Dragon off. There's the teleport coming in. I've got a feeling SK are going to take this one. Now they're going to peel. Stranglethorns comes in there. Sullivan quickly taken to safety, and they're going to try and turn it back around on Svenskeren. Quickly puts that shield back on towards him. Sullivan just cleaved straight down by Freddy and Svenskeren. Don't even know why he got caught out there. Don't even know why he walked past them.
Saliva went the wrong direction. The rest of his team went right. Jankos is going to get interrupted. The rest of... Oh
dear.
Small mistake.
Sorry,
nobody did. They've caught Zazas.
Zazas in trouble. He's going to get cleaved out. Jesus picks on him, and Vander has not got the hit points. He's going to get taken down. That's a good Mega Inferno bomb. But now Overpower's locked out of position. He goes down. And that satchel charge just simply bounces Svenskeren away. They can take what they want. Will they push for the tower?
Candy Panda's bringing the minions. SK Gaming have got all the damage in the world. Freddy's just going to tank it up. This should be the inhibitor secured. With 30-second death timers for Zazas and Overpower, SK Gaming once again perform the dragon fight just perfectly. They deal with Rockat's threat rather, and back away. It looks like SK want to break Rockat's winning streak.
You can see that's going to be half the hit points already for Jankos. He has to back away. SK with an inhibitor taken, and seemingly the game, they just back off. 11,000 gold lead right now. With that inhib down, of course, Super Minis will be pushing in. Roccat are going to react. They're going to rush straight for Baron, it seems.
Oh, this could go horribly wrong. Because Rocket are coming in drips and drabs, they don't have the damage if they wanted to rush it down, and it would be enough time for SK Gaming to get there quite quickly. Teleport is up for Freddy. There's movement speed for Kale, for Evelyn. We need to see how quick they can do this. I'm assuming they're going to back out. Jesus may look for a kill. Yeah, they've got to back away. Sullivan, oh my word!
2 hits on Sullivan. That is what it does.
That might be Baron for SK. Because they forced both Jankos and Saliva away, know that they need to heal, rather. Ooh, that was close. This should be Baron for SK if they want to, because they know they're going to have the numbers advantage. Waiting for Candy Panda. What's the call? Freddy wants it, but you can see they're a bit split. The rest of the team deciding against it.
Well, Freddy normally makes the calls, and they normally follow, but it seems that this time around, Jez is like, I have not even had a chance to back and buy. He's got 2.2k on him, so it's a potentially wise choice. Dangerous play. Would have been risky. Gets himself the Runeon's Hurricane. Oh, tell a lie, didn't he? Went towards the...
Void Staff.
Void Staff.
Yeah.
So he hasn't gone for the Hurricane.
It's all burst. With Sorcerer's Shoes, he's going full burst. He's got so much damage from everyone else. This is just the only thing SK's team comp is lacking. And you could probably theorize the reason SK didn't go for the Baron play was because they're against the Ziggs. The steal potential with bombs, Mega Inferno is real, and there was numbers around for the rest of Roccat. Denying vision, and as I say that, Ziggs was in the bottom lane, so he's needing to respond, and I think SK are going to secure this one.
Oh, he's in the hole, grasping root. He has to take the lantern. Mega Inferno bomb not going to steal, and that's a dead Jankos.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, quite understand that one.
He went in a little bit too late on that one. went straight into Candy Panda.
So SK instantly stopped Baron the moment Overpower revealed himself in the bottom lane. I think they calculated the time that it would take to get in there, and regardless of the reasoning, they secure themselves Baron, they get another kill, and SK are just going to set their sights on another inhibitor turret. Celaver uses his culling on the champions, not the minion wave. I don't think it makes a difference because SK are just melting these objectives.
Yeah, Freddy just takes the culling and basically loses nothing. He teleports to the top, he wants that wave to push in as quick as possible. SK Gaming suddenly have a buster catch or something because they want to finish the game right now.
Yeah, the distance, the reason they are so far ahead is allowing them to just use that teleport. You know, Freddy's not worried, pushes the minion wave up, and there's very little Roccat can do. If SK want to tower dive, they can go under the turret and use Stranglethorns to completely zone out and control Rockat's movements. This has been a very, very strong performance in the mid game for SK. They survived the laning phase well, and they're punishing Roccat hard to close this game out.
I'm pretty sure Jankos cannot take down Svenska in there. Not sure why they're even trying to duel it out there. He's got the Baron buff, he's got double buff on him. And of course,
got a Warmog
tanky man we're on
Frozen
there.
Heart.
Yeah, there's not a lot he's going to do towards him. Ace in the hole and Sullivan. And Freddy's going to walk in, they're going to take this one down. Jez's will do the damage. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on 4 of them. But Roccat now without any inhibitor turrets. They're going to keep focusing. They're really desperately trying to pull something off here. Svenska keeps drawing their attention away from this inhibitor in the top.
There are super minions in the bottom lane now on the Nexus turrets. Candy Panda is melting through the last inhibitor. It is just a matter of time. SK Gaming can decide to engage and let the super minions do the work for them. It does look like they're pushing for the final closure here. And we'll see if they can actually pick this game up.
SK peel around the side, still got that Baron on them. Remember, there's one Nexus turret going down, everything being thrown at them. Xaxus is taking a massive pile of damage. Good intervention there for Freddy, saving his life. But the second Nexus turret goes down, the Nexus will fall, and SK Gaming go 9-4 in the lead.
Strong victory from SK Gaming. They did not flinch under the pressure of the early game team composition that Roccat put together. And again, I just don't think Roccat were proactive enough. I don't think they tried to push the towers. I don't feel that Xaxus or Jankos had a real presence in that game. And unfortunately, they lose their winning streak. So 1-4 now in the last 5 games, and SK pick up a great victory.
Veggie said they'd take it one game at a time. They weren't overly confident. And rightly so, SK have proven many times if they get to the late game, and they had a late game gone, they are the best team in Europe. Despite how they played against Alliance, if they can reach that phase, and they did it with ease, honestly. A 5-1-6 Jez's, 2-1-5 Freddy, 3-1-4 Candy Panda. Nobody was really affected. 2-0-9 for N-rated. Nobody was really pressured for SK Gaming.
Definitely not. And I think one of the things that I like to compare between SK and Alliance, because we keep talking about the two teams that are at the top of the table, is how efficiently and effectively SK Gaming finish games.
Yes.
I would dare say, I'm going to go on a limb and I'll say it's the only area of the game where SK Gaming are significantly better than Alliance. But it is because Alliance in their style is a lot more passive. It is a lot slower. They don't try to force your hand and win now in 3 minutes. They're confident in their super late game. So it's a contrast in styles, but you do have to give credit to SK. In every game they do get a lead. They finish very convincingly and in a relatively short space of time once they set their sights on inhibitors and Nexus.
And you got to look towards the pick and ban phase. Obviously, it was down to them. Do we ban Cassidy? Do we ban Kale? Should they have gone with anything else? Because it was putting them in a hard place. And whether it's just simply they simply forgot. It's, you know, sometimes there's that many. I mean, there's a lot of champions out there you got to look towards. I got to feel, you know, Kale has proven many, many times. Had a 75% win rate before that game. Now, obviously, only increasing. They're now 13-4. Anyone that plays Kale, 13-4 win rate.
It is a very high win ratio, but it's also, especially in Europe, that high because our teams run so late. Our teams do not pressure early. So Kale's always going to get to that, oh my god, monster level, because our average game time is in 40 minutes, right? You're going to get 3 or 4 items. I actually think that Roccat had a good team comp coming out of picks and bans, but there is a time limit on it. There was a ticking fuse that if they hadn't got a significant lead or put themselves in a good position by the time that fuse burned down, SK was always going to do well. And unfortunately for Roccat, they just weren't proactive enough in that early game.
And looking towards the jungler, obviously Jankos on the lead scene, needs to make the ganks. Went down towards that bottom lane. Didn't see any ganks on that mid lane.
He also missed a lot of sonic waves. I mean, I hate to say it, you know, I hate to call somebody out, but he did miss a lot of those sonic waves. And ifs and whens. What if that had connected? What could have been? But unfortunately it didn't, and Rockout lose.
Early aggression from Svenskeren as well. Who knows? It could have gone either way, but it went SK's way once again. We're going to go over to Shox and Deficio, who's standing by with N-Rated from SK.
Thank you very much, Demon. Indeed, joined by N-Rated here. Congratulations, first off, on that win. Very straightforward win, and I think it started in picks and bans already for you guys. I think you outplayed them there already. What were the... Wow, you know, I've totally lost my words. What happened in picks and bans that made you go very confident into the game?
Well, we went with a plan on 2 bans and picks, as we usually do, but this time it just all went according to plan. Like, we basically got all we wanted, and it just felt very smooth, like, going into the game with those picks.
What about Zyra as the support for you? I mean, what was the reason behind it?
Well, Zyra is good versus Thresh. That's basically all it is there.
So it was basically a counter pick of also with the Caitlyn against Lucian here. Overall, to me, it seemed like you guys just had the stronger lanes. As you just talked about yourself, everything went perfect. So I guess going into the game, you guys must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, we felt really good with the picks we had. Going on against Thresh with Zyra and Caitlyn was really good for us as well. I feel like we have played out the lane really well, and the picks were just in our favor, and that's all that mattered.
Talk me through how you decided to build Zyra in there, because aside from the side zone and the Frostfang, I think it is, you just went straight AP and not going for anything that could give more utility or made it mid-cows. Why was that?
Well, I feel like the core items on Zyra with Sorg Boots and Liandry's is just the way to go. And you have a lot of M-Pen, and the M-Pen helps you to get out your raw base damage that you have on Zyra. And the Liandry's proc as well, like, drops them low immediately when you hit someone with Root ult. And I feel overall it's just a very viable build, and whatever you go afterwards, whatever build path you might go for, those 2 items are very much standard.
So I would actually like to know, 4.10 now, what do you actually think about the whole patch here? Because there's so many changes for AD carries, of course, that affects you as a support. What do you think?
Well, I feel like a lot of people are trying out and don't really know what to do, so I don't want to go too much into detail, but just overall, I feel like ADs right now are kind of in a strong state once they completed 1 or 2 items.
So 1 or 2 items, and for you, I know you didn't really want to talk too much about it, but I still actually want to hear your opinion here. What do you think are the best item choices for AD carries if you have to choose 2 of them?
That really depends on the AD carry you have. Like, very auto-pack dependent, I guess IH is a better choice than something else. But when you go, like, let's say melee or like more combat-based, let's go for Lucian. I think Blade of the Rune King is the way to go.
All right, final question, then we take a step back and look at your performance in general. We saw last week in the game versus Alliance. Do you think there is a really big skill gap between you and them, or did you just play that wrongly, and what does that give you going into the rest of the season?
I feel like they're very good punishing mistakes, and we just did too many mistakes against them. I don't know why. Maybe we're too pressured ourselves, or we just felt like we didn't do what we wanted to. We got out of our comfort zone, and we did a lot of mistakes that we learned from in every game we play with Alliance, and they're really good right now. Like, there's no doubt about that. But I feel like it's because of our mistakes, they could like benefit from them and just got ahead that way.
All right, well, thank you very much, N-Rated. And now let's head back to Demon and Quickshot at the desk for a look at the standings.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are now halfway through week 6, so let's check out the table. Up in the top, well, you know who it is. It is Alliance. They're now on a 4-game win streak. Shook off that loss to Gambit from a few weeks back, and they are well out in first place, 11-2.
And then 2 games back from the leaders are SK Gaming in second. They're now at 9-4. And tied for 3rd place are Fnatic, Millennium, when they're both teams at 7-6. And you know what? Copenhagen Wolves, if they keep losing, they're going to be starting losing guaranteed top 2, guaranteed top 4 with that loss streak.
Yeah, they are desperately out of position right now. Of course, on Friday, we'll be bringing you more LCS action, starting out with Rockout versus Alliance, and that's going to be followed by Millennium versus SK Gaming.
That will then be followed by Fnatic versus the Superhot crew, and we'll end things with Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves. But stay tuned, immediately following our matches tomorrow to see the European Challenger play in for the 2nd Summer Series.
And then, of course, that is all happening on Friday at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. And now for myself, Quickshot, Joe, Deficio, Shox, and the entire LCS broadcast team, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Average player. So average. So average, dude. Dying to minions.
Arrow coming in, lands on towards the other side. Great play though. Peke actually joining the party as well as the intervention goes to Unlimited, but Countdown's going to get finished off. Half Fnatic got the damage. The Copenhagen Wolves have turned around, but they're calling ripping through them. Reckless now on a rampage. Woolite goes down.
You got the most fantasy points, I think.
What can I say? I am gold.
Wait, how many?
Cornex is actually going to go low, finished off by the gold card, and now Froggen and Tad's going to focus towards Creatine. Have they got the damage? Solar Flare comes down. They do manage to get themselves the second. Can they have the third as well? They will now.
Sophie's going to get taken down already. Impaler's low just off the side. Impaler goes down. It's a double now. Genja getting focused on by Maima. Maima's just going to jump away from this one. Oh, and Genja takes him down. What the hell are Super Hot Crew doing? I have no idea.
Really
Don't be
hard.
funny if you're not a funny person.
Just quit life if you're not a funny person.
Leave the funny stuff, just spam scare him.
They've got that. Zaz's in trouble. He's going to get cleaned out. Jesus picks on him, and Vander has not got the hit points. He's going to get taken down. That's a good Mega Inferno bomb. But now Overpower's locked out of position. He goes down.